there called Bet Halev, and then 4 months a year we travel, and then 2 months a year we're in Israel. So now we've been in India, then we traveled in India, and then we went to Uganda, we went to Kenya, we went to South Africa, we went to Bulgaria, North Macedonia, Kosovo, and Israel.
Oh, wow. So this past year, a little bit of Africa and a little bit of Europe.
Yes.
In years past, where have you gone to? Can you tell me some cool places?
You
some
want
cool
all the
experiences?
names?
Not all the names, but a few. Let's go back to last year also. We'll focus on these 2 years.
Okay, so last year was Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador, the U.S. What else? I don't remember everywhere right now. Oh, we were in Germany, Spain, England, just, lots and lots and lots of places. I have a daughter who's a year and a half who's been in 14 countries. So as you can imagine, it's a lot of places.
So we won't go back 8 years because your kids are young, but I'm just curious, with having young kids, how does it affect, the family life or them seeing, their extended family, whether their grandparents or aunts and uncles or other family members, cousins? How does it affect them and their relationship with their family? And how does it affect you and your husband with your relationship with the family?
Wow, it's a great question. So basically, because we've been for so long, and we started our family like this, can you imagine, we got married and then a month later we left. So it's been like our whole family life as a couple. This is what we've been doing. So it's like everybody's gotten used to it, first of all. And also we basically made a system how to make it work. So in India, we have lots of people come to visit us. And that's really, really special now that we have that base. And we do lots of FaceTime, obviously.
Obviously, of course.
And our girls, I think it's really, really special because we are such a close-knit family, like our unit of the 4 of us. And then they just have that is very, very important for them. And they're always so excited to see all the rest of the family. So it's very special.
But I need to understand, I'm not fully comprehending what made you and your husband pick up and just travel one day and say, this is what we want to do for X amount of months of the year?
Right, I was waiting for that question. So basically, I was just out of the army. I think we've spoken about this. I was a combat soldier in the army. I went to travel after the army. I came back and I worked in Jerusalem in this really cute, tiny vegetarian restaurant in the Shuk called Dagas Echad. And that's where I met Ash. And then when I met him, I was like, oh no, I'm not going to get into a relationship right now. I'm on my way to go travel. I had this vision to go travel for 5 years. And then when I met him and we slowly, very quickly, realized that
One second, is it slowly or very quickly? Because you can't have it both ways.
Very quickly. We got engaged after 6 months. It was very quick. It was it. On the first date, he said to me, if I ask you now to get married, will you get married? And I said yes. We knew.
Oh, wow. That is very quick, not
very
slow.
Quick. No, yeah. It took us 4 months till we started dating. But the minute that we started dating, it was Baruch Hashem, shakalaka boom. How do you
boom
say?
shakalaka.
Yes.
There you go.
So Baruch Hashem. So when we realized that we're getting married and that we're starting this beautiful journey together, then I said to him, I want this to be part of our journey. And immediately when we started, we realized that this is our journey. This is our gift to the world, to be traveling, to be not in the system, to be outside of the metrics, to be living an alternative life. And I really, really think it's a startup because for a couple that just got married, to just be together 24/7, you get to know each other really, really well. Obviously it's not always so easy, but it's we had 4.5 years before we had our first daughter, just of really, really intense in a good way to get to know each other. And that is what made us continue this. We just realized that we really enjoy this lifestyle. It's very different. It's very not, we don't work 24/7. We're not enslaved to any job. We see each other all the time. We get to raise our kids, to homeschool them. So we're pretty much addicted.
I have to ask, just because
Yes.
you did mention, which I don't recall if I ever did know that, you were a combat soldier?
Yes, I was.
So if you don't mind me asking, you grew up in a religious household?
Yes.
And a female combat soldier. How did your parents feel about that? Or how did you feel about that? Or what made you take that direction with your army service?
Okay, so basically, yes, you're right. I grew up in a modern Orthodox home, and I did go to an ulpana, which ulpana is a school only for girls. And I was the first in my ulpana to actually go to the army. It was very not think about this. It's 15 years ago. This wasn't something that was happening so much.
So a lot of the girls in your ulpana did, let's say, national service. They had Sherut Lumi instead of going to the army. Everybody.
All of them. In the end.
But you broke the mold. You changed it all.
Yes, it wasn't on purpose, but I just, because we lived in South Africa and my father was a Shaliach Aliyah, which basically means that he helped people from South Africa make Aliyah to Israel. I grew up in a very, very Zionist home. And my vision was that obviously I'm going to the army, always. And I've always been very fit. I was always very sporty. And I was like, come on, like I can be an amazing combat soldier. And then when I heard about that there's a dog unit, Orchid, that's where I was like, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be with dogs. I'm going to be a combat soldier. And yeah, that's what. It was hard in the beginning because like the school literally brought a rabbi to the school to talk about why women shouldn't be in the army. And now it's different, but at the time it was not very acceptable why religious women should be in the army. So there was a rabbi who came to talk and explain why it's not good. I went anyways.
And you didn't listen.
No. But I will say that I wasn't religious the whole time. Like after I went into the army, I was religious, but it did raise many, many questions. And it did take me on a religious journey. Today, Baruch Hashem, I'm back, and not even back, I'm more. Then
you're stronger.
Yeah, because I chose this connection. But I think everybody needs to go through that process.
Were your parents supportive of you when you went into the army for your service?
The most supportive. So proud. Till today, I don't even talk about it so much, and they all the time mention it. They're so proud that I did it. And fun fact, I still have my dog, who's almost 16 years old.
Oh wow!
Yes.
Does your dog travel with you, or you leave it here?
He used to. Now he's really, really old. But he lived with us in a van for a year and a half in the U.S.
Oh, wow.
He came with us to Mexico when we were doing hitchhikes, and he was all over the world with us.
That's beautiful. That's a very nice story. But let's go back to the nomadic lifestyle. When you met Ash, because you wanted to do the traveling, was he like game on from the beginning, or you had to talk him into it a little bit? What was his feelings on doing it, and when you're raising a family, continuing the nomadic lifestyle?
Right. So, Gabe, you have good questions.
That's why I'm in this seat.
Right. Exactly. So he basically grew up in a very traditional Tunisian home. I don't know if you guys know what that means, but it's like nobody in his family ever flew, ever.
I can't say I know what a traditional Tunisian family means, but I've actually been to Tunisia. I've been to Djerba.
Wow, so he's from Djerba.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So I've been to Djerba, actually. I spent a few years ago for Sukkot. I spent on a program in Hammamet Beach, which is like 45 minutes from Tunis in Tunisia. And then we flew for Chol HaMoed during the holiday to spend 2 days, 1 night in Djerba. And that'll be a whole nother podcast, a whole nother story. But I spent in Djerba, and that was an experience of itself. Wow.
Amazing. So all the jewelry that I'm wearing is actually Tunisian jewelry.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because my father-in-law used to be a goldsmith, like doing all the kisui Torah, how do you say, like the covers of the Tunisian traditional covers of the Sefer Torah.
Oh, very nice.
And then he also has Tunisian jewelry. Yeah.
Okay, so your husband never flew from a Tunisian family, whatever that means, and then he met you.
Like very old school, like traditional, like you get married, you study, you get married, you work, And then he met me. He did travel a little bit, but also just like after the army, what everybody does. And then he met me, and it was pretty much like clash. We're so different. Like really, Shamayim Va'aretz. Shamayim Va'aretz in English.
Shamayim Va'aretz, sky and land, heavens and earth.
Yes. And and I basically said to him, like, if you want to be together, you're going to come with me. And he said yes. He didn't know what he was getting into.
I'm sure.
But today, we realized that Hashem did this beautiful shidduch because it's our journey, both of us. Especially what we do in India.
And how are your kids, your two little girls, acclimating to all the travel and the different cultures and languages and just different parts of the world? I know one is still young. Your younger daughter's still young.
Yeah.
But your other one, how is she acclimating to everything?
So I have a 4-year-old and a year and a half, and they were born into it. Like you can imagine, like I was pregnant while we were traveling, and then I went to give birth in the US, and then we continued to travel when they were 3 months. So they were literally born into this lifestyle, and they love it. Both of them. They are so friendly. Like you can't even imagine. And they really enjoy just being around people. They are really good travelers. We go on buses for 15 hours.
Oh, wow.
Like we did a train for 48 hours in India.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you mentioned India, and you mentioned in the beginning, got a few things I want to talk about. But let's hit up India right now, because I actually love India. I spend a lot of time,
I know.
1 or 2 times a year in India. I just, during the summer, I was in this past summer, all in Israel, but I did go to India for a week. For a friend's wedding. So let's talk about India. What's your involvement, connection to India? What is this bait, whatever it's called in India, you got going on?
Okay, so basically, we traveled for 2 years in the beginning in Asia. Ash and I, when we were just newly married, and we went to travel. And then part of our travel was India. He was also in India before that, a few years before. And when we got to India, we're like, wow, this is our favorite place in Asia. It's a very spiritual place. It's very much connected with our spiritual journey. And we really, really felt like it was like kind of home for us. And we knew that we had this vision of one day opening a Jewish center, a Jewish community center. We knew that one day it was going to be in India. But we had to go through like this whole process of like growth and like more like refining what we want to do, who we are, our Jewish connection, etc. And then many, many, many years later, we really came back to India after we did so many different like volunteering in different Jewish communities all over the world, like in El Salvador, in Mexico, in the US. All the time, we just found ourselves traveling, and then suddenly we found ourselves in Jewish communities. And it was so like, wow, this is our purpose. This is what we need to do. So we got to India and we to Kerala, which you love
Yes.
Kerala. And in Kerala, as you know, there used to be lots of Jewish history,
In
especially in
Cochin.
Kochi. Right.
Right, so I spent a Shabbat there last year. My good friend lives in Kozhikode, which is in Calicut. Not Calcutta, Calicut in South India,
In South-
Kozhikode. But I actually took a train last year and spent Shabbat in that old synagogue in
Right.
Cochin, which was an amazing experience in of itself.
It's amazing. There's a Jew town and everything.
Yes, in Jewtown.
Yeah, in the Paradesi show.
Yes.
Yes. So we are only 4 hours away from there. We basically landed in Kerala. We had our firstborn, Ode, with us, and we landed there. And our purpose was to open Bet Halev, which Bet Halev translates to House of Heart. And it's a non-profit. It's not like nobody sent us. We made up this whole thing.
And you're not Chabad, so this isn't like a Chabad house or a Beit
No.
Chabad or anything like that.
In India, there's lots of Chabad and Breslev. Beit Yehudi is Breslev.
Oh, I didn't even
and
know that. Okay.
Yeah, it's lots. And then Chabad. We're not either. We're everything. If you need to put us in something, we call ourselves Hasidic hippie Hasidic. That's our.
Are you Hasid or hipster? So there you
Yes.
go. You're a bit of both over there.
It's cool. So we basically decided to open Bet Halev, and we got to Kerala, and our purpose was to find something. We had 10 days till Hanukkah, and that was like our goal. On Hanukkah, we're opening Bet Halev. So we went all over, and we landed in Kochi. Then from Kochi, we went to Munnar. You've probably been. The tea
I'm not
plantations.
sure.
No, you would know. So you
No, that I haven't been then.
No. So we went to Munnar, and then from Munnar, we got to Varkala in Kerala, which is a beach town, and that's where we opened Bet Halev.
On the beach.
It's a 10-minute walk, but on the beach.
On the beach.
Yes.
So, first of all, if you're not there all year round, is the place open all year round or just when you're there?
No, so as you know, India is very seasonal. So there's something called Shvil HaChummus, which is what all the Israelis travel, which is Hummus Trail. All the Israelis go on the same trail. They go to the same places, only when it's season. So we can only open our Jewish center in the season, which is from October till March. So we open every year in Sukkot. This is going to be our 4th year. Very, very exciting. It's going to be from Sukkot till after Purim. That's when we open our Jewish center. And then people come, and then when we finish, we close it and we continue our nomadic life and then come back every year for Sukkot.
So, while you're open, first of all, let's tell everybody if they're traveling to India and Israeli or not Israeli and
Jews
want to
is
visit
it.
it during that time, how can they find Beit Halev on the internet or on social media? How can they find you guys?
So first of all, if you're not following yet, you must follow the Jewish Nomads.
Yes, you must follow the Jewish Nomads.
It's a really, really cool page, and we show our Jewish nomadic life while we're traveling very authentically. So it's really beautiful. And on that page, we also update about Bet Halev. Bet Halev also has a Facebook page in Hebrew, and it also has an English site on, just Google Bet Halev. B-E-T Halev, H-A-L-E-V. So
Very
we
cool.
update everything there. And as well, when you're in India, it's just hard to miss. You'll hear about us. If you're in Kerala, you'll hear about us. It's just from word
So,
to
what
mouth.
are you offering there? When it's open, and let's say I'm going to Beit Halev,
You
what do you
must
offer?
come.
I will come. I must come. I will, and we'll have another episode after I come to explain
Yes.
what I experienced
Yes.
at Beit Halev in India. But right
Thank
now,
you.
what are you offering there?
Okay, so what I think that is very, very special about it, that when you're traveling, because we know what it's like, because we were in that place, and we know what it's like to be on a spiritual journey, and we know what it's like to be a backpacker, we know that place. So when you're traveling, you really want just a home. You want to get at the end of the day to a place where you could just eat something that doesn't taste Indian, even though Indian food is amazing.
Yes, it is.
But, after traveling for so long, you just want to have your, Israeli food sometimes as well. And just to, feel, I don't know, like your kube that you like to have on Shabbat, like that. So we basically are a home that's open 24/7. We have 2 communal meals a day. So it's really, really special. Just the community makes together the meals and we sit and we eat together. We have workshops. I do a class 4 times a week. My husband does a class 4 times a week. We have yoga every day in the rooftop. And it's a home that I wake up in the morning and there's already people in the lounge. You can make your own food. The kitchen is open all the time. And it's just basically a home. And I think that's the main difference of other community centers, because it's just, you come in and immediately you feel like you can just go and cook yourself something and that you could just lie down on the couch and be in your pajamas all day.
Little fun Indian food fact, though. I just want to throw out there that kosher guru, my favorite dish is palak paneer. Love palak paneer. I don't know what it is. It just speaks to me every time I'm in a kosher Indian restaurant near me in New York. I'm always ordering palak paneer.
Wow.
Make it at home sometimes. Just a fact. Getting back to Beit Halev.
Wait, can I say my favorite dish?
Go for it.
My favorite dish is malai kofta. I love malai kofta and all different kinds, and I also really like chana masala.
Chana masala, as guess, going to give you that one as well.
Yes.
Now, once again, going back to Beit Halev, I want to ask you, because you do cook a lot.
Yes.
You showcase a lot of your food online. Your husband, who does the cooking in your household? Your husband, you, both of you. Talk to me about the food and all those beautiful recipes and delicacies you're sharing all over social media.
Okay, so first of all, me and my husband met while working at a restaurant. So we're both very good at cooking. He's amazing at baking. He makes jachlon every Shabbat. Ooh. He makes 20 kilos chalot. He makes all the pitot. He makes rogalach. He's insane baker. And I'm more of the cook. I don't like baking because it means that you need to be exact, and I'm not exact. So I'm vegan and gluten-free, so I make a lot of vegan, gluten-free food. I love, 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 love making Indian food. And I also just make, for Shabbat, we have a rule at Beit Halev, 18 salads. So I make chai, 18 different salads, and I have actually an e-cookbook on my page on the Jewish Nomads of just all the Shabbat that we make. It's like a Shabbat e-cookbook that you can get it for
very cool.
$15, and you get all the recipes that we make for Shabbat.
It's a bargain, only $15. What a bargain, on sale now. Or I should say for sale.
Yes. And I love food. I love it. And it's my biggest passion. I love making healthy food. And I also feel that when I make food, it makes people even more feel at home and feel more welcomed. Yes.
So at Beit Halev, have you or do you meet people that you feel you change their lives? Do you feel you're putting them on a derech, on a path? It's got to be very, very emotional at times as well.
Right. As you can imagine, after the war, it's crazy what we go through in our house, because everybody, used to be 50,000 people, Israelis, used to travel to India, which is insane, a year. And now since the war, it's 100,000, because people just need to go and just travel and, feel that they can breathe again. So we get to experience so many different kind of people, especially because our home, we don't categorize it as a religious home. It's just a Jewish home. So a lot of people that don't usually like going to different Jewish centers, that they feel like it's too religious for them, they come. So we get to experience all type of people. And I would like to believe that we change people's life, but more than that, we really become a community. Last Shabbat, we had a Shabbat of the people from the community in Israel. This Shabbat, we're having a huge Shabbat of renting a place, and we're doing a huge Shabbat for all the people. So we're all the time in touch, and I have so many stories of beautiful things that we were able to help people, and they were also, of course, if you give, you get back.
Share one story. Pick one story that you want to share, a little tidbit. You don't have to mention anyone's name, just one little story. Maybe it changed your life, your children it affected. Give me a little snippet.
Okay, so first of all, in the first season, we had someone British, and we don't really get so many non-Israelis. That he knew that he was Jewish, but never actually ever connected to his Jewish roots. And then he met an Israeli just in Varkala, just going around, and she told him, "What? You haven't been to Beit Halev? You have to come." And he came, and he told us that he never did a bar mitzvah before. So that Sunday, we did a bar mitzvah in Varkala.
Oh, wow.
And that was really, 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 really powerful and very, very special. And another story was that unfortunately sometimes a lot of the Israelis use drugs when they're they're not in Varkala, in India. And we were able to help someone who went into a bad situation and send her to a rehab in Israel on the plane with someone, taking her all the way, and we were able to basically catch it before it got worse. And today she's all fine. She's all better. Wow, I have so many
Changing
stories.
people's lives.
Yeah,
changing
and we
people's
get
lives.
we get to experience. We got people who were in the Nova, many, and people who were from Be'eri and from Alumim, and from different places in the Gaza Strip, and they come and they share their stories. And I would share just another story that in Simchat Torah, we obviously had to mention Simchat Torah and what happened on October 7th, which was Simchat Torah. And so we did like a ma'agal, like we basically just all sat together. And before we started the hakafot, which is like the dancing with the Torah, we said we would love that everybody would just share whoever wants. So, like, where does this day find you? Like, how are you feeling right now? And then the first person who started talking, he said, so just so you know, on Simchat Torah, I was at my friend's and I heard that, like, my mother contacted me and said that they can't find my brother right now. And I was so nervous. I couldn't do anything. I was just at my friend. I couldn't breathe. I was just waiting to hear from my brother already. And I was texting him and like nothing. And then underneath my friend in Tel Aviv, in the same building, there was a synagogue. And I hear the prayers in the synagogue and everybody praying. And I was just like cursing them. That's what he said. I was just cursing them. How can you pray? How can you be happy when they can't even find my brother? Like, what is this? And he was really, really upset at the synagogue. And then a few hours later, they found out that his brother got murdered on October 7th. And he was very, very upset for a long, long time at any religious person, actually, because he just connected the two, that like, how can you be happy when my brother got murdered? And he went through a whole journey. And on last Simchat Torah, his mission was to find a place to do Simchat Torah and to say sorry and to dance and to celebrate with Am Yisrael, with the nation, and to be happy on this a very, very difficult day for him. And he came all the way from northern India to us because he heard that Beit Halev is somewhere special, and he came and he shared this story with us.
Oh, wow.
And
Really turning something really around and making it very, very positive.
And he danced till like 2 a.m. with us. It was crazy.
Sorry that he lost his brother. It's a very sad thing, but to understand and to come back and
To, like, switch it.
and to say thank you. And it's different, and it's very difficult to even talk about it.
Right.
Another difficult thing to talk about, I see a lot what you post on social media. You travel, as you mentioned, all over Africa and certain things, but sometimes I see, especially in the comments, I don't know if you experience it in real life when you have feet on the ground, a lot of the anti-Semitism, the comments are just disgusting that I see sometimes. Have you ever experienced it in real life in your travels? Like, talk to me. What's going on with that while you're on the ground?
So you're right. On social media, it's like horrific. I'm sure also on your page, it's like
Yes.
horrific. It's not like also, death threats every day almost in my DMs. It's like just bizarre. But thank God, while traveling, we've almost not experienced. Like we have had a little bit. In Kosovo, we had someone shout at us, "Free Palestine," which also was just stupid, to be honest, because like he saw Jewish people, so he's going free Palestine, but there was like no discussion or whatsoever. And and we have had a few like looks and stuff like that, but we haven't had anything dramatic, thank God. And we walk and present ourselves very proudly. My husband always has his yarmulke and his tzitzit. I always have my head covering and my Magen David, and we're just very proud to.
But when you say no discussion, when that person screamed it at you,
Yeah.
what would you say to them? What would the discussion, or how would the discussion go?
I mean, if you see, I actually posted about this in social media. If I would see a Muslim person in the street, I wouldn't shout, "Free the hostages," because he's a Muslim person. What is he connected to the hostages? That's not him. Is he a Hamas? Is he in Gaza right now? Is he part of why the hostages aren't home? No. So the same for me. If you see me as a Jewish woman walking, am I the reason why your Palestine isn't freed? Like, there's no discussion. He just shouted at us, "Free Palestine," because he sees that we're Jewish. That's just being hateful for,
I hear what you're saying. I'm not going to get into whether I believe that Narnia place, that fake fairy tale place, ever existed or does exist
No,
or
I'm not saying it does
into
or
the
doesn't.
political thing of it, but I hear what you're saying, and it's
Yeah.
actually a very mature response and outlook on the entire situation. Another beautiful video that you still keep getting so much love on. I'd love to, focus a bit on the love and positivity of your page, because it actually is a great positive page that you are putting out so much Jewish pride, Israel pride out there. Was a Havdalah service service on Motzei Shabbat, Saturday night Havdalah service. I believe it was in Uganda, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And you keep getting a lot of beautiful comments. What was that experience like?
So I'm so happy you brought up that video because it's one of my favorite videos. Basically, we get, like you said, much more love than the people that actually follow us and are part of our community. We get much more love than hate because that's why they follow us, because they love us and we love them. And we also get to meet them in real life because they always stop and say hi, and it's the biggest gift. And in Uganda, we went to 2 Jewish Orthodox communities in Uganda. We did one Leila Seder and the other one we did the other days. And we were so lucky just to experience that with them. And we did this beautiful Havdalah that they do anyways every Motzei Shabbat, and we just took a video of it, and it became so viral, and it keeps getting, every single day I get comments on that, and it's mostly love. And I think it's because we try to share, like you said, Jewish pride, Jewish love, happiness, and positivity on our page, then we do get lots of love and positivity.
It's beautiful.
back.
I even love it. I'm watching it all the time because I didn't even realize that there was such a thriving Jewish community in Uganda today, which was just beautiful in and of itself.
Right.
Watching the community, sing the Havdalah service and, after Shabbat, the tefillot, it was just beautiful. How you captured that moment was truly amazing as well. Very, very
Thank
cool.
you. Yeah, it's part of our passion to show different for ourselves and then also to the world, to show different Jewish communities that people don't know about. Like, we go back already 4 years, we've been back to the El Salvador Jewish community, and people don't even know that they exist. And it's one of our biggest passions to just discover these beautiful Jewish communities all over the world.
It is, and I'd love to showcase them and talk more about them. But Mayan, we're coming to the close of our time here on this segment of The Nosh. And it was such a pleasure having you here in studio. You truly are amazing. You are so remarkable. You are really bringing up so many amazing stories and really inspiring and touching so many people. You and your husband, your family, what you're doing is legit amazing. So thank you so much, Mayan. Keep doing it, you and Ash and your entire family. And it really, really is very cool. And thank you so much for being here today with me, Mayan. I really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. And I want to tell everyone, thank you so much for tuning into The Nosh here on ILTV. Keep tuning in. We're going to keep bringing you amazing stories from around the world. Everyone, have a great day, and thank you.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met in Jerusalem with Honduran President-elect Nasrikito Asfura, signaling a push to deepen ties between the two countries. Asfura, a conservative businessman and former mayor, was elected on a platform focusing on economic stability, infrastructure, and strong relations with the United States and its allies. Honduras has been one of Israel's closest partners in Central America, regularly supporting Israel in international forums and maintaining warm diplomatic and security ties for decades. The country previously moved its embassy to Jerusalem, a step seen in Israel as a major diplomatic gesture. Netanyahu said Israel and Honduras are refashioning their relationship, highlighting cooperation in economy, agriculture, and technology, and telling the president-elect that as far as Israel is concerned, the sky is the limit. Foreign Minister Gideon Saar also hosted President-elect Asfura at the Foreign Ministry during his visit, saying he's certain that under Asfura's leadership, Honduras will once again be one of Israel's close friends and allies, and pledging Israel's support in strengthening bilateral ties after 4 years of leftist rule in the country.
I welcome you in Jerusalem. It's an ancient city, but it's also a city that looks forward to innovation and to cooperation with you and the people of Honduras. I look forward to working with your government, both in economic fields, in agriculture, in technology, in any of the areas that I think are laid before us. You should know that as far as Israel is concerned, the sky's the limit.
Muchísimas gracias. Gracias, primer ministro. Estoy seguro que todo lo que usted dijo lo vamos a poder hacer juntos para Israel y Honduras y tener esas relaciones estrechas para las próximas décadas, trabajar por la paz, por la amistad, por un futuro, por una América más unida, más democrática, con paz, trabajo y esperanza. Estoy seguro de eso.
The IDF reports a sharp drop in terror attacks and Israeli fatalities in Judea and Samaria in 2025, marking the lowest levels since the war began. Though the military warns the threat is far from eliminated. ILTV's Steve Leibowitz has the details.
According to IDF data, Palestinian terror attacks fell dramatically to just 57 incidents in 2025 compared to 847 attacks in 23 and 504 in 24. The number of Israelis killed in the territories also declined from 35 in 2023 and 41 in 2024 to 20 in 2025. The IDF says this represents a significant operational improvement and the best security situation since the outbreak of the Gaza war, though still worse than pre-war years such as 2021, when just 3 Israelis were killed. The military attributes the decline primarily to large-scale operations inside key refugee camps in Jenin, Tulkarem, Nur al-Shams, where IDF forces took control, demolished terror hubs, and disrupted armed networks early in 2025. During 2025, IDF forces killed 240 Palestinians during counter-terror operations, down from about 500 in each of the previous 2 years. Rock throwing and Molotov cocktail attacks also hit their lowest levels in years, just over 1,000 incidents in 25, down from more than 3,200 in 2023 and over 8,600 in 2021. The IDF reports record seizures, more than 1,300 weapons, and 17 million shekels in terror funds, including cash, cryptocurrency, and high-value assets. Despite the drop in attacks, the IDF says that Palestinian infiltration into Israel remains a major problem. More than 8,600 cases in 25, a figure the Army calls unacceptable. Summing up 2025, security has improved significantly, but the campaign against terrorism in Judea and Samaria is far from over.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Kalev Ben David, and we're coming to you live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines from across the region. It's currently a little past 7 a.m. in New York City and a few minutes past 2 p.m. here in Israel. And here are the latest developments at this hour. U.S. President Donald Trump has issued one of his toughest warnings yet to Iran, saying if the Islamic Republic attempts to assassinate him, the United States would respond so forcefully that Iran would be wiped off the face of this earth.
They shouldn't be doing it, but I've left notification. Anything ever happens, we're going to blow the whole country is going to get blown up. So we've, originally Biden should have said something, when they made a statement. We always said, why isn't Biden saying anything? Because he didn't. But a president has to defend a president. Like if I were here and they were making that threat to somebody, not even a president, but somebody like they did with me, I would absolutely hit them so hard. But I have very firm instructions. Anything happens, they're going to wipe them off the face of this earth.
Now, Trump's comments follow recent reports that Iran warned him against any action to be taken against the supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei, calling such steps a cause for total war. Now, while Trump said strong military options remain available, he has not ordered a strike, and it remains unclear at this point just how far Washington is willing to go if Iran's leadership continues to threaten American leaders and to massacre its own people who are opposing the Ayatollah's regime. Meanwhile, the U.S. continues its buildup of military forces in the region, with the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln expected to arrive later this week in Mideast waters. And let's turn now to Gaza. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has accepted President Trump's invitation to join the newly formed Board of Peace. This according to a statement from the Prime Minister's office. Now, this initiative, led and chaired for life by President Trump, is aimed at resolving global conflicts with an initial focus on the Gaza Strip. Now, Israel will join Argentina, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Egypt, Hungary, Kazakhstan, Morocco, the UAE, Kosovo, and Vietnam in accepting the invitation. Sweden, Norway, and France have rejected joining, while other nations are weighing the offer. some reportedly concerned over an invitation extended to Russian President Vladimir Putin. Now, the Board of Peace is supposed to oversee the executive board administering Gaza, which does include officials from Turkey and Qatar, this despite Israel's objections to their inclusion. Diplomats have warned that the new Board of Peace could undermine the role of the United Nations, but its supporters say it could offer a new path for resolving international conflicts. Now, speaking to reporters about those concerns, Trump denounced the role of the UN as unhelpful.
Do you want your Board of Peace to replace the UN?
Well, it might. I mean, the UN just hasn't been very helpful. I'm a big fan of the UN potential, but it has never lived up to its potential. The UN should have settled every one of the wars that I settled. I never went to them. I never even thought to go to them. They should be able to settle those wars. They don't. I believe you got to let the UN continue because the potential is so great.
Now, the president is pushing to move ahead with phase 2 of the Gaza ceasefire. This is senior Israeli officials say the current stalemate is helping Hamas, not Israel. They warn that the current pause allows Hamas to receive aid and funding, rebuild military capabilities, and deepen its control over Gaza's population. Those officials say phase 2 would require Hamas to disarm and to dismantle its military infrastructure, a demand they believe Hamas is unlikely to accept in the end. Then Hamas would be given a deadline, after which Israel would return to military action. Israeli officials also stressed that no outside actors can enforce Gaza's demilitarization, and that if Hamas refuses to disarm, the IDF will ultimately have to enforce it on its own. Meanwhile, Hamas has yet to return the body of the last remaining hostage, Sergeant Ron Gvili, one of the conditions for advancing phase 2. When I asked about this, Trump said the U.S. believes it knows where Gvili's remains can be found in Gaza. Israeli officials say the statement came as a surprise, noting they do not know Gvili's exact location, only the general area he is believed to have fallen. Well, joining us for more on these issues from the U.S. is retired Army Colonel Rich Outson. He's now a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Rich, thank you for joining us. Now, you heard President Trump's comments, reaction to also strong comments from the Supreme Leader. Does this exchange bring us closer to potential a U.S. military action against the Iranian regime?
Well, it's good to be with you, Caleb. I don't think that the rhetoric in and of itself brings us closer. The military movements, the bringing in of additional naval assets, obviously create the possibility that we could strike. But I think that there's the narrative that goes on in public and the sort of brickbats thrown by each side at the other. There's a whole other level of communication going on between these two through back channels, through European nations. And I think it has to do with Iran's continuing crackdown on its own dissidents and also its continuing threats to the region, our allies in the region, including Israel. So I think the red lines are there. It is the case. I mean, Trump's not wrong. It has been the case that in previous eras, the Iranian regime has threatened American presidents. I believe George Bush, for instance, was targeted with verbal threats, and that's not a smart thing for the Iranians to do. I also don't think there's a real intent to take out Khamenei on the part of the U.S. government. This is much more about what the state does, what its military arms do, and the threat that poses to U.S. interests. So that's all more theater, and it's below the public level where the real threats and the real chances for escalation or de-escalation are occurring.
All right, so you believe taking out Khamenei is not a goal, at least at this time, of the U.S. So give us a sense of what kind of action we would be looking at the U.S. Would be taking.
Well, if Trump passes the barrier of deciding that he wants to decisively intervene in the uprisings against the Iranian regime, he could hit a number of sites that are associated with the IRGC. That would be the Islamic Republic or Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, because this is a parallel military, as you know, in the Iranian system. They've got their sort of normal military, which is not as ideologically aligned, although obviously they'll defend the country if called upon to do so. IRGC is the regime's brute force. So if you wanted to go after communications nodes, leadership there, going after the arms and we've done this with Qasem Soleimani before, the sort of the leaders of the arms that are active in Iraq and Yemen and elsewhere, that's what I think he would do. He would cripple the military wing of sort of the most radical elements within the Iranian government. Khamenei himself, a very old guy, very symbolic guy. I don't think he's the key to whether they can continue to repress sort of the popular discontent that is bubbling up in this last couple of months.
Right. So attacking the IRGC facilities, for example, what kind of response? I mean, the regime has made clear attacking Ayatollah Khamenei would mean all-out war. What kind of response do you think can be expected if the U.S. should intervene and attack these IRGC facilities? We saw a more limited, almost symbolic response from Iran. They didn't want to escalate last year after the nuclear facilities were attacked. What about this round? How far do you think they would go?
Well, it's interesting. We're talking about a regional power that has really neglected in some ways its conventional military forces over the last 40 years. They really don't have much of an air force to speak of. They don't have large numbers of armored divisions or even infantry divisions that they could drop into a neighboring country, or a naval force that could attack the U.S. outside of some small ships and mines. What the Iranians are good at, and what they most prefer to do, is asymmetric warfare. And with that, some of it's in the cyber realm. Some of it would be assassinations and sabotage. I fully expect that with the open borders that we had under the Biden presidency in the United States, that there are dozens, if not hundreds, of Iranian sleeper agents across the United States who could engage in assassinations and sabotage against U.S. critical infrastructure. There's also possibility of floating mines and doing suicide attacks against naval forces. One of the reasons we pulled troops reportedly out of Qatar as things escalated a couple of weeks ago is to limit the vulnerability. Obviously, when Iran attacked Israel, it did not have a sufficient number of long-range drones and surface-to-surface missiles to penetrate the air defenses of Israel, the United States, and our allies. But for those closer-in targets, like in Qatar, there's some soft spots that the U.S. could be hit at. So I suspect it would be asymmetric in that way. They'll call it total war, but in reality, Iran is not capable of waging total war. They could, however, inflict some of these asymmetric, painful blows, and I think Trump's trying to deter that.
Trying to deter that. Now, we do know, as we mentioned, that the carrier Abraham Lincoln is en route, should be here pretty much any day now. Does the U.S. have, at this time, or when will it have, sufficient forces to deter that kind of attack against these so-called soft targets? For example, in the region, maybe the Al Udeid base in Qatar. When will the U.S. be ready for that? Because reportedly, Prime Minister Netanyahu himself was concerned that those forces were not in place, for example, to sufficiently perhaps provide air defense for Israel like they did last year.
Right. Well, that's a good point, and I think it's become more complicated. This Middle East Air Defense Coalition that the U.S. had put together has become, over the last several months, a little bit more complicated. We still have the command and control for it, but the politics have gotten a little dicier, in my view, especially after the Israeli strike in Doha, Qatar, which really unnerved a number of the Arab allies who now are as worried, I think, about Iran falling apart as they are about the Iranian threat posed to Israel. So the politics have gotten worse. I think in the technical sense, the air defense assets are sufficient right now, because the capabilities that the Iranians can deploy are also much more limited after the fighting of the last 6 months of the year and so forth. So it's very interesting. And as to your question about deterrence, I think there's a significant enough or sufficient amount of military assets in the region now, at least after the carrier group comes in, to deter the sort of attacks on Qatar or even Israel. But Trump's doing something a little bit more difficult. He's trying to also deter the Iranian regime from slaughtering the dissidents who have risen up against it. So is that sufficient to do that? I'm a little bit less sanguine on that point, just because we've seen this movie before. We've seen the Iranian regime look like it was teetering and tottering on the edge, and the young generation of very thoughtful Iranians protesting and trying to get rid of this incredibly bad, oppressive regime. And then the street thugs come out. And even if it's not public executions, there's beatings, there's arrests. And I just don't know that we have enough military force to stop them from doing that. So probably we're going to lose that level of the deterrence game. But I think we are in a position to deter from those other sorts of attacks that we saw earlier against Israel, and also potentially against U.S. assets in the region.
Rich, I have to ask you, Steve Witkoff, speaking at a conference in Florida the other day, talked about the option, keeping the option alive of diplomacy with the Iranian regime. I could say that didn't go over so well, certainly among some quarters in Israel and certainly among some Iranians, both in Iran and abroad. Also, the fact that Witkoff did not mention deterring the Iranian attack, the Iranian regime's attacks on the protesters or the uprising as one of the goals of diplomacy. So I want to get your response to that. I mean, is the Trump administration really prepared? Do you think diplomacy is a real option with this regime? And do you think the Trump administration would insist on, as you say, protecting the people of Iran from the regime as one of the conditions of that diplomacy?
Well, Trump has his own unique brand of diplomacy, doesn't he? All right, so he does diplomacy by tweet. I think in the U.S. system, traditionally, especially during the Cold War and a little bit since, we've suffered under this illusion that the two are mutually exclusive options. You either use force or you engage in diplomacy. So it's fight, 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 or talk, talk, talk. The reality, and Israel, by the way, traditionally has done this very well, is fight, talk, fight, talk, fight, talk. It's not all just fight, 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 or talk, talk, talk. I think Trump is talking. He's talking through his tweets, and I agree with Witkoff on this, by the way. I think even as you inflict pretty serious pain economically and militarily on a target, you have to talk, because at the end of the day, it's not just punishment that is the goal. The goal has changed, to change either something that they are doing, which is coercion, or to stop something that they think they are going to do, which is deterrence. Or I should have said it's compellence and deterrence. And I think Trump's actually a master at it. I think Witkoff, on behalf of Trump and Trump, are engaging in a form of diplomacy, and I think it's smart. At the end of the day, I'm not sure he wants to destroy Khamenei personally. I think he wants to constrain and change behavior of the regime. Remember that one of his key models when he's thinking about this is what we did with Iraq. After the first Gulf War, we had Iraq and Saddam Hussein under a set of sanctions. We had him in a box, so to speak, because he was constrained in the north by Operation Northern Watch, in the south by Southern Watch. And in Trump's view of the world, it was a massive mistake then to go in 2003 and incur all the costs of an actual regime change. I don't think he's after regime change. And if he's after regime compellence or regime deterrence, that can only be done if you're still talking. So yes, I actually think from a theoretical perspective, he's right to maintain it, both men, Trump and Witkoff. And I think he's doing it much more effectively than previous U.S. presidents have done.
All right. Well, as I said, there are skeptics that Khamenei, there's any real change likely to come to the Ayatollah Khamenei, but of course the views may differ on that. I want to move on to the situation in Gaza. Prime Minister Netanyahu agreeing to join the Board of Peace, but he has come out this week and said there is disagreement with the Trump administration over the inclusion of Turkey and Qatar, at very least in the administration of Gaza, and certainly not in any inclusion of them putting boots on the ground in the Gaza Strip. I want to get your view on that. Is this an issue? How important is this as an issue dividing Israel and the Trump administration as phase 2 moves forward?
Well, as you know, I've served in both Turkey and in Israel, and I'm one of those few Americans who really wants the relationship between the two countries to be very strong and who wants the United States to be a good big brother, so to speak, to both countries. So I'm with Trump on this one. But I have to say, at this point, certainly any inclusion of Turkish troops in a military force in Gaza does not strike me as a wise or prudent move. Let's recognize that Turkey has a lot of assets to bring to bear diplomatically and economically in terms of construction companies and things like that. It can play an important and a positive role in the reconstruction of Gaza once the negotiations and a new post-Hamas governance structure is put into place. But look, Turkish troops on the ground in Gaza, even if they would be accepted by the locals, would be incendiary in the regional context. And frankly, there's just a lot of things that could go wrong with that. Even if the Jerusalem and Ankara both had a fairly good will going into that. So I think the U.S. is pragmatic on this. Trump obviously has a good relationship with Turkish President Erdogan, and he has insisted that he not be excluded from this process. Including him and the Qataris on the peace board strikes me as a good compromise position. And again, if it were me, I think the compromise that you give back to Netanyahu in exchange for that is, look, no Turkish boots on the ground, maybe construction companies, and they'll be part of the diplomatic negotiations, and you guys really ought to talk, which Trump has told Netanyahu on multiple occasions. But I think it's probably appropriate that Netanyahu's got a red line on Turkish military presence in Gaza, and I just don't think that would be constructive. In short, I think there is a room for a win-win, and the Venn diagrams overlap enough, if you will, that with Trump continuing and Witkoff continuing to shepherd this, I think we can get to a workable structure.
Well, Rich, I'll just give you one caveat. I'm hearing from Israeli analysts here in the last few days, which is concern over phase 2 developing what they call the Hezbollah or Lebanon model in Gaza, which is Hamas does a sort of symbolic return or of decommissioning of some of its weapons, and then basically using this new administration being set up as sort of cover to maintain their presence in the Gaza Strip, the way that Hezbollah has used the Lebanese government, if you can call it that, to basically maintain its activities in Lebanon.
That they're absolutely right. That model with Hezbollah withdrawing the public face of its governance, but controlling the sort of subterranean structures and having outsized influence in terms of military forces, intelligence, and so forth. That cannot be the way that Gaza operates. It's too sensitive, too close to the Israeli heartland. Ironically, the best solution for this is one that the Netanyahu government has consistently been against, which is to bring in an alternative Palestinian ruling structure. We've got that. It's called the Palestinian Authority. It's imperfect. There are obviously administrative weaknesses. There's corruption. There's all sorts of things. But look, I've worked with those folks. They want to live in peace with Israel. And would it be an easy thing to root out all the Hezbollah sympathetic people there? But no, but the political economy is not that hard. You flow resources and authorities under the new ruling structure through people who have worked in the Palestinian Authority and technocrats who are not Fatah people, but that are willing to work with them, that are known to the U.S. And by the way, tons of these people are known to the Israeli security services. There's a political objection to them, but on the security sense, Mossad and Shin Bet know who these people are. So it's not hard to get a set of sort of administrators and security folks. And as long as you've got sort of the external support to make sure Hezbollah doesn't throw them off, that Hamas doesn't throw them off of buildings like happened in 2006, that's a workable structure. But I think there's going to have to be a political decision made that, look, it's not in Jerusalem, it's not going to be external Arabs who come and fix this. At the end of the day, if you want to replace Hamas rule and avoid the Hezbollah paradigm that you're talking about, there's got to be some non-Hamas Palestinians that are put in charge. And they exist, and you know who they are, so let's empower them.
Yeah, one of them seems to have already been appointed to this administrative board over Gaza, Ali Shat, who had been a deputy minister in the PA. So that may be coming, but as you said, very politically difficult for Prime Minister Netanyahu. I'll just note, we do expect potentially some kind of signing ceremony at the Davos Economic Conference tomorrow, but who knows if those things... President Trump has to get there first on a plane that can make it all the way across the Atlantic. Colonel Rich Utzin, thank you for joining us on ILTV.
Thank you.
Another diplomatic news, the UN Security Council Secretary, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is calling on Israel to halt the demolition of the UN Palestinian Refugee Agency's compound in East Jerusalem and to restore it and other UNRWA premises to the UN without delay. Now, Israeli authorities demolished structures inside the compound on Tuesday, this a year after seizing the site. Surrounded by Israeli forces, bulldozers razed several large buildings where dozens of UNRWA staff once worked. Now, this move follows years of escalating Israeli action against UNRWA, which Israel accuses of having deep ties to Hamas and of perpetuating the conflict by maintaining Palestinian refugee status across generations. Now, in October 2024, the Knesset passed legislation banning UNRWA from operating on Israeli territory, citing security concerns and evidence linking agency employees to terror activities. Despite those laws, some UNRWA operations in East Jerusalem had continued in a limited capacity. Israeli officials say the HQ itself had already been vacated and no longer qualified as a protected UN site and thus open to demolition. Well, UN officials have condemned the move as a violation of international law, but Israel's Minister of National Security, Itamar Ben-Gvir, has called the move historic.
The Secretary General views as wholly unacceptable the continued escalatory actions against UNRWA, which are inconsistent with Israel's clear obligations under international law, including under the Charter of the United Nations and the Convention on the Privileges and Immunities of the United Nations. The Secretary General urges the government of Israel to immediately cease the demolition of the UNRWA Sheikh Jarrah compound and to return and restore the compound and other UNRWA premises to the United Nations without delay.
יום היסטורי, זה יום חג, וזה יום חשוב מאוד למשילות בירושלים. במשך שנים התומכי טרור האלה היו כאן. והיום תומכי הטרור האלה מסולקים מכאן עם כל מה שהם בנו כאן. לכל מי שתומך טרור בירושלים.
In another news, Israel's High Court of Justice has ruled that autopsies will not be performed on the 2 infants who died at an unlicensed, overcrowded daycare center in Jerusalem. This as violent ultra-Orthodox riots erupted across the country in protest. Now, the court overturned a lower court decision that had approved postmortems, ruling that invasive autopsies are unnecessary if other medical tests could confirm the cause of death. The decision allowed 3-month-old Leah Golovenchich and 6-month-old Aaron Katz to be buried without further delay. Now, the families, who are part of the ultra-Orthodox community, oppose autopsies on religious grounds. A strict interpretation of Jewish law generally prohibits autopsies, viewing the human body as sacred and calling for quick burial unless the procedure can clearly save another life. Now, police believe that these infants died from heat exhaustion and dehydration, possibly due to a malfunctioning heating system in a sealed room. Meanwhile, 2 caregivers from the daycare remain in custody, with police investigating possible reckless homicide and criminal negligence in one of the most shocking child care tragedies here in recent years. Well, joining us for more, it's Tzipi Yarom, a journalist who is from and writes about the Haredi community. Tzipi, thank you for joining us. And of course, a terrible tragedy in and of itself. But this is major national news because it just increases the tensions there are between the ultra-Orthodox community and I guess the rest of Israel against the backdrop of the Haredi draft issue. But first, I have to just ask you, what I'm hearing, unfairly or not, from a lot of people is just not understanding how the Haredi community went out in protest against autopsies of these 2 children and not against the circumstances that led to their death of this at least 30 infants in this overcrowded, unlicensed, dangerous daycare center. So maybe just try to explain that reaction to us.
So I think the point where we have to start with is, how did we come to this place? And this is, say I'm a mother who is just getting out of maternity leave and I have to go back to work out of home, and I need a place to put my baby in. There aren't enough places, enough sufficient places that are supervised by the state. I'm telling you this from personal experience. And then people are just looking for a place to put their baby in. The mother wants to work. She's looking for a place. There's no such a place. Maybe sometimes they'll find a private babysitter who'll do that. This is what I did more than once, but not always. And then there are those private daycares who are there for many years. They're babysitters or teachers are known to be good for the kids. People are sending them because they were happy with how the kids felt there. And then they expanded. What we see in this case is not just one daycare place, it's actually 3 together, 3 combined. And people sent there and they were happy with what happened there. And then this tragedy comes and we ask, what happened there? So first of all, the sense is that they weren't aware enough of the safety of how do you conduct heat in such a cold day. It was a very cold day in Jerusalem yesterday, actually the coldest day since the beginning of the winter. And the babysitter probably just wanted to heat the place and to make it just better for the baby who was for the first day there. So what they did was wrong because they didn't let enough air inside. And it was too hot. It's just dangerous to leave kids like that. But they weren't thinking of what they are doing. And this is where we come to the autopsy. Because there is not a single person who thinks that something was done there on purpose. Like, they were throwing the baby or maybe hitting them or something like that.
Nobody is making that accusation, even among the
exactly.
police.
So the point is that the coroner could examine them from the outside, or maybe take, draw blood and check what's the situation with the body without cutting into it and then finding some more information. So the feeling is that, you know what, those babysitters are going to jail. We're all certain about that. They have enough evidence to do that anyway. So why bother their body after death when we are so against it? And it's not like, if we think that somebody killed someone, and sometimes that's the only way to find out, sometimes they will let you do that because you have to prevent the next homicide or the next murder. In order to check it, you'll have to perform an autopsy. This is not the case. So anyway, this is why people went out. They're not supporting the fact that babies died. Everybody sees it as the tragedy, and surprisingly, that there are parents who said, if they are reopening this daycare tomorrow, we are sending our kids there again. We just think it was a very bad tragedy and not something that we should blame the babysitter for. A parent said that.
The parents said that. We only have a few seconds, but the fact is this was unlicensed, and people are saying this is indicative of an attitude that we don't need the government to tell us what to do, in this case with tragic circumstances.
Yes, but it's also because of the necessity. You don't have enough licensed places, so people will send to places that are unlicensed.
Even if you have it's a 32 women watching over 30 children, which seems to have been
more
the
than
case
that.
here.
They didn't report about it, but I checked. There are more women than what they reported about. Still, there are a lot of babies there. And I personally never would send to such a place, but I understand people who do that. They say, we need a place. We checked about the babysitter. She's taking good care of the baby. So what can we do? This is what we're saying. And we're sending our kids there.
Well, unfortunately, it's a tragedy, which I hope doesn't reoccur. Tzipi Yarom, thank you for joining us.
Thank you,
And that wraps this edition of ILTV On the Hour, broadcasting live from Israel. I'm Caleb Ben David, and thank you for joining us.
Joining us now to discuss Gaza Phase 2, as well as the state of play with Iran, is our panel for today. Colonel Miri Eisen, a senior fellow at the Institute of Counterterrorism, and Asher Friedman, the executive director of the Misgav Institute for National Security. Welcome to both of you to the show. Asher, I'd like to start with you. What are your thoughts on the U.S. pushing forward into Phase 2 in Gaza, as well as inviting Turkey and Qatar to this board of peace?
Well, thank you, Emily. We have to recall that the very first point in President Trump's 20-point plan is that Gaza will be a de-radicalized, terror-free zone. Now, there are absolutely people on the Board of Peace, on the Executive Committee, who are people who I know personally, who are truly dedicated to Israel's security, to lasting peace between Israel and Gaza. But the devil, especially dealing with Hamas, is certainly in the details, and how all these various international bodies and boards and committees are going to actually lead to Hamas being disarmed, I think very much remains to be seen.
Colonel Eisen, I want to ask you realistically, what are Israel's options in terms of Phase 2 in Gaza? And how can the risk posed by potential members of this board, such as Turkey and Qatar, can that risk be mitigated by Israel in any way?
Emily, we already accepted Phase 2 when it was signed or presented by President Trump. And I want to remind everybody, what we as if paid is because we got back on October 13th, 2025, 20 live Israeli hostages. And I put that out there because it has to be connected one to the other. For that, and that's the 20 live and the bulk of the dead, and we still have Ran Gvili, who has not been given back, we had to compromise. We did not know the details of the compromise. And as Asher said very clearly, the devil is now in the details. You cannot go in and out of the area which is controlled still by Hamas except through Israel. The map that President Trump put together and posted is the map that goes hand in hand with this board of peace. It includes different lines, that yellow line, and then there's a red line. Israel and the Israeli troops are still sitting in and around the Gaza Strip. You can't go in by air, you can't can't go in by sea. You certainly cannot go in by land. So how does it actually happen that in this board, you have all of these countries that, Israel won't allow them in? Because they have to go through us. This has to be coordinated. I truly think, and this is my opinion, I have not sat in the room, not with the Prime Minister, not with President Trump, that the devil in the details has actually, yes, been brought to the table, meaning there's a lot of rhetoric that goes on in Israel right now against what's happening, but I do think that these different aspects were brought up before. I am not surprised that Turkey and Qatar are inside, because at the end, the United States has interests that are not only the security of Israel. I do believe that they strongly believe in that, but that they're also going to bring additional hard-to-swallow elements into the room.
All right, well, I do want to move to discuss a bit more about Iran. Colonel Eisen, let me ask you first. We see U.S. assets being moved to the Middle East, more of them on the way now. Threats from President Trump very much still on the table. Do you think the U.S. will ultimately take action, and what will the objective be for such an operation?
So I'm going to separate that into two, Emily. I'm never willing to give a prediction on what President Trump will or will not do. And that means that they may attack and they may not attack. But I will try and address what would you attack if you attack, because I really don't know to say if they will or not. You need to, at this stage along the way, the threats that have come out very clearly, it has to be against the different regime projects, and that's both the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, which Israel attacked quite heavily in June of last year. I remind everybody we had absolute air superiority. You have to, when you attack something like that, you have to take into account what the Iranians will do. So I expect them to go against Iranian Revolutionary Guard targets, the air defense, and perhaps some of the missiles that I think that Iran would try to fire against us. But more than that, and Israel did not really do this in June of 2025, neither did the United States, is to go against the symbols that we're seeing right now. It could be against the supreme leader. It could be against not just the symbols themselves, but the different structures in which you house this Islamic regime, the one that makes the decisions that have been so horrific for the Iranian people, Persian-speaking people, over I'm going to say the last 40 years or 45 years, and certainly over the last few years, where they have no economy, no electricity, no water, and they have no future, and they're under sanctions. And I think that those different aspects would be attacked by the United States if they choose to do so.
Now, Asher, the New York Times cited a U.S. official who claimed that the strike was delayed because Israel asked the president to delay. There's also been a lot of rumors floating around that Israel perhaps was militarily unprepared to deal with the backlash of an extended fight with the Islamic Republic. Is there any truth in this, in what you're hearing?
Well, I find that hard to believe. First of all, because Prime Minister Netanyahu has defined defeating Iran as one of the primary goals of his historic legacy. Secondly, as Colonel Eisen correctly pointed out, we had achieved near total air superiority over Iran, and Iran has not yet been able to rebuild those air defenses, the sophisticated air defenses that it once had. So Israel could still more or less control the airspace. Now the question is, have we fully refilled the arsenal, the batteries of anti-missile missiles? That's a question that remains, but it's very hard for me to believe that Israel would have dissuaded President Trump for that reason. It's possible that Israel communicated a message that we should let the protests play themselves out and a strike might be counterproductive. I think you could have an argument about that. We have to recall that two very significant things. One is that for the first time, President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu have explicitly declared regime change as the goal. And because, as Colonel Eisen pointed out, the economic drivers of which were the base of the protests, the declining real, the skyrocketing prices for food, the water shortages, this isn't over. At very best, the regime may have temporarily suppressed the protests. We're going to see again and again and again protests. And I do hope that President Trump, together with its allies, will take action.
Now, I do want to ask both of you, before we do have to wrap up, we'll start with you, Colonel Eisen. How likely do you think the fall of the Islamic Republic is at this point, based on what we're seeing in the streets right now?
I think that when we're looking at Iran of 2026, we're already hearing voices. I'm not going to say post-regime, but I do have an expectation that it cannot continue the way it is now. Now, a regime fall does not mean, and here comes the liberal democracy. But I do think that there's going to be a change in 2026. By the way, that could be a change for the worse for the Iranian people. It can be worse than it is now. It can be a hardcore Iranian Revolutionary Guard dictatorship, very harsh reality, which is not exactly what exists there right now with all of the horrible things going on. So I do expect a change. I absolutely think that if there is an attack, it would definitely make it even more definitive, but I can't say that the result of that will necessarily be what we all want to hope, which is a better future for the Iranian Persian people.
All right, Asher, and your take. Do you think we'll see the end of the Islamic Republic in the near future?
I think the Islamic Republic has no answers to the economic crisis, and which are, by the way, impacting also the 5 million besieged. They're also going home and they don't have enough money for food, and when they turn on the faucet, the water isn't coming out. But I do think very much, look, we all hope to see Iran integrated into the region, to see warm, open relations between Israel and Iran, to have Iran part of the Abraham Accords or the Cyrus Accords, various other very welcome initiatives. But it does very much remain to be seen whether those calling for democracy or for constitutional monarchy, and also there are different views among the demonstrators, what end game they would like, that we see a liberal, tolerant, open Iran and not another military dictatorship, which I agree is a possibility.
And just before I let you go, I do want to ask you, Colonel Eisner, I want to follow up with one more brief question. In terms of Israel's interest, I mean, what do you believe is in the interest of Israel? A regime change now? Because we've seen some leaders expressing support already for regime change. We know Prime Minister Netanyahu has made that kind of an objective in the past, but you mentioned it could get worse. So what's in Israel's interest today?
I think it could get worse for the Iranian people. I don't necessarily think it would get worse for us. I think that the Islamic regime and its backing of the proxies in the area, a change of regime is better for Israel. If it deteriorates there into a civil war, if we see there something which is worse for the Iranians, my heart can go out to them, but that's not necessarily worse for Israel.
All right, understood. I want to thank our panel for joining us today, Colonel Miri Eisen and Asher Friedman. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As Israel weighs its response to President Trump's new Gaza peace framework and raises red flags over who may be shaping Gaza's future, we're now joined by Middle East expert Avi Melamed to break this down. Thank you for joining.
Thank you for having me.
So Israel has drawn a hard line against Turkey and Qatar sitting on Trump's new Gaza board of peace. Can you explain why Israel sees their involvement not just as problematic, but as unacceptable and a direct security risk?
The answer is very simple. Both Turkey and Qatar are major supporters of Hamas. Ideologically, politically, operatively. When I'm saying operatively, I mean the fact that both Turkey and Qatar are hosting Hamas senior leadership, including militants of Hamas that are engaged in terror actions. And so hence you can understand why Israel is very unhappy, let's put it this way, with that.
Mm-hmm. Now, Pakistan has now confirmed it received an invitation as well, despite having no ties with Israel and openly accusing it of genocide. How does that affect Israel's trust in this process?
Well, the issue is not about trust. In the end of the day, Israel found itself in a place where, to a large extent, it has to comply with the U.S. President, Donald Trump. He's moving ahead with this program. Apparently, very clearly, he's taking into certain extent Israeli consideration, but mostly not taking Israeli consideration. He's determined to move forward. He declared the beginning of the second phase. And Israel basically has to face effects on the ground, as we see that in the case of Turkey and Qatar.
And what are your thoughts about Vladimir Putin being invited?
I don't know to refer to that. It seems to be something to be more connected to the whole triangle of U.S., Putin, Ukraine issue. I'm not so sure that this is something that is for real, or is there something that is more kind of like on a PR level, to put it this way. At this point, it's very difficult for me to say how, practically speaking, Putin is going to be part of that council that President Trump announced its formation.
And Netanyahu is choosing to address his concerns quietly with Washington via Secretary Rubio rather than publicly confronting President Trump. Is that restraint strategic, do you think, or is there a rift starting to develop here?
Well, if I'm trying to look from Netanyahu's perspective, particularly from a political perspective, I think that Netanyahu identified that development as a negative one for him, particularly again in the political context, because it's very clear that if Qatar and Turkey are going to become the major patrons, sort of speaking, of the reality in Gaza post the war, this is definitely not something that Netanyahu could market as what he was constantly marketing, the ultimate triumph. It's far from that. You could see that already even within the right-wing ranks, there is a growing discontent and criticism on Netanyahu. So from Netanyahu's perspective, I think that first and foremost, his resentment, to put it this way, is first and foremost, I would say, fueled by his political calculation. Remember that we are in a year of an elections. Netanyahu was playing the card of the ultimate triumph. As of now, it seems like Israelis definitely cannot mark the ultimate triumph that Netanyahu was constantly marketing to the Israeli public.
Okay, so bottom line, what would need to change for Israel to see this initiative as a stabilizing force in Gaza rather than a strategic risk?
The big story in the end of the day is this whole story of the demilitarization of Hamas. Potentially or theoretically, all the sides are basically complying with United Nations Security Council 2803 that basically calls specifically and clearly for the disarmament of Hamas. Hamas is saying, I'm not going to disarm it myself, and it's very obvious that nobody else is going to disarm Hamas. One cannot, of course, expect that neither Turkey or Qatar, of course, are going to disarm Hamas. And so you got a situation on the ground that, practically speaking, we are going to more or less square one, because Israel could continue and will probably continue and argue that as long as Hamas is not demilitarized, based, again, the international community formal decision, Israel is not going to withdraw from Gaza Strip. Israel is not going to play ball, sort of speaking, with the factors that are supposed to stabilize the situation in Gaza Strip. So all in all, when we look at this situation on the ground, I think that it's going back to square one, particularly in the sense that in the end of the day, President Trump is subscribing the pace of events, the nature of the development of the events. I would even say to a certain extent, subscribing reality to some sort of like an inner agenda of President Trump, and all other players has to basically comply with that inner agenda.
Avi Melamed, thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Well, now joining us to discuss the situation in Iran, as well as Israel's qualms with the new Gaza Board of Peace, is the Director of Research at the Forum for Foreign Relations, Orel Tobelem. Orel, thank you so much for joining us today on ILTV. We're seeing horrific carnage from Iran. Is there still potential for the people to bring down this regime?
Thank you, Emily. It's a pleasure to make an appearance. I believe that there is a room for the people of Iran to bring down a regime that has oppressed them for more than 4 decades by this point. However, this cannot be achieved without considerable help from foreign powers, especially the United States of America. Now, of course, we've seen horrendous casualties, as you already mentioned. Some reports are saying 12,000, others are saying 50,000 or possibly more. We're seeing reports of people who have been shot in the head whilst in their hospital beds by IRGC militias. Unfortunately, President Donald Trump has neglected right now the promise of foreign intervention, which he made about a week ago, saying that if Iran were to continue shooting protesters, then there would be consequences. Unfortunately, those consequences have not yet materialized, but many Iranians and many friends of the Iranian people, including myself, are hoping that they will.
Now, President Trump has now at least called for new leadership in Iran, but what will it actually take to dismantle this regime altogether, whether it's military strikes or something else?
One of the big problems with totalitarian regimes is that they are ultimately founded upon ideologies. The IRGC and the regime that sits above it are founded on the principles of Khomeinism. Khomeinism is a Shia internationalist theology which is geared towards export. And it is one that wants to subsume the entire world to an Islamic state. These are in the writings of Khomeini himself. in Hukumat Islami, which are the transcribed speeches that he gave to students between January and February 1970. In order to really do away with this regime, unfortunately, global powers are going to have to pursue a de-radicalization strategy elsewhere other than Iran to make sure that any support networks that might still be giving material, moral sympathy or support to the IRGC and its proxies are dismantled. Israel has been doing this quite fantastically since the 7th of October 2023 and the Hamas massacres that took place. But other countries have a lot of space to catch up. The United Kingdom is one of these countries. Australia is also one of these countries. Admittedly, they have taken steps towards that direction. The IRGC and the Islamic regime right now are in a much weaker position today than they were even 6 months ago, largely because I would say members of the international order are waking up to the threat that they represent at a global level rather than simply for Iranians. It will take a lot of work, not just kinetic offensives, but to de-radicalize and uproot Khomeinism from every facet of everyday life in the West.
Well, you bring up something interesting. Of course, we know that billions of dollars of the Iranian people have been laundered through Western countries, the UK being one of them, Canada being another. So certainly that's something for the international community to look into a bit more when it comes to actually bringing this regime to its knees beyond any kinetic strikes. I do want to switch a little bit to Gaza before I let you go, though. I mean, we saw the Board of Peace having representation from both Turkey and Qatar. Now, as a reminder, the foreign minister of Turkey has recently eulogized Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh. How can Israel expect these people to disarm Hamas right on our border?
In the simplest terms, Emily, it cannot. Turkey and Qatar are essentially the greatest sponsors ideologically and financially of the Muslim Brotherhood. Many Muslim Brotherhood branches are based directly in Turkey. There are Hamas leaders who are based in Qatar. The family and the sons, especially of Osama bin Laden and other affiliates of Al-Qaeda, are based in Doha. And this is extremely concerning that now they have tried to take on a role in the governance of Gaza. What we are seeing right now seems to be kind of a new mandate for Palestine, but one that is now governed by a bit of a hodgepodge of international so-called partners rather than the British colonial order that it was about 100 years ago. It's very concerning that especially Qatar, which is a leading financier of Muslim Brotherhood activity, especially in the West, is now poised to take a crucial position in the so-called disarmament, de-radicalization of Hamas, a group that it funded for years. And I'm not entirely sure why they are being appointed to a board of peace at all, seeing as peace is not within their national strategy. Qatar and Turkey. Turkey is also very much on the radar for many people, especially Israel. Erdogan has previously published statements claiming that Al-Aqsa belongs to the Turkish state owing to its Ottoman legacy. Erdogan is someone who has very much invested in Muslim Brotherhood ideology in its educational curricula. There's a new policy of neo-Ottomanism that teenagers and adolescents in Turkey are learning through the school system. It's going to be very difficult to wrap one's head around exactly what Turkey and Qatar are doing in a new Gaza. But that will be for the Israelis to figure out and certainly block if it presents a danger.
All right, well, we'll keep you updated on that. I want to thank you, Orel Tobelem, for joining us today and shedding some light on the situation.
Thank you, Emily.
All right, well, joining us now to discuss the current situation in Iran and the possible next moves of the United States is Ari Aramesh, a national security expert and political analyst based in Washington. Ari, thank you so much for joining us today. To start, what is your take on Trump's latest comments that seem to be backing off of military intervention after only days before encouraging Iranians to take to the streets? Is this part of a strategy?
Good to be with you, Emily. Trump is being Trump. On the one hand, he has posted on social media and he's made clear declarations of support. He said if they shoot, meaning the regime, if they shoot the protesters, we, the U.S., will shoot back. He also said we are locked and loaded. That's a pretty clear signal. And then he said there's going to be a heavy price to pay for the regime. Now, you put those statements and others that the president said help is on the way, people of Iran keep protesting, take over your government institutions. These are not messages of support. And I say this as a Democrat. These are not messages of support that you had coming out of the White House during the Obama years or the Biden years. There would be some symbolic gesture, the Obama White House or the Biden White House, or for that matter, the Bush White House would say something along the lines of, hey, we support the protesters, we support peaceful protesters, but nothing in the sense of we're locked and loaded or we're going to shoot back. And that gave a lot of courage and a lot of ambition and support for the Iranian people to go on the streets. The government opened fire the first 2 nights. Estimates are as high as 20,000 people murdered, and that's coming from CBS News. This is not some fringe online outlet. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System, CBS, a major network TV here in the U.S., and they're saying it's as high as 20,000. Chances are we're going to find out the numbers are far higher. Now we have 3 options, or at least I can foresee 3 options. Based on what the president said last night, that he believes that the killing has stopped, 100% wrong, and there are no executions planned, also 100% wrong. It seems like he's looking for an off-ramp. If that happens to be the case, that is by far the worst-case scenario for the Iranian people and also for the U.S. and U.S. allies. That shows that the president draw a red line, didn't enforce it. It's terrible for American credibility, but also shows that the president backed off. But I'm not sure that's Trump. So there are 2 other options. Option 2, which is not great, not bad, but more sort of on the side of doing something, but not enough. Let's say when President Trump, told Assad to stop to stop the killings, and he didn't. The president hit a couple of air bases in Syria. He did something, but far from enough. If you do that in Iran and the regime survives, what's going to happen is they're just going to take their wrath on the Iranian people who are not armed, who are peaceful protesters. So the Iranian government is just going to crack down harder and kill everybody with the excuse that they're all American or Israeli agents. But the third option, which I think is the best option, is an organized air campaign that will decapitate and cripple the Iranian regime. Decapitate meaning go after the political and military heads, the political heads with links to the military and the coercive apparatus. That's Khamenei. He's the commander-in-chief. He is the one issuing these kill orders. Do not capture, kill orders. And then you're talking about the IRGC, and for that matter, the top brass of the security system. But also you got to hit their bases. You got to hit command, you got to hit control, you got to hit communications. Hit their command, that would be Khamenei, that would be IRGC command. Hit their control and comms. Disrupt their comms. Make sure they can't organize from village to village, town to town, city to city. Last but not least, remember Kosovo, remember Bosnia. A sustained air campaign can actually lead to results and change outcomes. I'm a firm believer in intervention. I think the radical left and the extreme right are both wrong when they say American intervention is either bad or unnecessary. America has a role to play, but this is not just about America's role. We have a lot of vested interest in making sure Iran goes a different direction. Imagine in Iran that doesn't support Hezbollah or Hamas. Imagine.
Well, Ari, that was actually, I wanted to ask you about that explicitly. We have only about a minute and a half left, but I want to ask you, the case has been made, I believe, for why it's in the interest of Iranians to change this regime. But what does the U.S. stand to gain from the fall of the Islamic Republic?
Iran is not Syria, is not Iraq, is not Afghanistan. And with I have accepted the criticism of many when I say Iraq and Afghanistan lost a great opportunity. They missed a great opportunity. It would have cost, the Iraqis millions of lives to get rid of Saddam. We did it for them. But anyhow, it didn't go the way we expected it to go. Iran does not have the same dynamics. Iran does not have the same ethnic or sectarian fabric. To add to that, the civil society in Iran and also the structure in Iran would hold. Now, we're not talking about a nation building. We're not talking about U.S. boots on the ground. What I'm talking about is sustained airstrikes that would decapitate and lead to the collapse of the regime. It is doable. And imagine, again, if we want to focus more on the Indo-Pacific, if the future of the world economy and our sort of the new Cold War, for lack of a better word, is with China and in the Pacific, we want to focus less and less on the Mideast. Well, let's resolve the biggest issue in the Mideast. For the past 47 years, it's been one primary issue, the Islamic Republic of Iran. Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, they come and go. These are little minor issues. They attack us, they kill us, but they are not states. These are not fully fledged states with oil reserves that can build, thousands of missiles and support hundreds of thousands of, Hamas and Hezbollah and Houthi and Hashd al-Sha'bi and you name it.
All right, well, we do have to leave it there, but I want to thank you so much for joining us today, Ari Aramesh.
The story of the Jewish people has never been about standing still. It's a story of moving forward, of taking responsibility, of protecting what matters, no matter the challenge. That story is still being written today, not with swords, but with stewardship of the land, with the rule of law, and with the determination to secure Israel's future. And on the front lines of that mission stands Regavim. Regavim is a public movement dedicated to defending Israel's national lands and natural resources in the field, in the courts, and in the public square. Through research, on-the-ground action, and legal advocacy, Regavim works to uphold the rule of law and to ensure that Israel can grow, thrive, and remain rooted in its homeland. When you buy from Blessed by Israel, you're not just shopping, you're standing with the families of Israel's heartland. Every bottle of delicious olive oil, handcrafted necklace, or jar of honey carries the spirit of Judea and Samaria. These, along with many more products, are the tastes, scents, and stories of the Promised Land, made by people rebuilding our biblical homeland every day. Shop now at blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL for 10% off on your first order.
Zambia is well positioned for the benefit of Israel. How? Zambia is surrounded by 8 countries. Now, if we say we have Israeli industries in Zambia, full throttle industries in Zambia, it means the market is not only in Zambia. The market will go to the other 8 countries that surround Zambia.
Hello and welcome to the ILTV podcast. I'm Ayan Hoffman, executive editor of ILTV, and I am so happy to welcome back our viewers and our listeners. We have an extremely exciting and special treat today. I am going to introduce you to an ambassador, His Excellency Ambassador Mr. Wesley Mahuba Azemba. He is the ambassador of Zambia in Israel. Welcome, His Excellency.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Of course. Now, Ambassador Zemba, I want to start, before we jump into policy and all of this, to learn a little bit more about you. When did you arrive in Israel, and what did this posting mean to you personally and professionally?
Well, I'm not that old in Israel. I arrived here on the 15th of September.
Okay.
And on the 16th of September, I was presenting my credentials to the President of Israel.
And what made you excited about coming here? What does it mean to you?
There are a lot of things that excited me. On a professional side, I was going to be the second ambassador to Israel. So that meant a lot to me. at a personal level, is quite something that was going to be a fulfillment of my beliefs. I'm a Shabbat keeper, and most of our religious traditions have a lot of connection to Jewish history.
Are you a Christian believer?
Yes, I am a Christian believer.
Incredible. Now, I know you are doing a lot of work since you've been here since September to bring these two countries together to help us to collaborate more effectively.
Yes.
Why is this a good moment for Zambia to deepen its engagement with Israel? And why do you see this relationship as important for both of the countries?
It's the best time for Zambia and Israel to look back to what was before. Israel and Zambia were very good friends in the middle 60s and towards the early 70s. There was a lot of collaboration between Zambia and Israel. Yeah. And things changed due to politics. And for a long time, there was no connection with the nation of Israel until 1991, when we had multi-party democracy in Zambia. And that's when the leaders decided that we should renew our friendship with Israel. It is something that is very paramount and very important for us to have done that. Because there's a lot that we can learn from Israel and a lot that Israel can learn from us.
And I want to focus on that for a moment, the things that we can learn from each other. From your perspective, what does define the current state of relations between Israel and Zambia? How are we best collaborating right now?
Partnership.
In what ways? In what capacity?
There are so many ways that we are now collaborating as partners, as equal states in a wider world. Okay, Zambia needs skills transfer, and those skills are here in Israel. And Israel will also need certain aspects of our natural resources from Zambia. And so there will be that mutual benefit from each other.
And when we talk about skills, we're talking about maybe in desert tech, agriculture, water technology, these kind of things?
Yes.
Amazing.
You see, Zambia has been affected a lot by climate change, such that the rains have not been very good. And most of our energy in Zambia is produced by hydroelectric. And since there was no water, it means we underwent a lot of load shedding. And our people experienced long hours of no power. But here, it doesn't rain.
That is true, except for now, right?
Yes, except for now.
This is a week of rain.
Yeah, but then electricity is always there. Yes. How do they do it? And that is what we want to learn. Solar energy, renewable energy. Yeah. And those skills, we want them transferred from here to Zambia for our own benefit. In Zambia, we'll benefit in terms of having the power, electrical power that is generated from solar energy. They transfer the skills and we pay for those skills. It will not come free. And that way we are mutually benefiting.
100%. That's so fascinating. And I know there's been some work bringing that solar already over to the African continent and a lot of success in that department. So it sounds like something that is definitely has a lot of potential to continue to grow.
Apart from that, maybe I continue a little bit.
Sure.
Apart from that, we don't have much rains until now. But then in Israel, the Israelis grow food. There's no time when we heard they were hungry. Why? Because of technological advancement. They are using irrigation. So the irrigation, we need it in Zambia. Water harvesting, we need it in Zambia. And the Israelis are the right people to give us these skills, to show us how to go about it. And hence, it is important that we get closer to them.
And you also mentioned the natural resources on the other side. What are some of the natural resources that Israel is hoping to tap into?
We have gold. The Israelis can own mines in Zambia and mine gold.
Amazing.
We have copper, a lot of it. It can be of benefit here. There's a lot of industrial development here. Wherever you look, you see cranes and cranes of constructions.
Yes, unfortunately, it's very difficult to drive in this country as a result of those cranes.
So now it means they need some products out of copper, electrical wiring and so on. They need copper. Other gadgets also will need copper. So they can tap this copper from Zambia.
It's incredible. Now, Israel's foreign minister, Gideon Sa'ar, and others really have showed a lot of renewed interest and a lot of renewed focus, specifically on Africa, on the African continent, not just in Zambia, although also Zambia. Why do you think that Africa is such a natural partner in general for Israel right now? Not just your country, but the continent. Why are we focusing on it so much more?
Actually, to my own understanding, I think it was a delayed move. When we read in the scriptures, the Israelites moved from Ur into Egypt.
Okay.
In Egypt, they built a big nation.
Right.
One of the Israelites rose up to the level of a prime minister in Egypt. So, Africa gave them survival. Survival from hunger. Survival from other unseen forces. They came. They survived in Africa. And so, when God decided to take them to the promised land, Africa didn't want them to go.
Yeah.
They pursued them.
Right.
That they should come back. But God's plans are God's plans. And they were fulfilled. They went. Okay? And settled here now in the promised land. A blessed land. So, this blessedness, he who blesses Israel, I will bless. That's what God says.
That's right. Genesis chapter 12.
Yes. So, we do bless Israel for what they are. And because of that, because of the genesis or the origins, there is mutuality. And so, Israel and Africa, they must be close.
Interesting.
It's natural. They must be close to each other.
How do you then explain some of the very deep anti-Israel sentiment that you have in certain African countries and some of the challenges that Israel has faced at the hands of the African nations if the people are supposed to be so close?
Well, not knowing what others think, but if you are a student of the scriptures, you cannot run away from that.
Yeah. Now, in your view, tell me a little bit about some of the other similarities that are not necessarily specific to the Bible. You know, Africa and Israel really do have a lot in common, even when you talk about resilience, when you talk about development, navigating such a complex system, and needing to sort of fight for your position. How do you see a partnership there?
We have undergone a lot of challenges, climatic. We have common experiences. In Africa, we are always surviving, okay? Surviving from either natural calamities or challenges that we create ourselves. So here it is something different, but there is always that, willingness to survive, willingness to have a reason to live and prosper in that life. On the other hand, we are struggling with food in Africa. Here, they have found the answers for food production. Okay? How do they find it? It's out of these challenges that come. And so, that is a mutual understanding that we can do it also. If these who are living in the desert are able to have food, we are struggling to have food. So we need to close up our partnership, our linkages. And not only that, for example, Zambia. Zambia is well positioned for the benefit of Israel. How? Zambia is surrounded by 8 countries.
Okay.
Now, if we say we have Israeli industries in Zambia, okay? Full throttle industries in Zambia. It means the market is not only in Zambia. The market will go to the other 8 countries that surround Zambia. And who is benefiting? The one who has the industry.
Of course.
The one who is plowing resources there. They are going to reap more by being closer to Zambia, because Zambia provides the atmosphere, provides the environment, provides everything that you need in order to do business.
Can I ask you what those 8 countries are?
The 8 countries that surround Zambia.
Yep.
We have the Congo DR, Democratic Republic. We have Tanzania. We have Zimbabwe.
Wow.
We have Malawi. We have Namibia. We have Angola. We have Bujumbura on the Lake Tanganyika. We have all these countries.
Amazing. Now, I do want to focus for a minute on South Africa. South Africa has obviously emerged as one of Israel's harshest critics on the international stage. From your perspective, does the government of South Africa reflect the views of its people? And how is that stance perceived across the rest of the African continent?
Well, I don't know about South Africa and what they are thinking about it. I can only speak for Zambia. Okay. Unfortunately, I can only speak for Zambia because I am here as a representative of Zambia.
But do you believe...
the Zambian government saw it fit to have a representative in Israel, notwithstanding what others may think about Zambia. Yes.
Okay. Now, Israel recently recognized and started to engage with Somaliland, which has raised some eyebrows around the continent and really around the world. Do you see that as a smart diplomatic move for the state of Israel, or one that might risk complicating relations that are actually, as you said, getting stronger with other African countries?
That is a difficult question to answer for me because I don't know. My country hasn't said anything.
But what is your perception?
As an individual?
Yeah, as a leader of an African, an African ambassador.
As an African ambassador. You see, we as people representing our countries are observant to what Israel is doing. Israel is trying to come closer back home, if I may say, back home to Africa. So anything to do with Africa, I want to believe that is a right way to go.
Okay, interesting. Now, I've been reading a lot about the role of Turkey and China that are both really trying to expand their influence in Africa as well right now. How do you assess the roles of these countries? And do you think that this growing presence of Turkey and of China puts the relations between Africa and the West at some kind of risk?
Let's talk about Zambia. I don't know how other African countries see that.
But how does Zambia see it?
Zambia is non-aligned. It's a non-aligned country. What may be an enemy to Israel will not be an enemy to Zambia.
Right.
What might be a friend to Zambia might not be a friend to Israel. So us, we remain non-aligned.
For sure, but I'm more asking, though, in terms of the influence of Turkey and China on Africa. It's certainly a contentious relationship when you look at even the West, at the United States, which is also trying to counter that influence. Is Zambia put in the middle in some ways as a non-aligned country, trying to have relations with all of these different other countries? Is there a tension involved? And do you feel that one or the other country is better for your country?
There is no tension.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Amazing.
When you are non-aligned, there is no tension. They are all your friends.
Amazing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me, as ambassador
Mm-hmm.
here in Israel, you've been here since September, so a handful of months, not so many, about 4 months, I guess that is.
Yes.
What has surprised you the most about Israel? It could be political, cultural, social. What has kind of opened your mind since you've arrived here?
The level of development.
Really?
Wherever you look, you are seeing development. That, to me, speaks about the blessed nature of Israel. What God said never fails. And you literally see it. Another is the social nature of the Israelis. Very good people.
Thank you.
Yeah, very good people, very welcoming. Wherever you go, you talk about Zambia, they may not know about Zambia, but once you mention Shabbat, they come closer to you.
For sure.
They come closer to you. So that, to me, is a link to the social understanding of the Israelis and ourselves.
And just briefly,
that is a meeting point.
And briefly, just tell me about this idea that you're keeping Shabbat as a Christian believer. What does that look like in Africa when Zambians keep Shabbat?
Well, not every Zambian does that.
Of course.
But,
not every Jew does that.
Yes, exactly. But according to our religion, our Christian religion, we feel that the Jewish traditions are part and parcel of us, according to what we understand about the Bible. Now, when you translate that into actuality, there is no major difference that you see. No, there isn't a major difference. I must say, here in Israel, they see me a black person. They don't see a black person. They see a human being. Yeah. This is not the case elsewhere.
It's true.
It's not the case elsewhere. They will sneer at you, they will say this and that at you, but not here. Why? The issue of God having blessed this land, even blessed the people, to understand the value of other human beings.
It's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
So how long do you stay as ambassador? How long will you be here?
I'll be here for 3 years.
3 years, okay. So
if not more.
If not, hopefully more, hopefully more. But let's say you're here for 3 years. What are you hoping that at the end of these 3 years you'll be able to look back and say, I know I did well, this is my legacy. What is your goal for that?
I would like to see more closer collaboration between Zambia and Israel. I would like to see knowledge and skill transfer. I would like to see capacity building, especially in our country. I would want to see closer collaboration in the areas of education. At a time, Zambia was still in its infancy. The first people in the world that came to educate the Zambians were the Israelis. Are you aware that the Israelis were the first people to come and construct a university in Zambia?
I did not know that.
Yeah, they were. They are the first ones.
Wow.
Yes. And they built the University of Zambia. They didn't finish, and so we call it the ruins.
Why don't they come back?
We want them to come back and finish it.
Amen to that. Yeah.
I am working towards that to ensure that there is this collaboration for them to come and finish the University of Zambia.
Well, when it launches, I hope to travel to Zambia and to come see it for myself.
And again, on one hand, when you look at the health aspect of individual humans, Zambians, it is again the Israelis that built the first big government hospital in Zambia. The university teaching hospital was built by the Israelis. So from the onset, when we are just getting independence, they were there for us. And if they were there for us, we need now to come closer and increase this friendship that we have.
Amazing. So with that, I am going to wrap up the show. It has been such an honor to speak to you, Your Excellency Ambassador Mr. Wesley Mahub Azemba, for the ambassador from Zambia to Israel. Thank you so much for joining today.
Thank you. My pleasure.
And now phase 2 of the Gaza ceasefire is now taking shape with new international players. President Trump is moving ahead with his proposed board of peace, despite objections from Israel and mixed reactions from world leaders. ILTV's India Naftali is with us and has the latest. India?
Absolutely, Emily. As phase 2 of the ceasefire draws closer, the diplomatic battle over who will shape Gaza's future is intensifying. Israel demands that Hamas be fully disarmed. Meanwhile, the U.S. is moving quickly to set up an international body intended to oversee Gaza during the post-war transition. The White House says a signing ceremony for President Trump's proposed Board of Peace will be held this Thursday in Davos, Switzerland, while world leaders are gathered there for the World Economic Forum. World leaders have been called on to sign the board's charter, formally launching the Board of Peace that is expected to oversee Gaza's reconstruction and the disarmament of Hamas. President Isaac Herzog is expected to attend. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will not, though he confirmed he was invited to join the board. In Israel, the plan is already sparking tension. Reports say that Netanyahu personally called U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio to express strong opposition to the inclusion of Turkey and Qatar on the Gaza Executive Board. Israeli officials say both countries maintain close ties to Hamas and that their participation came as a surprise to Israel. Sources say Netanyahu acknowledges the decision is unlikely to be reversed, but made clear Israel's position. Speaking in the Knesset, the prime minister reiterated what he calls Israel's non-negotiable condition for phase 2. Hamas must be fully disarmed and Gaza completely demilitarized. Netanyahu said Israel would prefer to achieve this through diplomacy, but warned military force remains an option. Meanwhile, Egypt is moving ahead with the civilian side of the plan. This week, Egypt's foreign minister met with Ali Shah, who is the head of the newly formed Palestinian Technocratic Committee that is expected to administer Gaza under the U.S.-backed framework. The committee will include 15 members and operate under the supervision of the Board of Peace during a transitional period. Inside Israel's government, however, there is open opposition. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich has called for the U.S.-led Civil-Military Coordination Center in Israel to be shut down and has demanded Hamas be given a short ultimatum to disarm or face full-scale military assault. And abroad, the UK has indicated it is ready to take part in Phase 2.
Look, we're supportive of the measures that are being taken across the Middle East, particularly the ceasefire. I do think we need to press on to phase 2. We've indicated our willingness to play our part.
More countries have also confirmed receiving invitations to join the board, including Morocco and Poland. Pakistan says it was invited as well, despite having no diplomatic relations with Israel. France, however, has reportedly rejected the offer, citing concerns the body could undermine the United Nations. As a result, President Trump is threatening to impose 200% tariffs on French wine and champagne. And finally, according to multiple reports, President Trump has even invited Russian President Vladimir Putin to the Board of Peace, a move that has raised additional questions about the board's direction. There are a lot of moving parts here at play, and with the Board of Peace signing just days away, the next phase of the ceasefire is moving from the battlefield into the diplomatic arena, where Israel, the United States, and dozens of global powers are now discussing what Gaza's post-war governance will look like. Emily?
Looking for some guidance for when to tell someone you've had breast cancer and a mastectomy, no reconstruction if you haven't yet met in person.
So I don't think it's relevant if you're not meeting in person. Like, we need to meet in person. Right. I need to see. Do we have a little chemistry between us? Do I like you? Do you like me? Is it mutual? Is there something going on? We need to get past, there's beginning, middle, and end stage of dating. Beginning dating is question. Do I like you? Do you like me? We need to get past that. We need to be to a stage where, yeah, I like you. You like me. Oh, there's something here. We're dating. We're not serious and ready to get married, but I trust you. There's something going on. When should I say it? When you're important to me and I feel important to you and we're looking to build something, then we start to open up. Welcome to the Jewish Matchmaker podcast on ILTV. I'm Aliza Ben Shalom, your host, and today we are taking your questions. If you've been thinking about dating, relationships, if you've got something going on and you're like, oh, I don't know what to do, and you just want answers, you can message us at Aliza Ben Shalom on Instagram or at marriagemindedmentor.com//podcasts. Anyway, we want to hear from you, and we have questions today that Sarah is going to read out to us, and hopefully you'll gain some clarity, some wisdom, and walk away with something to change your life or advice for somebody else.
Amazing. We diving right in. You ready?
Let's go.
Question number 1. Hi, Eliza. I've been dating my boyfriend for about 6 months now. We waited about 5 months for him to meet my 3-year-old daughter, and they hit it off. About a month into our relationship, he was told that in January he will be laid off from his very good job. Once laid off, he'll still get 10 months worth of salary plus unemployment. He's also renting out his house for income while looking for a new job. My mom doesn't think he should move in or be around my daughter all that much until he finds a job, but we just don't know how long that will be. He did tell me if he doesn't find a job right away, he'll take any job to bring in more income. I see a life with this person, and I feel that leaving him because he lost his job is unfair because he really checks all my boxes. Can you please give me any advice on what I should do and how to handle things with my mom?
Okay, love this question. So thank you for bringing it to the light and bringing it to the table. I think that when we are talking about jobs, they come and go, right? You have employment today, you don't have employment next week, something comes around and it's even better and more amazing, but it only lasts 2 years and then something new comes. But what I heard in the question was, but he's willing to take anything to make it work, like to get by for now. Motivation matters more than the job itself. The fact that he is willing to do something to make a shift, even if it's temporary, while still looking for something more permanent, that to me is golden, because doesn't matter what happens, doesn't matter how many jobs he'd end up losing, he's always going to look for something. Now, I'm going to take that back for a minute, because it does matter if he would continuously lose jobs. But it sounds like this is a man, right, consistent.
No, he's had this job
stable,
for a while. Yeah.
Right, totally reliable.
Yeah.
So I think, first of all, it sounds like you have a gem of a human, number one. Second of all, I think that you should stick with him. I just want to address like the moving in together thing, because I think that that's the second piece that you didn't. You asked the question, but it was more about the job.
The question was, her mom doesn't think that he should move in yet without a job and not to be around her kid all that much.
Right. So I agree with not being around the kid that much.
Okay.
And I agree with not moving in, but not because of the job.
Tell me more.
Right. So I think that he shouldn't move in because with children, it is very difficult. They have, in their head, somebody moves in, that's their new father. That's a replacement human for somebody in their life, or somebody that they never had. And if you're not engaged, you're not married, you're not moving towards building a life together, then this person can come in and out of your life, and that's not very stable or fair to the child. And it's not healthy, if we're being really honest. So I would really say that it's important that you consider where this relationship is going, and if it's moving towards engagement, marriage, great. At that time, he can move in. The moving in situation to me has nothing to do with the job, although I happen to agree with your mom. Don't move in.
Right. Okay. So it sounds like he's a good human. Definitely don't give him up because he lost his job, because he seems like the type of person who's going to do what it takes to get the income.
Right.
Not moving in, also good point, but nothing to do with the job.
Right. Totally different reason.
Okay.
Next
All right,
question.
next question. This comes in from Camilla. I've been seeing someone for 4 dates now. He's super attentive, understanding, wants to get married and have kids, but he's much slower than I am. He doesn't like traveling, doesn't enjoy leaving the place where he was born and raised, which is Brooklyn, and I'm totally the opposite. I feel like there's chemistry, but our personalities are very different. What do I do?
It's so interesting because when we have a values alignment and a values conflict simultaneously, it pulls at the heart and the head. Like it kind of, it's really confusing because our values and like who we are and what we want in, let's say, a family is aligned, but what we want in a lifestyle is not aligned. So
wait. I love how you just like split that up. Family versus lifestyle.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Those are the two things. And the family part makes sense. And then the question is, but how are you going to live the lifestyle? So for anybody who is single and looking and loves to travel, if you're going to build your life around traveling, okay, so build your life around traveling with your family. Most families don't do that.
Right.
It's pretty common to just have a place, settle down, be where you are, maybe go on vacation a couple times a year, once a year, whatever it is. But to actually have a lifestyle that's like active and go, 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 it's a different kind of go, right? We're going to school. We're going to pick somebody up. We're going to drop somebody off. We're going to do a play date. So it's not, the life that you have now isn't the same kind of life. Now, we also have before kids, and then after kids. And that lifestyle isn't going to necessarily align.
I feel like those of us who are still single don't fully get that, or those of us who don't have kids yet don't realize how much it's going to change.
Right. So the other thing is also it changes drastically with children, but then as you grow up, so like our kids, our youngest is 12, our oldest is almost 22, and we're in such a different stage, and we have different hobbies/interests. So we really like to do very different things. Like we went on one vacation and he's like, let's go fishing. And I was like, I'm not going fishing.
Let's not.
I was like, let's go for a bike ride. And he's like, I'll meet you for lunch. I was like, yes. I'm so excited to meet you for lunch. And then we met for lunch and I was like, great, how was fishing? He's like, awesome. He's like, how's the bike ride? I was like, I loved it, right? We had a fabulous time, but we did go somewhere. Like we did travel, not so far. We went, we drove an hour and a half. We stayed, at a hotel near the beach and just took a day or two to ourselves to relax without the kids. But it wasn't traveling the world. And we never really built our life and our lifestyle on that. If I had a partner that was chasing to travel the world and I just wanted to build a family, it would be very hard. So I think that she needs to just take a moment and ask herself, how much travel do I need? And visualize it out. What does it look like? Like think about the whole year from beginning to end. How many trips are you taking? What kind of trips are you taking? How far are you going? And he's going to move at a slower pace. Can you slow your pace down? Maybe he speeds his up a little and you meet somewhere in the middle. Or maybe you're going to say, no, our preferences are too different even though our values are aligned.
Right. I almost feel like there's also room for compromise in the sense of like, if he's not looking to move out of Brooklyn, let's say, right? Where can she find her adventure within that? Like, do they take 2 or 3 big family trips a year that he's willing to go on knowing that they, stay in Brooklyn?
Or can't she can travel on her own. I know some people are like, but I want to travel with my partner. But you don't have to. You can travel with friends. You can travel with other family members, coworkers. There's so many other people to do that with. And you can live your life with a person who has your values, your day-to-day values versus your lifestyle or hobbies or interests.
Which, by the way, I feel like people don't talk about enough. I was just talking to a friend about this. I feel like people don't talk enough about how important it is and also how you absolutely could do a girlfriend getaway.
Right.
Like you can and satisfy that need and that desire to get out and travel and explore or whatever. If your husband's not that type, you don't need to do it with him.
And you don't have to give it up because he doesn't want to do it. You just build your life and your lifestyle around it. So my advice to the listeners, get a little creative. Explore this. Don't give it up. You have values that are in alignment and explore how could this work and see if it can. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. You can move on, but at least you'll have fully looked into it in a way that's really appropriate without ditching him too soon.
Amazing. Perfect. Love it. Okay, next question from Jessica. Eliza, thank you for all the information you provide. I'm 55 years old, 1 year divorced, and just about to put myself out in the dating world again. Looking for some guidance for when to tell someone you've had breast cancer and a mastectomy, no reconstruction if you haven't yet met in person.
If you haven't met in person, so I don't think it's relevant if you're not meeting in person. Like, we need to meet in person. I need to see. Do we have a little chemistry between us? Do I like you? Do you like me? Is it mutual? Is there something going on? We need to get past, there's beginning, middle, and end stage of dating. Beginning dating is question. Do I like you? Do you like me? We need to get past that. We need to be to a stage where, yeah, I like you. You like me. Oh, there's something here. We're dating. We're not serious and ready to get married, but I trust you. There's something going on. I would say also it's going to depend on how soon physical intimacy comes up in your relationship.
Right.
My advice anyway is to do the 5-date challenge with no touching. And if you want to do a 10-date challenge or take things further or slower, with pleasure. I'd be like,
Right.
yes, it's a great method for building connection.
Yeah.
There's so many reasons that this could be beneficial to you outside of your own medical personal reason, where this could just benefit you to
Right.
delay having a conversation that is only relevant to somebody that's important to you.
Yeah.
And I think that's the moment, because everybody's like, but when should I say it? When you're important to me and I feel important to you and we're looking to build something, then we start to open up. And I wouldn't start by sharing that as your first share, like as
Right.
we open up to whatever are, as people would call it, skeletons in the closet, or those hidden private things that we don't share with everybody. I would start with something small.
Right.
Something, I don't know, almost insignificant compared to that. Share, let them share, build the connection. And then say, you know, I had a medical procedure and here's, you know, the story and here's what happened and here's where I'm at today, right?
Mm-hmm.
Also give somebody information, because if my mind is wandering, well, what happened? Well, how are you? Well, what's going to be? Well, right? All of a sudden I'm
Right.
spinning out of my
Right.
thinking.
Right.
Past, I had this thing. This is what happened. Present, here's where my health is today. Future, wow, other than X, Y, and Z, this isn't really going to affect me because it's clear I'm in remission, everything's okay, da-da-da.
Right.
We do or don't know whether it's genetic. We do, like whatever information you want to share, you could share.
Mm-hmm.
And to open your heart to having somebody receive really personal information that's private and confidential, that's not open to the world. That means your relationship's at a certain level, and then you see how that carries. And can this person hold that in the relationship and still figure out how to move ahead?
It's so interesting because, listen, I'm not a guy, so I know it's different, but I feel like, to me, from this whole question, I'm so much more interested about what that journey was like and how that changed her as a person and what did that mean for herself, for her relationship with God, for a relationship with her family, for a relationship with her friends. Like, there's so much, to me, the mastectomy is like the side point. And I know like the physical piece is important, but it just feels, I'm almost curious why that's the first thing that she's asking.
Well, what do you mean that she's...
Meaning, like, why is that the question that comes up?
There's nothing, everything else for her is normal in her
Right,
life. And she's
right.
like, okay, so I got to share something.
Right.
I had a man once tell me he was 25 and he had testicular cancer. He had everything taken care of, kids, the whole thing. He had his
Right.
whole story. He knew everything. He said, same question, when do I share this information?
Right.
And how do I share it? And will somebody accept me? And I always
Yes.
tell people, yeah, thank you, because that's the answer, yes. And I always tell people we all have something. Either it's something known or it's something unknown.
Yes.
Okay? So somebody who comes to you and says, well, I had cancer and I had this medical thing that I dealt with or I am dealing with, that's known. Now, you meet somebody else and they're like, no, I have nothing. I am just perfect. Everything is fine. Yeah. It's not that you have nothing. It's just that...
What's hidden?
Right. Today, there's nothing for you to share.
Right.
But in the course of your entire lifetime, we got about a 99.9% chance that you're going to be sharing something pretty significant.
I feel like we can make it 100.
Okay.
It's so funny because this reminds me when I was dating, when I was still very much in the shidduch system, I started dating, my parents were married, they got divorced when I was 21. And I remember the difference in going to matchmakers from when from before they were divorced to after they were divorced. All of a sudden, all of the matchmakers were asking me, so how are you handling the divorce? What does that mean for your dating? Things are obviously changing now. And I'm like, no, they're not.
Nothing
now
changed for me.
You know about it. But I've known everything I've known and everything that I've had to like process and go through and the way it affected my dating affected it way before they ever publicly got divorced.
Right.
And I think like that's so your point is like just because you know it, or don't know it, still affected my life in one way or another. And that's what I'm going to share.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
never know. We just
Yeah.
never know. And what you want to know is, A, that somebody knows what's going on with their health. I'll tell you what I'm scared of.
Yeah.
I'm scared of a person who says to me, I haven't seen a doctor in the last 10 years, healthy as a horse, and everything's fine. And I'm like, So interesting. Now, you don't have to be a hypochondriac and go for every sneeze, but to not go for 10 years, to not have an evaluation, to not have a checkup, to not just have some assessment of where you're at, you don't have enough information to share.
Right.
So then there's a really big unknown, number one. And number two, it means you're likely not to take care of things until either A, it comes up, or it's way too late. So somebody who found out about something and is proactive and has taken care of it, and the body has an incredible power to heal. Really incredible power to heal. If we would let it, if we would assist it, if we would be a part of this process. So I'm so much more afraid of the person that says, I'm not going to the doctor. Same thing, like, I'm not going to go to a therapist. I'm fine. Everything's fine, right? I'm scared of that person more than somebody who says, I had a problem. I worked through it. I'm on the other side. Here's where I'm at.
Right. Yes. Okay. Love it. Thank you. Next question comes from Mark. Hi, Eliza. I've been stuck on the same thought and haven't been able to work through it by myself, and it's really weighing me down. How do I feel ready to date? What are things that I can do to get there? I've tried working backward from my end goals to where I am now, but I still feel stuck. Help.
Mark is not ready to date.
Mark wants to date, wants to feel ready, doesn't feel ready, doesn't know what to do to feel ready. And I'm going to throw in, because I know you like multi-questions in one, is there ever a point where you know you're ready?
For some people.
Okay.
There are people that never feel ready to date, never feel ready to get married, almost feel like they're being kicked down the aisle, and they still end up on the other side, but it's part of a personality type. So I would ask Mark / look into this situation and say, what's going on? How about when you went to get a job? Did you feel ready to get a job? How about when you were going on vacation? Did you feel ready to take that next trip? Were you looking forward to it? Like, is this within you? Because if this is your norm, then we're just going to work with it. And we're also just going to say, listen, you're never going to feel ready, but you're going to do it anyway. There's a great book called Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway.
I knew this was coming.
By Susan Jeffers. It's fabulous. Short, quick, easy read. And it talks about these fears and these things that we have. And we're allowed to have fear. And we're allowed to do it anyway and not wait until we're feeling comfortable. Because if we wait for the comfort and the comfort never comes, then what do? It's like we have to just push through. If he's not ready because he doesn't know what his values are, he doesn't know who the type of person he wants to date, he has some trauma from the past that he hasn't overcome. Like, if there's something else going on, I would say let's address that first before actually moving on. But if this is just, I don't know, I don't feel ready. When I wake up in the morning, I sometimes don't feel like getting out of bed. Now I get out of bed anyway. I sometimes don't feel like doing anything. I still do something, right? So we can't always just live by our feelings, and our feelings shift and change. Literally, it's sunny outside. I'm happy. Everything's fine. It's rainy outside. No, I'm not going out. I'm done. That's it. Even my dogs react this way. I open the door. They look outside. They see it's pouring out there. And they're like, nope. Nah. That's it. They have the same thing. They don't feel like going outside. And I'm like, you gotta go. Sorry, like, figure it out. And it's the thing. So I get it, but feelings aren't, they're just not static, and they're not always based on reality. They're just based on how I feel today, which is based on so many different things. So don't just go by your feeling. Just feel the fear and do it anyway.
And piggybacking off of the last question, if you feel stuck, go see a therapist or a dating coach.
Yeah, absolutely. If you could walk through it and talk through it, you could think through your values. You could think.
I actually wanted you to go into a little bit, because I think values and fears, both of those. Can you break down? Can you tell our listeners the two exercises that they should do around values and fears?
Okay, so for Mark and all of our listeners, number one, values. What do you want in a relationship? What is the thing that you are looking for? What are the, I want loyalty, I want love, I want commitment, I want dedication, I want somebody who is honest or honorable, whatever the words are, the languages, whatever resonates with you. what are those values? What do you truly want and need in a relationship for that stability and comfort and growth in a relationship long term? And personality types. What type of person works for you and brings out your best side?
But not the physical stuff.
No.
Non-physical qualities.
Non-physical qualities. Looks is a whole nother category, and that's a whole nother podcast.
It's important, but it doesn't need to go on your list because it'll be such a deal breaker that if you're not attracted to the person, it's irrelevant.
Exactly. And then fears are all of those things that you have that, like, you're not feeling ready to date. Why? Well, there's probably a fear there. Did you have a bad breakup? Did your parents have a big situation? Do you have a sibling who had a terrible dating story or a friend? Or do you have no experience, so it just feels so awkward and uncomfortable for you? Like, what is going on behind the scenes that prevents you from moving into any relationship? It's not about a specific person. It's just in general. And list out those fears, because when I know my values and I know my fears, I have the ability to go into dating very clear. And then when I look at somebody else, it's like I look in the mirror and I'm like, oh, is that like a reflection of what I'm looking for? No. How do I know that? It's not about my feeling. It's I know it because I have a list, because I'm clear. And people, by the way, people get all up in arms about lists. We're going to have a moment here. Don't get all up in arms about lists, okay? If you're upset about having a list because everybody's like, make your list of your top 3 things. Don't. Please make a list of about a top 10, because you don't really only want 3 things in a person, and you're going to get a range of things, your top 10, and to a degree, right? Like, it's not going to be terrible. Most of them should be like in the good range to the great. Somewhere between good and great with your top 10 qualities is really important. After 10, icing on the cake. Because if you're going to feel so satisfied with those top 10, when you have a problem in your relationship, you're going to be like, yeah, but that's my person. I picked them for really good reasons that align with me. We might be having a bad day, or I might not be feeling connected to you, but I know why I picked you, and I know why we're in a relationship.
And what I love about the fears is, like, once you have them, before you get into a relationship, if I see like, wow, that's really holding me back, I see so clearly where this fear is holding me back from dating, I can then go to a therapist, a dating coach, or myself and know exactly what I need to work on. But then even once I'm in a relationship, I can assess, is this person triggering my own fear and that's a me issue? Or is it really bad and like this came out of nowhere and it really is a we/them issue that's not my own thing?
Exactly. And for Mark, it could just be that he doesn't have a lot of experience. He doesn't really know what or how to do. And so the whole process just feels uncomfortable. And it's kind of like that riding a bike. Like, you need to like learn how to do it. And then just like when you fall off, like get back on again and just
do it.
Yeah, just do it, like Nike says. Okay, amazing. I've loved this conversation, and I love connecting with all of you. Make sure to send your questions in at Eliza Ben Shalom on Instagram, or to our website, marriagemindedmentor.com/podcast. And until next time, remember that matches make families, families make communities, and communities change the world.
Now, from social media influencers to online podcasters, false and inflammatory claims about the Talmud are once again circulating widely. Joining us now in studio is Rabbi Daniel Rowe, who is taking on these accusations head on and explaining why they're both false and dangerous. Thank you for joining us.
Pleasure.
So, Rabbi Rowe, we're seeing a sudden wave of online attacks claiming that the Talmud promotes immoral or violent behavior. What is actually happening right now in the digital space, and why did you feel it was urgent to respond?
Yeah, so it seems that since October 7th, there's been this wave of attempts to attack Israel, attack Jewish people, and one of them has been about the religion. Like, we saw it when Netanyahu gave a speech a few weeks after October 7th and said the phrase, remember what Amalek did, which every Jew recognizes. It means never forget when we're attacked. But anti-people latched on that and said, oh, he's referring to Samuel chapter 15 when they went to war against Amalek and is genocidal. The same thing's happening with Talmud. They're going to old quotes that have been long debunked, trying to cherry-pick them, stick them all over social media and say secretly these Jewish people are into killing non-Jews and hating non-Jews. I felt the need to respond when people started reaching out to me, Jews and allies who say we can defend Israel, but we don't know how to defend this. We don't know the Talmud.
Right.
And so now I put out a bunch of videos that people can use as a resource to know what's really going on and where these are false and made up and so on, or whether just out of context or whatever it is.
It seems so ridiculous, but so important to do this. So now you show that many of these accusations are not new at all, but actually recycled, like you say, recycled medieval polemics that were already debunked centuries ago, like you say. Why do you think these fabrications keep resurfacing? And why are they so effective in today's social media environment?
Yeah, it's such a good question. I mean, the real story is crazy. Is 1871. There was a Vienna professor called August Rohling. He literally published a thing called the Talmudic Jew. He ended up in a court case against the rabbi called Rabbi Bloch, and the court didn't know what to do. They appointed 2 Christian experts who spent 2 years researching, found it was all either fake or out of context. Rohling withdrew, he lost his job, but it was always recycling. Julius Streicher was Hitler's big minister of information. He loved these quotes because it's so easy. A quote, it sounds sincere, sounds real, makes Jews look terrible. After World War II, it went into kind of the Nazi circles, the edge of the web. Since the war began, they've been thrown, whether it's Qatari funding or bots or who knows what, this is like moved in heavily in. And yeah, they're so effective because you believe a quote. It says that sometimes even the line, if you look it up, is actually a true line. Just the context has nothing to do with what it sounds like. So they're extremely effective on social media, and they're playing into this narrative of the Jewish monsters.
And so beyond correcting the bad information, what are real-world dangers? What are the dangers that these distortions pose when they frame Jews as following these secret or perverse laws? What does that mean for broader conversations about anti-Semitism?
Yeah, it absolutely plays into anti-Semitic narratives. The truth is, even if they weren't there, this stuff of the Jews like looking nice on the surface, but secretly having this malicious intent is always at the center of anti-Semitic tales. So this just feeds into that. And yes, it's extremely dangerous. It can lead to, apart from demonization of Israel, it can lead to violence against Jews all over the world.
Now, you argue that these attacks often present themselves as ideological critiques rather than anti-Semitism. Why is that distinction misleading? And how should journalists and viewers recognize the difference?
Yeah, so first of all, anti-Semitism is typically like, oh, if we're not racist against Jews, like, I wouldn't, I defend your right to keep your religion, then I can't be anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitic is this kind of social pathology of Jew demonization. And this stuff is the perfect weapon of Jew demonization. You see, you can't attack the Bible because Christians believe in the Bible, but you can attack the Talmud, and most people never read it, don't know it. And so journalists or anyone just seeing this stuff online should find people who know what they're talking about. Don't take our word for it, but allow us to walk you through. First of all, you'll find about a third of the quotes are literally made up nonsense. Another third are just radically out of context, like literally, there's a line, for example, that in the middle of the Egyptians pursuing the Israelites into the sea, a rabbi says the best of them should be killed. Take that line out of context, the best of all non-Jews should be killed. It's absurd, but you need to see the context. Then you need to see Talmud is extremely complex, right? Large, you can debate something for pages. You could literally have a hypothesis that's rejected. There's a very famous one. There's a hypothesis, could it be okay to steal from a non-Jew? And it's rejected. But if you take the hypothesis, so let somebody show you through, let's see them what's really going on, and almost all of these will just dissolve. Judaism is a religion that believes in the value of all human beings. The Talmud says all human beings are created in the image of God and are beloved. That's what we believe. And the attempt to demonize us is a part of this broader attempt to paint Jews as demons.
Well, Rabbi Rowe, thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Today we're handling another ground techniques. We already handled a couple of ground techniques in previous classes. Now the position will be a little different. As we said, a lot of time we are going to reach the ground in a street fight. One more time. Now pay attention, guys. We already handled a situation in previous episodes when he's holding my hands, right? We talked about the motion when I swing my hands. We already talked about a choke as well. and we talked about the power of the hips. Here the principles goes again, it's about the same principles of the power of the hips. Now, the only thing that changed, that he is close to me, right? Now from here, I'm gonna use the hand that is close to his head to go, of course, after getting a little bit of air, the hand that is close to his weak spot, to his head, I go with the thumb towards the eye. Now from here, with the power of the hips, pushing from my right towards the other side, towards my left. Boom! Right, one more time, Yogev. Pressing with the thumb. Now, from here, it's very easy to find his eye. Well, all I gotta do is bring the hand, grab from his temple, and here I have the eye. With the thumb, pushing with the power of the hips, throwing it to my left. Boom! Counterattacks, boom, boom, on the way up. Another counterattacks. You can add another kick. Boom. Run away. Okay, Federica, your turn.
Yeah.
Also, guys, important to mention, can be an attempt for sexual assault, anything like that. Great exercise when the attacker is close to you. Now, from here, first thing, if he is holding your shirt, it's okay, you can breathe. But if he is choking you, as all the chokes, you have to try to gather air. So one hand, here it's enough even one hand, and the other hand goes right away to the eye. So one hand can release from the thumb, the other hand, pay attention, from here, very easy to find his eye. Hand on the temple and thumbs to the eye. Now from the left, you're gonna be pressing diagonally up towards your right. And with the power of the hips, yeah? Excellent, one more time. Here, don't forget guys, all the ground techniques, when the attacker is on top of you, the principle is throw him off with the power of the hips. So important that the knees will be bent. There's even a little trick when you bring your own legs and kind of put him in a lock so he cannot stabilize himself with the legs, right? Here, and as much as your feet is closer to your hips, you have more extension towards up. Right? Get closer, Yogev. Get into position. Yeah, and from here, we said one hand goes towards the thigh. Push, yeah. So first step, we said, make sure you have the power of the hips. Second step, bring both hands close to his head. When one hand, the hand that is close to his head, goes towards the eye. Now from here, you're gonna be pushing with the power of the hips together, get him off of you. And go, push, excellent. Now, a couple of counterattacks with, hammer fist towards the groin, hammer fist towards the face. Stand up, add another kick, excellent, move away. Excellent, get some distance. One more time, guys. Federica, aggressive, fast. Let's go. And get him off, excellent. Go, face, counterattacks, move away, nice. So to conclude, guys, we had today another technique when you're on the ground, just that now the attacker was close to you. When the attacker close to you, we usually go towards the weak spot. Here we went towards the eye, get him off of you with the power of the hips. The principle will always repeat the power of the hips when an attacker is on top of you. The hips has power to take someone much heavier and stronger than you off you. Excellent job.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Hey guys, welcome back to class. Today we're going to be handling inside and outside defenses. Okay, so what's the difference between inside to outside defenses? Previous classes, if you want guys to learn at previous episodes, we learned a defense against a swinging motion. It could be a punch, Yogev. It could be a punch, it could be a knife, right? A bottle of beer, any swinging motion that comes from the outside towards my face, towards the inside, and I'm reacting with the outside defenses. Okay, now we're gonna speak about an inside defenses. Yogev, without the knife for now. Yeah, just a punch towards the face. Before we were defending with a motion that goes from the inside of my body towards the outside. And now I'm actually defending with a motion that comes from the outside towards the interior part of my body, towards the inside. Now, you might be asking yourself, when would I do this? When would I do that? Because if Yogev is just gonna punch me, can I react with an outside defense? Yes, I could. Can I react with an inside defense? Yes, I could. Federica, you have an idea? When would I do this? When would I do that?
Maybe the second one is the fastest way to
Maybe
protect
the
myself.
second one. Good, good. Nice idea. And it's actually right. I am looking for the shortest motion to get his strike outside of my body, right?
Yes.
That means that if his punch is coming towards the center of my body, I'm most of the time gonna try to go down the inside defense. And if his strike is coming more from the outside, that means it's more the swinging motion, then I'm gonna go to the outside. Now, instead of just going now outside, an opposite motion from the outside, inside with the palm of your hands, redirecting, yeah. The motion should be short. He's gonna be punching with the right, so you're lifting the left. Like a mirror, lifting the left, boom, redirecting, right after it, boom, and hammer fist or palm strike to the face.
All right.
Okay, step number one, redirect, yeah, boom, excellent. One more time, boom, nice. Now, pay attention. I want you to redirect on his wrist. On his elbow might be already late. So, okay, so from here you're redirecting from the outside in with all the palm of my hand, redirecting, deflecting on his wrist. Boom! Right away.
All right.
And one, yes. Take even your body motion will go back. Imagine someone is attacking you, your instinct wouldn't be getting into the danger.
Yeah.
Boom, excellent. Good. So right away after the redirection, look at my body motion. A little bit of a body motion. You're gonna go towards his dead side, with his back side, advancing with a counter attack, and then with a knee.
Okay.
One, boom. Nice. Now I want you to react and lean backwards. You're kind of afraid, surprised, and then react with the first counter attack with a kick.
Okay.
Go. Boom. Yes. Pay attention. Your redirection is still here.
Yeah.
And I want it much more closer to the wrist. One more time. One, and excellent. Kick. When I see an attacker coming towards me, when I see the danger, I always want to bring my hands what?
Yeah.
Close to each other. So see here how the fighting stance of Krav Maga is so smart and so intelligent that here I don't let him an opportunity to go what?
Yeah, on your face.
Inside.
Your chin, yeah.
So here I'm eliminating totally the inside defense, right? He's not gonna be attacking me towards here. So here when I'm eliminating the inside defense, there is always outside defense that is much more natural and effective for us. Good, any questions? Good job.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Hey guys, today we're going to be learning a defense against a knife stab to the lower body. Yogev? So here guys, very important to mention that if you guys are going to go and YouTube a defense against a stab to the stomach, very common what you're going to be seeing as a defense, it looks like this. It's kind of an inside defense with the elbow, with the forearm. One more time. Yeah. And I want to explain why this exact defense is very dangerous and give the solution. Okay? Now here, I'm not saying it couldn't work, but the problem that when he's holding a knife, you don't know if he's going to attack you towards your face, towards the upper body, chest, stomach, or even lower, right? So when I'm basing my defense on something like that, okay, what if he's going lower than that? So here, I have the chance, when he's going straight towards my stomach, to miss the defend if he is going basically lower than my stomach. Almost 100% you're going to be missing the attack. So here the solution, what we're teaching, is always going with boom, an outside defense, right? Remember last class we talked that an outside defense, it's much more natural for a human being. So here we're connecting it. Instead of going inside, I'm always preferring to go to the outside. So let's break it down. Here, Yogev is going with a stab towards my stomach. I'm going with an outside defense with the palm and all of my forearm. Look at my body motion. I'm not just staying here. Moving a little bit. This is very natural. Boom. Look at what is my second hand doing. Also, a defend towards my face. Because what happens if it's going to go up? I have the other hand protecting. So we can say step number one is a complete defend with two hands plus body motion towards the back. Step number two, always in Krav Maga, counter attack. Boom, boom, and look at my hold. Look at my hold here. One more time. Step number one, defense. Step number two, I'm helping myself with this hand, was defending my upper body, also to grab and have a very strong grip. Boom, now you get it. Try to pull the knife, try to pull the knife, try to pull. There you go, boom. I'm connecting myself to the knife, so the knife comes to the body. I'm sticking his hands to my chest, the other hand on his shoulder, boom, boom. And then outside the fence, boom. One hand was redirecting also and protecting the upper body, and then goes right away to grab. And then I have counterattacks to get. Try to pull the knife, try to take the knife, opa. He's having a very hard time, boom. And then I go with counterattacks. Step number one, as we said, redirect with an outside defense. Big, it's kind of a big swimming motion, right? Imagine a big swinging motion. I want to redirect him from all the surface of my body. So even if he is stabbing me here, it's also gonna work. So the redirection is not half body, all the surface of the body, redirect, and the other hand together. Here.
All right.
Up. Okay? So I'm kind of creating a wall. Of a defense. There you go. The other hand, here. Opa, here.
Ah, okay,
now
here.
you have a wall, and if he's going up, this hand, opa. Yes. Okay. And pay attention, even if he's going up, you're opa. Gonna go right away to grab. You can go in to a counterattack. Yeah. Yes. Excellent. That was step number one. Step number two, go to grab. Go inside.
Okay.
Inside, yes, with a grab. Yeah, to your body. Head and knee, another knee. Yeah, another knee. Couple of counterattacks, good. Nice, and from here, you go and disarm him. Okay, we're not gonna go with this hand, you're gonna go and take the knife. We're not gonna get how to do it. The most important is that to redirect, counterattacks. With enough counterattacks, the knife will usually be on the ground already. Yes, yes. Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Hey guys, welcome back. Today we're going to be handling a defense against a takedown. Now, let's break it down. So here, guy, I have an attacker that goes towards my lower body, holding my knees and pushing from the upper body, right? I'm gonna lose balance pretty quick here. So the moment I feel him, pay attention what I do. One more time. Now, here, guys, it is important. If I'm gonna be waiting here, I'm gonna be on the ground. It needs to be, even if I can react before that, that would be the best thing. Pay attention. Even if I can react before that, boom, that would be the best case. Here, guys, I'm talking about a situation that he already grabbed your knees. So what you have to do is throw your legs backwards, explosive backwards. Boom, it's kind of a sprawl. Lean with all of your body weight, with your chest, with your hands on the back of his neck. And from here, look what I'm doing. Getting with one arm inside and choking him with a guillotine. From here, going up, pay attention what happens. In a couple of seconds, he's gonna be unconscious. Okay, one more time, let's break it down. We said, if I can stop it before, excellent. That means that I saw the attacker a little before. My timing was better. But this specific one, handling, oh, he already grabbed me. I'm throwing my legs, kind of a sprawl. Throwing my legs back, spread those legs, all the body weight's on him. One leg, sneak in, then go up with the guillotine, choking him, boom. You're gonna take him off. Okay, now, Federica, come here. Imagine someone comes, try to put you on the ground. You don't want this to happen. So here, if he's already jumping on you for the takedown and you didn't have the right timing, you couldn't stop him before, he's already grabbing your knees, Yogev. Here, you're putting the hands on even the back of his neck here.
Okay.
Leaning forward while at the same time throwing the legs backwards, open. Yeah, even back, yeah. There you go. As much weight as you can create on his back of his neck, on his back will be better. And from here, sneaking this right all the way inside. Yeah, hold with the other hand. From here, up. Yeah, and start to create pressure with the chest. Yeah, do you feel it? Yes, one more time. Yes. Yes, look at me. Exaggerate. With this motion, you have to exaggerate much more. Not half, this is half. On the way, up. Yeah. That's it, that's it. Oh, much better. Now he feels it. Now, let's check if it actually works. You're gonna go and try to put me on the ground and no discounts. Opa. Now, I sprawled aggressively and I want Yogev also to try to put Federica all the way to the ground. Don't let it happen. Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy. You're gonna have one more shot. Yogev, go. No discounts. Oh, yeah, nice. Yeah, and it is a situation when you struggle. Not that easy. Guys, here, if you want to train on this move, just train on a sprawl. What is it? I'm putting my hands on the ground, right? In the reality, it's on his back. And then I'm sprawling. Look, my hips are going down. Sprawling all the way when my legs are as far as possible. Okay, so exactly this sprawl on him. Nice. Yeah. To conclude, we had a very common situation when someone tried to put you down on the ground. It calls the takedown. And I don't want to let it happen, so I sprawl backwards and finish with the guillotine. It's not an easy move, But if you're gonna train on it and get the right technique, you don't have to be strong like any technique on Krav Maga. Thank you guys. Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today I'm going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Hey guys, last episode we were handling what happens if someone tried to take you down to the ground. Today we're handling what happens if you're actually on the ground already. Okay, so here you're on top of me. Yeah, grab the hands. Let's break it down one more time. So here, an attacker is on top of me. He has a lot of options here and I'm in a bad disadvantage. He could actually punch me, right? He could choke me. Now specifically we're gonna be handling what if he already lock and grab my hands. Okay, from here also very bad disadvantage, could be an attempt for sexual assault. From here, step number one, look what I do. One more time. Step number one. Here it's important, guys, to mention, do not try to pull the hands down. Try to actually swing them towards the side and like a big swinging motion towards your hips. At the same time, you're gonna look towards the other side. That means turn your head. Why turn your head? Here's your answer. If I'm not gonna turn my head, he's gonna fall on my nose, on my weak spot, and I don't want this to happen. Very dangerous. So the same time that I swing my hand, I'm twisting my face and hips together as well, pushing from the hips like any concept of a ground technique. From here, I am already choosing a side. If I want to throw him to this side, with this hand, I'm just pushing up. He's already off. Boom, couple of counterattacks. Boom. Boom. Move out of the way. So now we're gonna have Federica go to the ground. So here we have a female. Yeah, come a little towards the center. Here we have a female. And a male is on top of her. So lay down on your back. You're on top of her. Yes. Now, very important to mention that never on the ground, never leave your legs extended. Always bend them. Yeah, because here you can use your hips. When your legs are extended, you cannot use the power of the hips. Okay, so as much as you can, bring your heels towards the butt. Even, as we're always saying in ground techniques, if you can go and excellent, grab his own legs, even better. From here, step number one, and step number one, excellent. You see that he's already here off of you. All you gotta do for step number two is to push away with another hip strike, opa, push him away. So here, step number three, counterattacks towards the groin, towards the face, a little more. Yes, stand up, another kick, boom, go towards the face, another kick, now run away. Nice. But what if something went wrong? For some reason, something went wrong, and I'm here, and boom, and now he's punching me. Boom, from this situation, and we call this technique, get him off of me while struggling. Okay, so we're struggling, boom, boom, maybe I'm also trying to punch, and then look what I do. I'm gonna start using my hips power. Boom! To always getting close to me. The first opportunity I have, I'm have to go and grab him close as possible to me. It could be from his body, it could be from his neck, it could be even just an arm, right? So whatever I can grab, look, now I just grabbed two arms, but whatever I can grab to get him close to me, it will be much easier in order to turn him. What I would personally recommend is really try to grab his whole body. And from here, with the power of the hips, I'm always continuing. Boom, up. Counterattack, step number 3, groin, face, groin, face. Boom, stand up. Couple of more counterattacks if needed right away. To conclude, guys, we had a ground position, a situation when someone was on top of you, holding your hands. We talked that we swing the hands and use the power of the hips. And we also gave a solution. What if something went wrong meanwhile I'm trying to do this specific technique, or is actually already punching you? That we call it the struggling position, struggling situation, when we're also using the power of the hips, try to get him close as possible to me, and then flip him over, counterattacks, run away. Thank you guys for watching. Good job, guys. Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Hey guys, today we're continuing with ground techniques. Very important when I reach the ground to know what am I doing. Now, it's not the same like last episode when Yogev was on top of me, now is in front of me, right? So here again could be an attempt for a sexual assault, or Yogev actually in front of me trying to punch me. Okay, what am I doing? Yogev, try to reach, up. Now, let's break it down. Yogev try to reach me. I'm twisting my whole body and getting into a side position. From here, putting my knee, my shin is separating me, my shin is separating him from me. Yogev, try to touch me, right? That's not my knee. It's not how strong I am, it's the bone that is separating. Second step, this other leg, look what I'm doing. Locating it on his hips. From here, the lower body has a lot of strength. I get a little opening, boom. For the third step, that's the counter attack. So one more time. He's trying to reach you. First step, I'm twisting all my body to the side and creating a separation with my knee and the shin. Step number 2, locate the other leg on his hips and push, create distance. Step number 3, boom, counterattack with the other leg, and I can add multiple attacks. Stand up, run away. So here we have a situation, could be an attempt for a sexual assault, or maybe someone in front of you, start punching, whatever it is, on the ground. Now you're trying to reach your step number 1. You're twisting your whole body to the side, creating a separation with your knee and all the shin. Lift the hands up, protect your face, and go. There you go. Here, this leg, bring it and locate it on his hips. Start pushing, create distance for the counterattacks. Now, a couple of counterattacks and then towards his body to push him really away. Now it's time to stand up. Stand up, now you're in control. Federica, one more time. Yogev, go for real now, aggressive. Let's see it. Let's go. 1, 2, boom, nice. Stand up. Yeah, good job. Yogev, try really to reach her. Federica, aggressive. Let's go. 1, 2, and boom. Yeah, a couple of attacks. Nice job. Good job. Thank you, Yogev. Guys, to conclude, we continue with ground techniques. Now, instead of someone on top of us, we had someone on front. And we used step number 1, twisting to the side with creating separation. Step number 2, creating distance with the other leg. Step number 3, counterattacks. Good job. Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Hey guys, today we're continuing with the ground techniques, but the difference is that now when I'm on the ground, the other attacking is standing up. I fell, I lost balance, or he puts me on the ground, but now the attacker is standing up. Boom! Yeah, try to reach me. Try to reach me. Opa, there you go. Boom. What I'm doing here and what we do in Krav Maga, turning the disadvantage to an advantage. Now he's trying to reach me, and look what I have here. Here, I have his knee. That is a very solid weak spot. Get closer, groin as well. Face is worse. So when he has 3 main weak spots, how many weak spots I have? That means if he wants to attack me, where would he go if I'm not on the ground? Would he go to my knee? What do you think, Federica?
I think you would go down, I mean like in your groin.
So, right, we have or the groin, or the
chin.
Or the face, or the face area. That means that we already took off the knee weak spot because my knees are bent. When he's standing up, the knee is still a weak spot. Now, to reach my groin, he's gonna have a hard time because of my legs. I can close them, right? I'm not waiting for him with my legs open. What leaves him with one weak spot, my face, my upper body. Right? So here, look how we're turning from the disadvantage to a whole advantage. He's getting closer to me. Boom. I have the knees. Now, important to mention, of course, I'm not gonna be just laying down this way, bending, looking towards him, bringing the hands. And now, when he's getting closer, I have attacks. If he's too close, boom, it's already the face. If he moves, I move with him. To the other side, I move with him as well. So here, first thing we need to do is to learn the kicks, right? There are a couple of techniques here that we have to connect them together. First, about striking. Lift those legs in the air, bend them. There you go. Spread the legs a little bit. Yeah. Kick number 1, right, towards the knee. When I'm standing up, my knee are still a weak spot, right? Your knees are not anymore a weak spot. Even though I'm gonna kick them, it's not gonna create damage. Here, if you're gonna push, right, create a little bit angle here and kick with the ball of the foot and the heel, boom. My knee, there is a limit how much you can bend and you can create a lot of damage. We also have kick to the groin, boom. If I'm close to you, kick to the face, boom. With even 2 legs, yeah. And the third kick, if I'm getting closer to you, right, lift those hips up and oh, excellent. Right. Now what happens if I'm start moving? I'm starting to move, you have to move with me. I want to reach your face. Yeah, you help yourself with those hands. Help yourself with those hands. There you go. Yeah. If I'm moving here, nice. You have to learn how to pivot in order for that. Lift the head, and excellent. Look what I do. From here. Oh, moving. There you go, just move. The other side, oh, move. And help yourself with the hands, with your legs. Boom. Okay, let's give it a shot.
Yes.
So now, for some reason, I'm moving to the side. There you go, move. There you go, moving to the other side. Excellent job. When I'm getting closer, kick, excellent. Now, so here, if you have a second, you're gonna move to the fighting stance on the side. So we call it a ground position on your forearm. Excellent, that's already better. Lift this leg up in the air.
Yeah.
This leg is on the ground. The hand is protecting the face. Excellent. And from here, you're gonna notice you have much easier time to pivot, right? If I'm moving here, pivot.
Yeah.
And if I'm moving to the other side, just flipping position to the other side. Oh, there you go. When I'm moving here. When I'm moving here. Excellent. I'm gonna try to reach your face for 10 seconds. And I want you to actually try to use those ground techniques, starting on the back, right? Ready?
Right.
So I'm here. What do you do here? Excellent. Attacks, yeah. 6. Oh, yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And good job. To conclude, we had the ground technique when one attacker is standing up and the defender is on the ground. We learn how to kick all the weak spots and how to move, how to rotate and have this little moment to stand up and run away. How to turn a situation from a disadvantage to an advantage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Hey guys, today we're going to discuss two very common holds. The first one will be handling for guys and also for females as well, and the second one will be more common for females. So the first one will be someone holds you the back of your neck this way. Now, here, important to mention that it is a close range attack. That means it's not that the guy attacked you right away, right? He's holding you. That's why you also don't want to create violence right away. That means that when I'm holding you, you don't want to right away give me a knee. You could, right? Yeah. Because when I'm close to you, you also have an advantage that I'm gonna have a hard time to see your strike coming. Right? So if I'm gonna be here and you give me a knee, boom, of course, it's gonna release my hold, right? So it is an option for situation that you see that is, there is strong violence and you want to get out of it without too much games. What if now we're talking a situation of a bar or a club, someone come and holds your back of the neck. Now, you don't want right away to punch, right away to kick. You don't know what's going on, where's his friends, right? It's hard to see, the vision is not the same in a club or a bar. It's hard to hear. So here we don't have all the senses. We have to try to get out of the situation as much as possible without creating violence and blood. So here, when I'm holding you, what I want you is first step, bring your hands up, tell me to calm down, calm down.
Calm down.
Yeah. Second step, look, this hand, twisting a little bit the thumb towards down and start sliding on my forearm towards my thumb all the way up. Till you actually feel my thumb. With the fingers, start holding my thumb. Yeah, with your fingers, excellent. So now you have a strong grip on my thumb. What you do is pluck, release my hold diagonally towards the side. Boom, excellent, hold tight, nice. Now from here, what you could do is tell me, move back, come down and just push me. Yeah, and just leave it, excellent. Or if you want to take it a little further, you could twist the thumb down, strong, up, now I started feeling leverage, and even adding attacks with palm or hammer, hammer, boom, boom. Yeah, we're twisting it all the way down. Excellent, now I feel it. Okay. Excellent job. One more time, a little faster. Ready? Come with me, excellent. Oh, there you go, nice. So here we handle situation number one. It could be for guys and for girls as well. We all know that in clubs, bars, alcohol, a lot of things are going on, and sometimes we see a lot this kind of hold. Nice job. Now, the second I want to handle today is more for female. Someone holds you from the arm and start pulling you towards somewhere. It could be a scenario of kidnapping or dragging you towards the car. Now here, a mistake that people do, that it's one of the natural emotions, is try to resist to the attacker. Yeah. Most of the time the attacker is stronger than you. If I'm pulling you and trying to resist, try to resist, yeah. So usually we assume the attacker is stronger. Don't try to resist, rule number one. So what is rule number two? Go with him. Yeah. Come with him, right? Now here, we're not talking about something friendly, usually. Someone holds your arm, that means the attempt is to drag you towards the car, kidnap you, whatever it could be, very dangerous. We're not playing with it. What we do is come as much as possible closer to him, and look, all we gotta do is add a strike with an open hand, not a closed hand. Yeah. Something, I'm gonna go with closed hand with all of my strength, no. Yeah. You could miss with closed hand. Open hand, you have more service to go towards the groin. So from here, you're gonna be coming with me, strike, boom, more, boom, excellent. Now till I leave it. So one more time, let's do it a little more aggressive and realistic. I'm coming from the side, starting to, boom, 1, 2, 3, yeah, hey, nice job. Good job. So to conclude, guys, we had two very common holds. One was handling on the neck, and the second one was handling when someone dragged you from the arm, from the side. Good job, Federica.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Hey guys, welcome to our Krav Maga fitness class. Today we're actually hosting you guys in our actual class. Welcome, we're happy to have you here. Welcome guys here. We're gonna start by our little warm up. We're gonna start with warming up the shoulders, big circles with your hands forward. Nice. Stretch a little bit. Welcome back guys to our Krav Maga fitness class, to our second episode. And today we're gonna be handling multiple attacks at once, okay? Yogev, please come. No pen, no. So in a street fight, the most common attack that we see in a street fight is kind of a swinging motion. Now we wanna address what happens if someone actually goes crazy on you. Boom, 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 boom. And we see it a lot in a street fight when someone doesn't just go and he's waiting for you. Multiple attacks, boom, boom, boom. So I need my both hands, right? Makes sense. I don't have the time to actually defend and attack with the other hand, because then I might get the second one. So if I see multiple attacks that are coming at once, I need those hands to protect. I need those hands, boom! And then I can finish it with a counterattack to the groin. Of course, this one is not going to be enough. I go again, and so on. Start practicing multiple attacks. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, yeah, another attack, another attack, yeah. One more time. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, and another, yeah. Multiple attacks. Bum, 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 bum. And react with your legs. Now we're gonna ask this, what happens? It's the third situation that can happen if I actually got striked already. Now we don't necessarily all have the reaction after a strike, boom, to go back away and defend and continue from the same spot. What is a natural reaction when someone is punching me? Boom! Sometimes just to duck the chin and start moving backwards. This reaction happens, and even though we can be trained, it can still happen. Now, how do I continue, right? Here there is a situation, as we said, I can't really see him, and the second mistake, it's not a mistake, it's natural. But the second disadvantage is while I'm moving backwards, because I want to get distance, I'm giving him space to what? To continue and attack. Keep going, yeah, to continue. Each time I go back, I give him more space to step and punch me. So what we're gonna do is this. You're gonna go crazy. Now the third situation. You're punching. Boom, my reaction was here. Yeah. Boom. And what happened? Let's break it down. I reacted naturally after getting a punch. Whoa. But here I'm saying, whoa, if I'm not gonna do something quick, when I'm here in this situation, I'm gonna be knocked out. I have a split of a second, I have a second here to do something. If not, I'm out. So here, against my instincts, I'm gonna dive in. Let's break it down again. You're punching, slow motion. While he's punching to my face, I'm gonna dive in and go to my counterattack. And when I'm closing the distance, while I'm diving in, he doesn't have the same reach with hands. One more time, slow motion, punching to the face, yeah. And diving in, try to punch, yeah, boom. Now he doesn't have the same reach. Yeah, you already got punched, you move back first. Now dive in, oh, and yeah. Nice. We had today handling not just how to react against one strike, with multiple strikes when I'm defending with my hands and using my legs. That was the second situation. And the third one, when I already got punched, right? I move back. This is a natural situation. It's not what I want to happen but it could happen. And then diving in, closing the distance, surprisingly moving to my own counterattacks. Thank you, guys. Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Welcome back guys to our Krav Maga class. Thank you for joining us. Today we have Ida and Avnei. Ida is going to be learning she's going to have her first Krav Maga class. So we decided today, actually, to take a little step back and understand what's so special about Krav Maga and what is it designed from. It has main 3 principles, okay? First principle is to know how to strike and kick and hit someone. A strike is something very important. Let's imagine I have Avnei here, right? And he's gonna hold my hand, my arm, okay? And I don't really know how to release his hold. I don't really know, okay? And we assume that the attacker is always stronger. That's what we always assume. But when I'm holding your hand, and I start pulling you towards the car, you have enough confidence to come towards me and give me a kick towards the groin, right? Imitate. Boom! What's gonna do? You're gonna release the hold. Yeah. That means that sometimes in Krav Maga, you could get out of the situation, you could defend yourself without knowing too much techniques. So now we're actually gonna test out the second principle of Krav Maga, reacting, and we're lucky to have Ida, who has never done Krav Maga before, and that's the best thing actually how to test what are reactions of a person, right? Now Ida, if I'm going to be attacking you with a strike, you don't even know what hand I'm going to attack you, but if you do it very naturally, that's what you do. Yeah, very instinctively, right? I didn't tell you what to do. Instinctively, we all react this way. So second principle in Krav Maga, react with your instincts. We don't have the time when someone attacks us in the street to think, oh, what did I learn in class? Right? Boom. We have to react with what our body tells us, an instinct. Now, just reacting with the instinct, of course, it's not enough. After you react with an instinct, right, we have to kind of attack. So you you haven't learned the palm strike yet, but you can, after the reaction, just attack with an open hand and towards the face, and then kick towards the groin. Yeah, excellent. Now the third principle of Krav Maga. Avnei, please come. We talked about someone holding you, right? Now, Avnei, please hold Ida's hand. Ida's arm, right? Now, again, giving you 5 seconds, try to release it. Ready? 5, 4, don't let her. 3, 2, yeah. So the stronger usually win. And now we're teaching you what we call a technique. The third principle of Krav Maga is a technique. Or you don't want to attack the attacker right away. You don't want to strike the attacker right away. You don't want to create violence and blood. Or some situations you cannot. So here we're just going to teach you a simple technique that we learned in previous classes. With the other hand, hold your own fist. Yeah, make a fist and hold it. Just pull it up. Excellent. And one more time. 1. And go with all of your body motion up. Oh, excellent. Yeah, so hold it tight. 3, 2, 1, and pull up. It was not your instinct when I was holding you the first time to do this whole technique. It was, use all of your body motion. Yeah, it was not your instinct to do something like that. You had to learn it, and in order for it to become effective, you have to get it into your muscle memory. So that was our 3 principles of Krav Maga. 1, knowing how to attack. We can get away of many situations when with striking and kicking. 2, principle number 2, react. Rely on your instincts. We don't have time to think, oh, what did I learn in Krav Maga class? When someone attacks you, boom! You use your instinct. 3rd principle, techniques. You cannot always attack by yourself. You cannot always strike the attacker for certain reasons. So here we learn a very simple technique and we can get away from it without striking. Very good job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class.
If you guys are interested in learning any of the moves Owen taught us, make sure to check out our previous episodes.
Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Okay guys, today's class, defense against chokes. Guys, today we're going to be handling not just one choke. We want to learn, as we want to always try to understand in Krav Maga, what are the principles? What is the map of getting out of a choke? Ida, what did you learn last class? You learned one technique that someone was holding your arm, and what did you do? You went up, right? What is the principle behind it? You learned how to do it, but we didn't explain the principle. The principle was that you were pulling your arm against two of my thumbs, right? I was holding your arm very strong, but you went and grabbed your own arm, your own fist, and you went up against two of my thumbs. That means that you went with all of your body weights against
Your thumbs.
two thumbs. Now we have Avner, who is going to be choking me from the front. That's yeah. Okay, now I'm going to show it one time, quick, and then we'll break it down. Avner, choke. Here, I'm bringing my hands and going towards his
Thumbs.
again, thumbs. From here, I'm going explosive, boom, towards the outside, give a knee, a kick, and continue with more counterattacks. Right? But what was the first principle? Again, going on the thumbs. Why on the thumbs? The thumbs is any base of any grip, of any hold. When you hold, the thumb is the base. When you choke, the thumb is the base. A choke without a thumb is not a choke. Okay? There is no, try to choke me without thumbs, without your thumbs, it's not a choke. It's not a choke anymore. The base of the choke is the thumbs. So what I do, I bring my hands towards the thumbs, and now I go explosive. So I can breathe. Boom. So again, I use all of my body strengths, explosiveness against two thumbs. Okay, Ida, let's give it a shot. Avner, Ida, come here. Avner, please try and choke Ida. First, put your hands slowly, and now you bring the hands from the outside on those thumbs, and now you go explosive towards the outside. Excellent. Try not to go too far away, just a tiny bit towards your chest. Ready? Excellent. Now let's use the same principles, and now we have a choke from the side. Ida, what do you think I would do here?
Also, you have to release his thumbs.
Where's the thumb? Here, right?
Yeah.
So I bring hand to the thumb. Again, and then I attack. Oh. Choke her. Same principle. With the far hand towards the thumb. The other hand can help here. Excellent. Now choke her tight. Thumb. Yeah, tighter choke. Oh. A choke from the back. No, come from the back. Choke. Where would I go, Ida? Towards his fingers or towards backwards, towards his thumbs?
The thumbs.
The thumbs. Again, the same principle. One. And continue with counterattacks. Okay? Give a choke. Oh! Boom! Right? So now, Ida, your turn again. From the back. Choke. You're gonna go towards the thumbs and explosive down. Excellent. Now when you go explosive down, you're also gonna go backward at the same time, diagonally backward. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Excellent. Now choke her tight on the thumbs. Excellent. So here we see actually what we handled. A choke from the front. Boom. From the side. Boom. And from the back. Yeah. That the same principles was over and over again. Use the thumbs. Excellent. So sometimes if there's a choke coming and you don't know how to handle it, always look for the
Thumbs.
thumbs. Thumbs up, guys. Good job. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class.
If you guys are interested in learning any of the moves Owen taught us, make sure to check out our previous episodes.
Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Welcome back guys to our Krav Maga class. Today we're going to continue from last episodes. We were handling chokes. Today we're continuing, and we're going to handle two chokes that have a little exception. Choke from the front with a push, and choke from the back with a push. Okay? Avner, choke. Now, here, what we learned last classes is a defense against a choke from the front with a push. Now, why, Ida, I cannot go towards the stump? You see that I did something different here? We learned last classes, every choke is always with a thumb. So what happened here? Right? Is it wrong? Here, first reaction, I'm trying to react with going towards the thumbs. The problem is that because he's pushing me, right, I don't have the same strength and explosiveness, right? Because he's pushing me using his momentum. And here I'm gonna have a very hard time to really release his choke when he's also pushing me and I'm off balance. And I'm gonna have a hard time. One, to release, and two, to throw a kick when I have to step back. So the principle of today, anytime when someone is pushing you, you do rotation. You rotate and you break his motion, his momentum with rotation. I want you to learn from the back, not from the front, from the back with a push. So now he is pushing me, oh, and push, oh, boom, ooh, when he choked me from the front, I went back, right? And then I rotated with my elbow. Now look, he's choking from the back and he's pushing again. First step, always go with him, don't try to resist. The attacker is stronger, so always go with him. So step forward. Step two, put one leg forward. Choose the moment that you feel stable to put one leg forward and rotate with the elbows. So the attacker is pushing us. Step one, step two, step and rotate. Yeah, now the rotation. Yeah, one more time. Step, 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 step. Left leg, rotate. Yeah, now look at me. See this leg?
Yeah.
See this leg? This leg helps with the rotation. Boom. Excellent. Third step. I'm holding the attacker. Imagine there's an attacker. I'm holding him and giving him knees with the front knee. First thing, I go forward. Right, second thing, step forward. Now rotation together, hold, and knee. Excellent. With me now. Step, 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 left and together, rotation, hold. Excellent. Right away after you break his choke, really try to reach with this hand and the other. Yeah, and then give a knee while pulling me as well. Boom. One more time, guys. I'm holding, choking, and pushing. Excellent. And knee, knee. Push me away. Good job. To conclude, guys, we had today an exception to the rule of releasing a choke with always the thumbs. We talked that if the choke is with a push, doesn't matter if it's from the front, or if it's from the back. Here I'm not looking for the thumbs because I'm having a hard time to find it. I'm gonna rotate. Okay, so that's what we had today. Two chokes from the front and from the back, mainly from the back with a push. Good job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class.
If you guys are interested in learning any of the moves Owen taught us, make sure to check out our previous episodes. Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Sivan Raviv, and coming up in today's newscast. President Trump warns Iran of total destruction if it moves against him or the U.S. leadership. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu joins Trump's new Board of Peace as pressure builds to move Gaza to Phase 2. And Israel begins the demolition of the UNRWA headquarters in East Jerusalem. Growing tensions between the United States and Iran are on full display at the moment, just days from when a U.S. aircraft carrier group arrives at a striking distance of Iran. President Donald Trump has issued his toughest warning yet, while Tehran responds with its own sharp threats. ILTV's Steve Leibowitz has the latest.
U.S. President Donald Trump has escalated his rhetoric against Iran, saying that if the Islamic Republic ever attempts to assassinate him, the United States would respond with such force that Iran would be wiped off the face of the earth. Trump made these comments in a News Nation interview marking the anniversary of his return to the White House, saying he has given very firm instructions to respond overwhelmingly to such a threat.
Well, they shouldn't be doing it, but I've left notification. Anything ever happens, we're going to blow the whole country is going to get blown up. So we've, originally Biden should have said something, when they made a statement. We always said, why isn't Biden saying anything? Because he didn't. But a president has to defend a president. Like if I were here and they were making that threat to somebody, not even a president, but somebody like they did with me, I would absolutely hit them so hard. But I have very firm instructions. Anything happens, they're going to wipe them off the face of this earth.
Trump's threat comes after Iran's parliament and military warned against any attack on Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, saying an assault on him would trigger a declaration of jihad and set fire to the world. At the same time, Iran's foreign minister published an op-ed stating that Iran would fire back with everything they have if struck. He described an all-out confrontation, long and ferocious, with widespread impact. The tensions are backed by a major U.S. military move. The aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln and its strike force are heading west from the South China Sea toward the Middle East. Tracking data is now turned off after the strike group passed the Straits of Malacca, on course to potentially operate in the Arabian Sea and Gulf region. Based on current speeds, it could be within striking distance of Iran by this weekend, giving Washington options far beyond diplomacy. The carrier, along with its destroyers and aircraft, provide the U.S. with capabilities from precision airstrikes and long-range missiles to surveillance and a powerful deterrent presence. Additionally, U.S. Air Force assets have been redeployed from Gulf states to Jordan, positioning it as CENTCOM's primary forward base against Iran. There is no confirmed strike order, but U.S. officials say all options remain on the table as Washington, Jerusalem, and regional allies monitor the situation closely. As the standoff develops, both sides continue to signal readiness for escalation, and the next few days could be critical.
And Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has accepted President Donald Trump's invitation to join the new Board of Peace, an international initiative that would begin with Gaza and could potentially expand to other global conflicts. The move comes as the U.S. prepares for a signing in Davos, Switzerland. ILTV's India Naftali has the details. India?
Thank you, Sivan. Netanyahu is joining a small but growing group of world leaders who have agreed to take part in this U.S.-led initiative. But behind the scenes, there's still uncertainty about who will ultimately participate, how much authority the board will actually have, and whether it could complement existing international institutions like the UN or compete with them. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has formally accepted U.S. President Donald Trump's invitation to join the newly created Board of Peace, according to a statement from his office. The board is a U.S.-led initiative designed to handle international conflict resolution, beginning with the Gaza Strip, and is set to be chaired by President Trump for life. Countries that have accepted the invitation include Argentina, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Hungary, Kazakhstan, Morocco, the United Arab Emirates, and Vietnam. The move comes as the White House prepares for a formal signing ceremony to launch the board, scheduled for Thursday in Davos, Switzerland during the World Economic Forum. According to an invitation confirmed by U.S. officials, world leaders have been asked to attend and sign the board's charter, as Washington seeks to accelerate the second phase of its Gaza ceasefire plan. However, only a handful of countries have confirmed that their heads of state will participate, amid a growing unease over what some diplomats describe as an attempt to create an alternative to the United Nations. That concern was addressed by President Trump himself when asked whether his board could replace the UN.
Do you want your Board of Peace to replace the UN?
Well, it might. I mean, the UN just hasn't been very helpful. I'm a big fan of the UN potential. but it has never lived up to its potential. The UN should have settled every one of the wars that I settled. I never went to them. I never even thought to go to them. They should be able to settle those wars. They don't. I believe you got to let the UN continue because the potential is so great.
Diplomats in Europe and the United Nations have warned that the new board could weaken existing international mechanisms and create competing authority over global conflict management. With the signing ceremony happening tomorrow, the Board of Peace is moving from an idea into a real-world diplomatic body. Whether it ends up working with existing institutions like the United Nations or operating as a separate framework for Gaza's next phase remains unclear, and it's certainly raising questions about how the two would coexist. Sivan?
Thank you, India. At a moment of rising tension between Washington and Iran and unprecedented rhetoric exchanged between the two, we're now joined by Professor Chuck Freilich, former Deputy National Security Advisor in Israel and professor at Tel Aviv and Columbia Universities, to help us understand what comes next. Thank you for joining. So Iran warned that any move against Supreme Leader Khamenei would trigger an all-out religious jihadi war. How serious should Israel and the U.S. take that threat, do you think?
Well, I would take it quite seriously. I would take the potential Iranian responses to whatever action the U.S. may take quite seriously. Even if the U.S. launches a truly massive attack, and it's not yet clear that that will be the case, the president seems to be talking about a decisive blow. But regardless of what the U.S. really does in the end, Iran still has considerable capabilities for retaliation, whether it's against American forces in the Gulf, and they're right next to Iran, certainly against Israel. And as a matter of fact, Iran has various capabilities, sleeping cells, Hezbollah cells around the world. So, yeah, they have the capability to respond not insignificantly. And at the same time, by the way, let's not allow ourselves to be overly deterred by what they say, because in the end, the difference in overall capability here, especially if the U.S. is involved, is overwhelming.
So Trump, too, used very strong rhetoric. He said that Iran would be wiped off the face of the earth if they target him or any of the leaders. Do you think that following these exchanges between the two countries and leaders, do you believe a U.S. strike is still on the table, or is this primarily psychological warfare?
Well, I think we can probably agree that President Trump is occasionally given to the bit of hyperbole. And there isn't always a direct link between what he says and what he does, but there is sometimes. And he may have backed himself into a position, I don't want to even say a corner, but placed himself in a position where at this point he has to do something significant, first of all, because he promised it, and it would be a major disappointment, even a disgrace for him not to back up his commitment to the Iranian people, but also because there will soon be 2 American aircraft carriers, in addition to all sorts of other capabilities in the region. So you have to ask yourself, what would the U.S. be concentrating such a massive capability for if it did not intend to do it, to do something? I think the real question here is the nature of the response, rather than whether there will be some response. And speaking now from the Israeli perspective, if the response is just some sort of limited one, which does not, let's say, at a bare minimum, significantly downgrade Iran's capabilities further, hitting the nuclear program some more, hitting their ballistic missile program, hopefully a lot more, then it's not clear that this whole thing is worth doing. And I don't know that anyone has an idea how you use air power to bring down a deeply entrenched regime like the Iranian.
Now, from Israel's perspective, is this a moment of opportunity? Is Israel hoping the U.S. would in fact strike? What would be the better outcome for Israel?
Well, I think it would be something like the days of the Mashiach, Yemot HaMashiach, if the Iranian regime could be toppled. Now, that's something that Israel, and much of the world, but certainly above and all, Israel has been dreaming of ever since the Islamic Republic was established, for the regime to crumble and to have a new Iranian regime, which hopefully we could go back to being on very good terms with, like we were with the Shah. So the hope is there. But again, the question is, there's a fundamental question that the U.S. has to ask itself and Israel has to ask itself. What are we trying to achieve here? Is the objective really to topple the regime? And again, I don't know how you do that just through air power. If the U.S. was even contemplating a major ground invasion, that would be one thing, but it isn't. So then what is the objective? Just to punish them? Okay, been done in the past, we can do it again, but there will be a price to pay for it, a significant price. So is it worth it? Yes, if it's a major operation. No, if it's a limited one. Is the real objective actually to downgrade the missile and nuclear program? What do we want, regime change or just to hit their military capability?
Mm-hmm. What do we want is the question. Chuck Freilich, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we've got some exciting news. You can now get Israel updates on our WhatsApp channel. Breaking stories, live updates, and verified reports, all delivered fast and accurate. Just scan the QR code on your screen to join.
Imagine earning your master's degree on top of Mount Carmel, where forest meets sea and where every day brings a new cultural, academic, and personal adventure. This is the multi-experience at U Haifa International. Here, students from around the world live and learn together in Israel's most culturally diverse city, meeting new people, discovering new perspectives, and shaping their own Israel experience.
There's people from different countries, from different religions and different languages. Somehow we are all very similar.
At U Haifa, academics meet real life. You don't just study, you experience Israel up close, explore Haifa's mountain ocean city life, and build global friendships that last a lifetime.
It's not just a degree, it's an experience. It opens your mind, your network, and your world.
U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
Israel has begun demolishing the UNRWA headquarters in East Jerusalem, a move the United Nations is condemning, but Israel defends as lawful and long overdue. ILTV's Mayan Hoffman reports.
Israel on Tuesday began demolishing the East Jerusalem headquarters of UNRWA, sending bulldozers into the compound in the early morning hours and tearing down several buildings that once housed dozens of agency staff. The move follows years of escalating Israeli action against the organization, which Israel accuses of deep ties to Hamas and of perpetuating the conflict by maintaining refugee status across generations. In late October 2024, the Knesset passed legislation banning UNRWA from operating on Israeli territory, citing security concerns and evidence linking agency employees to terror activity. Despite those laws, some UNRWA operations in East Jerusalem had continued in a limited capacity. Israeli officials say the headquarters itself had already been vacated and no longer qualified as a protected UN site. The United Nations sharply condemned the demolition, with Secretary General Antonio Guterres calling on Israel to halt the operation and restore the compound. Speaking to reporters, a UN spokesperson framed the move as an attack on the organization itself.
UNRWA facilities are United Nations facilities. An attack on UNRWA is an attack on the United Nations.
Israel's foreign ministry rejected that claim, stating that UNRWA had already ceased operations at the site and that the compound did not enjoy immunity. The ministry said the seizure and demolition were carried out in accordance with Israeli and international law. National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir arrived at the scene as demolition began, calling it an important day for sovereignty in Jerusalem, and vowing similar action against what he described as terror supporters. Israel has intensified scrutiny of UNRWA since the October 7, 2023 Hamas massacre, after evidence emerged that agency employees participated in the attack. Israeli officials say more than 10% of UNRWA staff in Gaza have documented ties to terror groups, and that agency schools routinely incite hatred and glorify violence. The IDF has also revealed a Hamas data center beneath UNRWA's Gaza headquarters, and says it has repeatedly targeted Hamas operatives using UNRWA facilities as cover. Freed hostages have testified that they were held in UNRWA schools and buildings during captivity. UNRWA supporters argue the agency provides essential humanitarian services and warn that dismantling it could worsen instability. Israel counters that no humanitarian role justifies cooperation with terror, and that aid must be delivered through alternative, accountable frameworks.
The story of the Jewish people has never been about standing still. It's a story of moving forward, of taking responsibility, of protecting what matters, no matter the challenge. That story is still being written today, not with swords, but with stewardship of the land, with the rule of law, and with the determination to secure Israel's future. And on the front lines of that mission stands Regavim. Regavim is a public movement dedicated to defending Israel's national lands and natural resources in the field, in the courts, and in the public square. Through research, on-the-ground action, and legal advocacy, Regavim works to uphold the rule of law and to ensure that Israel can grow, thrive, and remain rooted in its homeland.
Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz praised the strong and growing security alliance between Israel and Greece. Speaking Tuesday at a joint press conference with Greek Defense Minister Nikos Dendias in Athens, Katz said operational cooperation between the two countries is expanding and described joint military exercises as a force multiplier that strengthens the security systems of both Israel and Greece. Dendias confirmed the two sides will cooperate on anti-drone technology and cybersecurity, including sharing know-how to counter drone swarms and unmanned undersea vehicles. Last year, Greece approved the purchase of 36 Israeli-made pulse rockets artillery systems worth about 650 million euros, and is also in talks with Israel on a multi-layer air, missile, and drone defense system estimated at 3 billion euros. While no threats were named, both countries view Turkey as a key regional security challenge.
Μελετήσαμε το Ισραηλινό μοντέλο και επί τη βάση αυτού δημιουργήσαμε το Ελληνικό Κέντρο Αμυντικής Καινοτομίας. Στόχος μας είναι η Ελλάδα από μια χώρα πελάτης και αγοραστής μόνο αμυντικών συστημάτων να γίνει μια χώρα συμπαραγωγός, παραγωγός καινοτόμων προϊόντων, χαμηλού σχετικά κόστους και διπλής χρήσης.
כחלק בלתי נפרד מהשותפות הזאת, אנו חולקים מידע רלוונטי, מקדמים שיתוף פעולה ביטחוני, טכנולוגי, מקיימים תרגילים ואימונים משותפים ומחזקים את שיתוף הפעולה המבצעי, וכל אלה מהווים מכפיל כוח משמעותי למערכות הביטחון, הן בישראל והן ביוון. בד בבד אנחנו נחושים גם בסוגיה קריטית נוספת, לא לאפשר לגורמים המבקשים לערער את היציבות האזורית לבסס דריסת רגל באמצעות טרור, תוקפנות או שלוחות צבאיות בסוריה, בעזה, בים האגאי או בכל זירה אחרת לממש את שאיפותיהם המסוכנות.
The High Court of Justice has ruled an autopsy would not be performed on the two infants who died this week at an unlicensed, overcrowded daycare in Jerusalem. The court overturned a lower court decision that had approved postmortems, ruling that invasive autopsies are unnecessary if other medical tests can confirm the cause of death. The decision allowed 4-month-old Leah Goloventic and 6-month-old Aaron Katz to be buried without further delay. The families, who are ultra-Orthodox, opposed autopsies on religious grounds. Strict interpretation of Jewish law generally prohibits autopsies, viewing the human body as sacred and calling for quick burial, unless the procedure can clearly save another life. Police believe the babies died from heat exhaustion and dehydration, possibly due to a malfunctioning heating system in a sealed room. Meanwhile, 2 caregivers from the daycare remain in custody, with police investigating possible reckless homicide and criminal negligence in one of Jerusalem's most shocking childcare tragedies in years. U.S. President Donald Trump said his administration may have reached a deal with Harvard University. Trump cites anti-Semitism at the prestigious Ivy League school. The administration has threatened to withhold federal funding from universities over campus anti-Israel protests and policies related to diversity, climate initiatives, and transgender issues, drawing concern from civil rights groups.
Secured unprecedented settlements with Brown University, Columbia University, and many other colleges, including the University of Pennsylvania, where I went, the great old Wharton School of Finance. To restore fairness and merit, we're working with Harvard right now. They've been very anti-Semitic. Terrible what they've done. And we'll see what happens. I hear we have a deal, but who the hell knows with them? They have a lawyer that wants to show how hot he is.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu congratulated U.S. President Donald Trump on marking 1 year since returning to office for his second term. In a post on the official Prime Minister's X account, Netanyahu called it an incredible first year of a second term, offering congratulations to both President Trump and the United States. The two leaders have maintained close ties, meeting face-to-face 6 times since Trump began his second term, most recently just weeks ago in Florida.
From the Golan Heights to Gaza, you've proven time and again what I've said many times.
We've never had a friend, even close, a friend, as President Trump in the White House. So I think we have a partnership, if I can quote you, second to none. I think it's allowed us to do enormous things.
While you focus at home on making America great again, your leadership abroad is changing the world for the better, ending wars and advancing peace.
I think what President Trump has done in a very short time is bring America back to the front seat, to the driver's seat in world affairs, and that's very, very important.
I think he's been extraordinary in his friendship and his support for Israel, his principled positions, his willingness to just cut through and get to the essence of things.
Israel with other people might not exist right now, if you want to know the truth.
The coordination between an American president and an Israeli prime minister has been unmatched. It offers great promise for Israel, for America, for our region, and for the world.
We're with you, and we'll continue to be with you, and a lot of good things are happening.
Thank you for your friendship.
Thank you very much, Peter.
And thank you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 6 degrees Celsius or 44 degrees Fahrenheit. So then tomorrow we'll see cloudy skies alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 16 degrees Celsius or 60 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and keep up with us on social media. That's at ILTV_Israel on all platforms. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Sivan Raviv. Be well, and thank you so much for watching.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect, thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
And now, as Israel gets ready to celebrate the holiday of Sukkot, we learn more about one of our more ancient wines, produced in the heart of Israel. Shiloh Winery has mastered the art of winemaking, blending ancient techniques with cutting-edge technology. Let's take a look.
In the heart of Israel, the Shiloh region is not just a site of historical significance, but also a flourishing hub for viticulture. The winery draws inspiration from this rich history, crafting wines that embody the spirit of the region.
Shiloh dates back 3,000 years of growing vines and producing wine in this area. If you walk around the vineyards and the area here in Shiloh, you can find ancient wine presses that date back 2,000 and 3,000 years ago.
Shiloh Winery has mastered the art of winemaking, blending ancient techniques with cutting-edge technology. Their dedication to quality is evident in every step.
To make really amazing wine, everything starts from the grapes themselves and from the land. The better and the more effort that we put into the vineyards and into the grapes and into the vines, it makes the work at the winery that much easier.
This relentless pursuit of excellence ensures that Shiloh consistently produces some of the best wines in the region.
To make high-end wines, you need really good barrels. But to make it even better, you have to find the right kind of barrel for the right kind of wine. And finding that match is a big challenge. That's why we taste regularly all these wines. We experiment regularly with different kinds of barrels. We try to upgrade every single year.
Shiloh Winery offers an impressive range of wines, from robust reds to crisp whites and elegant rosés. Each bottle tells a story. Shiloh's dedication to excellence has not gone unnoticed. The winery has garnered numerous awards on the global stage.
All our wines we send to competitions year after year consistently. The wines are getting ratings in the 90s, from 90 to 96. We're very, very proud.
This year has been challenging for Israel, with the ongoing war affecting many. Despite these hardships, Shiloh Winery has remained resilient.
Last year's harvest was extremely challenging because the end of the harvest, the war already started, and most of our team were enlisted immediately, and we were left with a skeleton crew. We barely finished the harvest. We literally, some of the vineyards were harvested under fire, but when the going gets tough, the tough get going.
Beyond just producing wine, Shiloh Winery offers an immersive experience for visitors. Guests are invited to discover the full story behind every glass.
Petit Syrah, Merlot, my favorite, Cabernet Franc.
Shiloh Winery is more than just a producer of fine wines. It's a guardian of tradition, a beacon of innovation, and a destination for those seeking a deeper connection with the land and its history.
Here at Shiloh Winery, as people already know, we take things to the extreme. We try to make the best wines we can. When we built the new facility, we took all the experience of the past 18 years to do things that much better.
Visit Shiloh Winery, where every bottle is a journey through time.
This is the largest massacre of Iranians in recent history.
Many of us cannot reach our friends or family, and it's kind of like one half of our world went dark in an instant. Not only is it one of the most brutal crackdowns in the history of the Islamic regime, but it's also just one of the most brutal crackdowns in our modern era.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Off the Record. This is a place where we take a step back from the noise surrounding the news and take some time to deep dive into the stories beyond the headlines. And this week, to say that there's a lot to unpack would be an understatement. It has been a very heavy couple of weeks for anyone who is paying attention to what's happening in Iran. Frankly, we should all be paying attention. When the protests initially begun a month ago now, I was really hopeful and inspired by watching people take to the streets and fight for their liberation. The 12-day war between Israel and Iran last June exposed just how weak this regime really is, and for the first time there was real hope because we saw that this regime can be toppled if enough pressure is applied. And now, seeing just how brutally the regime has cracked down on these protesters has been devastating. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, has for the first time publicly acknowledged that thousands of people were killed during these protests, even describing some of the deaths as having occurred in the most inhumane and savage manner. At the same time, Khamenei blamed the United States for the deaths, more specifically, U.S. President Donald Trump, calling him a criminal. Regime officials who've spoken to Western media with easy access to Wi-Fi, by the way, have labeled Iranian protesters as terrorists, blaming Israel and the United States for the uprising. Because of the internet blackout, there's still no way to verify the true numbers of people killed, but the Sunday Times did report that the regime's crackdown left about 16,500 people dead and over 330,000 injured. This is the largest massacre of Iranians in recent history. A UK parliamentary report states that it has credible sources indicating that some type of chemical weapon was used against protesters, resulting in more deaths later. It is also believed that at least 5,000 Iraqi proxy militia terrorists were imported to suppress the protests violently. What we've seen so far has been absolutely heartbreaking and devastating. There's footage of families having to search through hundreds of bodies to find their loved ones. There's footage of the regime brutally beating protesters and even entering hospitals to kill some of the injured. The regime is demanding that families pay 1 billion tomans in order to receive the body of their loved one, or have them sign a false confession in order to release the bodies for burial. A maximum of 3 to 4 people are permitted to attend a funeral. Protests have largely been violently suppressed, and Iran is essentially under a state of martial law. In most cities, regime forces are in military gear, patrolling the streets and threatening residents with loudspeakers not to assemble. Last week, when President Donald Trump encouraged protesters to keep going and said help was on the way, many believed the U.S. would carry out a strike, and yet, for now, nothing seems to be happening. Is this just a ploy? Is the U.S. biding its time? Or is this yet another tragic and failed attempt by Iranians to free themselves from the shackles of this regime? The only thing we do know for sure is that the story is not yet over. So where do we go from here? Joining me today is a guest who brings expertise and personal experience to the conversation. We are joined today by Sarah Raviani, a political commentator and strategic communications professional specializing in Iran, the Middle East, and U.S. foreign policy. She has extensive experience across American, Iranian, Arab, and Israeli political circles with a background in legislative advocacy, grassroots organizing, and coalition building. Sarah has worked directly with Congress on national security and foreign policy issues, contributing to key legislative efforts including the 21st Century Peace Through Strength Act, and amplifying Iranian-American voices through policy analysis, media engagement, and public advocacy. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now, I want to first begin by expressing my deepest sympathy and condolences for what the Iranian community are going through, because I know that after October 7th, one of the things I really wish was someone to acknowledge the pain that we were going through as the Jewish community. And so I can't imagine what it's been like as somebody that is a member of the Iranian diaspora community right now. Can you please shed light for us on what you're going through, what your community is going through right now?
Our community is facing a very sad situation watching from afar our people in Iran being slaughtered. And not only that, but the internet has been cut off. So there's a complete and total communications blackout. So many of us cannot reach our friends or family. And it's kind of like one half of our world went dark in an instant.
I can imagine how difficult that's been. Have you been able to connect with any family, friends, loved ones in Iran at all?
It's been very intermittent. We don't know how our family members are doing. Friends have completely gone silent. Social media accounts have completely gone silent. The little interactions that you experience on a day-to-day basis are just completely gone. The world feels a little bit darker and a lot quieter and a lot more lonely without that part of our world being connected to us. And watching what they're going through in the streets has been extremely difficult. And I want to stress just how dire the situation is. The people that are in Iran that have been able to connect to the outside world briefly have expressed just how dire and chaotic the situation is. And many of them are extremely traumatized by what they saw in the streets and the sheer brutality of what the regime has subjected their people to.
If we rewind to about a week ago, U.S. President Donald Trump took to his Truth Social to encourage Iranians to keep protesting. And he said help was on the way. And in fact, all of us in Israel were bracing ourselves for the retaliation. We knew that a U.S. strike would mean that we would spend the next several weeks in bomb shelters and underground bunkers, and we were ready for that if it meant to finally see the end of this regime. And it seems that we are at a standstill right now. Do you have any understanding of why this is happening? You know, what's going on? Is this a ploy?
This is very reminiscent to me of what happened prior to the 12-Day War, when there was a lot of confusion. We didn't know what was going to happen. And President Trump, I think, has been not as forthcoming with what his plans are in relation to Iran, because we kind of have to keep them on their toes. I think that that's part of the military strategy here, and that ambiguity is actually an important element of surprise for the regime, so that they don't know what's coming next. And because of that, that's created a lot of hearsay. A lot of people are on the edge of their seats waiting for what happens next. And I actually think that that's a very important element of surprise.
Okay, well, I want to ask you about Iran in general, because now that it's in the media, a lot of people have become geopolitical experts. But even myself, I would say that I've heard from so many analysts that Iranians inside of Iran, for the most part, do not support this regime at all. But the reality is that the regime does have some type of support, which is why it's still in power. So can you give our audience a little bit of an understanding of what the makeup of the population is? Are there groups that are like, the MEK that are, even worse in some regards, if you want to talk about it? Or are most Iranians actually these secular people that want the regime gone? Give us a sense of the population of Iran.
So I would say at least 90% of the population does not support the Islamic regime. And in fact, many of them have become increasingly secular, especially the young Generation Z, who have completely rejected Islam as a whole. There is ideological support from the very upper echelons of the leadership of the regime, as well as the IRGC, but average, everyday people do not support the regime, and likewise, they don't support the MEK. The MEK has tried to create a sense of support through buying politicians and buying space in media circles, but the reality is that they largely reject the MEK and in turn actually support the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi. And we saw that in the protests when the youth rose up. They were all chanting his name in the streets.
Right now, we have in Iran, you have the Basij, right, that I think are in charge of imposing the sort of civilian, day-to-day crackdown. You have the IRGC, which is directly loyal to the regime, and you have the Iranian army. Can you give us a sense of everything in Iran regarding the, I would say, military apparatus. And is it possible, if we talk about toppling the regime in general, would we not need these three elements to also be either deflecting or toppled as well? And does that require more than just a strike in order to do so?
Absolutely. And I feel like that's the missing piece here that we haven't seen are military defections. And I believe that that support is not only ideological because the religion and the regime are one in the same. So abandoning one means abandoning the other. But the security apparatus is very vast. Like you mentioned, the besieged force is the paramilitary force. They're the plainclothes guards that walk the streets and patrol in usually civilian clothing. The IRGC is the terror apparatus that is basically the Hamas or the ISIS of Iran. Very, very, very similar. That is the force that really clamps down on the protests, and that's the force that you see going out there and just indiscriminately firing on civilians, including a 3-year-old little girl who was walking to grocery shop with her dad in a bazaar, and the IRGC just openly fired, shot her with a pellet gun, and she unfortunately passed away. And so that's the terror that Iranians are experiencing on a daily basis. Even just innocent young little girls are being killed by this regime. The Iranian army is a complete separate entity. It's technically still part of the IRGC, but there is not that ideological loyalty. However, they don't wield the same power that the IRGC possesses.
Interesting. And there has never been an interest by the Iranian army to want to actually defend Iranians?
I believe that there is, and we have seen defections here and there, especially on social media, where members of the military will come out and say that, they are with the people. But as far as a large-scale defection, we just haven't seen that yet. And again, I do believe that that is the missing piece here. And I do believe that that's where targeted strikes could really help in that effort to move it forward. If they see a decapitation in leadership, I believe that it will cause the lower levels of the security forces to defect. And I believe that that would really change the course of what we see happening on the ground in Iran. We need to see the security forces lay down their arms and stand with their people. Otherwise, we're going to see massacre after massacre where we've in this past few weeks seen just tens of thousands of people being mowed down by the regime. They stand from higher levels and they shoot down into the crowds. And those are the defections that we need to see, where there's an alternative. And those people see that if they defect and stand with the Iranian people, then they too can be saved from this brutal regime.
Speaking of a strike, which you and I have mentioned multiple times since we begun this conversation, I really want to address what I think a lot of people in the American left are worried about right now, which is foreign intervention and how that affects a revolution. Now, I have read in the past that foreign intervention is always something that if you want to suppress a revolution, then foreign intervention is the way to go, because it doesn't create legitimacy internally. And oftentimes it creates this rally around the flag that a lot of people, once they begun to get attacked by foreign entities, will, feel like they want to fight back. And so I want to ask you, why do you think this time is different? Why do you think a strike would actually be effective? And why, how do we ensure that that we don't create this rally around the flag situation in Iran?
So I think that Iran is a very different country in the Middle East particularly, but globally, we don't see very many countries like Iran where you have such a young, educated, brilliant population that really is yearning for change and also yearning to be free of the shackles of the Islamic regime. And so after the 12-day war, we did not see a rally around the flag effect. However, I do believe that people were a little bit confused because they thought after the 12-day war or during the war that people would come out into the streets and rise up against the regime. We did not see that, but I don't think that that's an indication that there was a rally around the flag effect. I think that in that instance, it was a very tense environment with the strikes happening, as well as the security forces heavily patrolling each corner of every street, making it pretty much impossible for the people to rise up. But I do believe that the 12-day war was very important because it showed Iranians both inside the country and outside the country that the regime is not as strong as it appears. It's actually a lot more fragile. And I believe that that led to what we saw in the past few weeks, where people did have the courage to rise up because they saw, the regime really isn't as strong as we think it is. So I believe that there are several levels where a foreign intervention, if you will, would actually be very important. And it would also give an opportunity for the people to rise up because the security apparatus would be dealing with external pressures. And I know that there's a lot of people who are opponents of foreign intervention and that they say, we shouldn't get involved. But the truth is that the Islamic regime has been at war with the West and with the entire region for the past 47 years. And they themselves have their own foreign intervention with their proxies like Hezbollah and the Iraqi Shia militias who have come into Iran by the busloads to suppress the people. So there already is foreign intervention, and we didn't start this war. The Islamic regime started this war on the day of its inception when it took dozens of Americans hostage during the Iran hostage crisis.
That's very interesting that you bring it up. I never even thought about how during the 12-day war, we didn't see this rally around the flag. So one of the main arguments, I guess, for people who are worried about that and pushing that argument is that we've already seen some version, some test case of the regime being attacked by a foreign entity. In that case, it was directly Israel. And they're Iranians, I remember seeing footage of them even celebrating while it was happening. So I think that's a very strong case that you just made. I want to ask you, if a military strike is off the table, what is another way that the entire Western world could actually support Iranians right now? For me, at the very least, every Western leader should be ensuring that their Iranian ambassador has been expelled. To make it very, very clear that we're not okay with this. What else could Western leaders be doing to support Iranians right now?
So at the very basic level, I think that all world leaders should very much watch their rhetoric and be sure that they're supporting the people of Iran in the way that they speak. They don't understand just how much that matters to the people. And I know that there's a communications blackout right now, but when the Iranians are reconnected to the internet, I know that they're going to come back and they're going to see everything that each world leader had to say. And I know that that will make a difference in the future for them. So at the very, very bottom level, I think we need to see a very strong rhetoric in support of the people of Iran and against the Islamic Republic. Beyond that, economic pressure is very important. Here in the United States, President Trump's economic policy of maximum pressure towards the regime has really crippled the upper echelons of the leadership. And we've seen that even with the Treasury Secretary coming out this past week and noting that the Iranian officials are moving their money into offshore bank accounts like in Dubai, for example. So economic pressure is extremely important. We've seen the rial drop to levels that are, extremely low, at zero, not even worth the paper that it's printed on. So I believe that that's very important because at the end of the day, any economic relief only benefits the regime. And we've seen that time and time again in the past. So economic pressure, and then as well as in Europe, prescribing the IRGC as a terrorist organization, that's a very, very basic step that the UK can do. And the UK really does need to step it up and really apply pressure to the regime in an economic fashion and also in their rhetoric. I believe that they're really falling short on that. And so I believe that the rest of the world should take President Trump's approach to the regime and really apply that economic pressure, provide words of support for the people, and hold the Islamic Republic accountable.
There's a lot of talk about, Reza Pahlavi, the former crown prince or the son of the former Shah, to be a figure that would lead Iran if the regime were to topple as some transition figure. But how do we ensure that within, after his term is over and democratic elections are being held, that it doesn't turn into what Hamas did in Gaza, or that it doesn't turn into another Syria? I know you mentioned that Iranians are, for the most part, very young and progressive, and they don't want to see this type of power. But how do we ensure that there isn't some vacuum that fills the void in the future?
So for the Crown Prince specifically, Reza Pahlavi, he is, I believe, an amazing figure to lead the transition. He's very patient, he's very even-tempered, and he really does listen to the concerns of those around him. And I think those are three qualities in a leader that we really should expect. And I also very much respect him for that. And so I don't believe there to be any issue with Reza Pahlavi as a transition figure. And the people of Iran, likewise, very much do support him. And so I believe that that would be just a match made in heaven. And also, we've seen the nostalgia. And I think that the people of Iran, especially the youth, they go back and they look at the time when his father and grandfather were running the country, and they see that the prosperity that was present. And we hear stories from our parents and our grandparents talking about the Pahlavi era and just how prosperous it was. And so I believe that if we give him a chance, that he could actually lead the country to greatness, and that he would open up the door for a referendum where the Iranian people could have a say in their own future. And that ultimately should be left up to the Iranian people, because they've been robbed of that right for so long to decide what type of governance and who they want to specifically govern them.
My last question to you is, I've seen the American far left and the woke right respond to the situation, and I'm definitely not surprised by some of their rhetoric. It's just very difficult to see what's happening in Iran and to see the complete silence from people that were so vocal about Gaza, not just in those movements, but in Hollywood, how mainstream the suffering, talking about the suffering in Gaza was, without the entire context of why that suffering was happening and who was perpetuating it. And then to see this complete silence on Iran, or this whitewashing of Maduro, the Venezuelan narco dictator that, thank God, is now in U.S. custody. What is your response to that and to those people?
It's very upsetting, especially as an Iranian American, when I see just the sheer brutality of this regime. We have to put into perspective, over a 48-hour period, tens of thousands of people were killed. And not only is it one of the most brutal crackdowns in the history of the Islamic regime, but it's also just one of the most brutal crackdowns in our modern era of a state just cracking down and indiscriminately slaughtering their people. So to see this complete silence is very frustrating, and it's honestly just sad, but I don't really expect anything different. For several years, even at the beginning of my advocacy for Iran, the pro-Palestine group was very hostile, and that's continued to this day. They threaten us, they are very nasty and they're very mean, and the causes just don't align, because at the end of the day, what the pro-Palestinian people are chanting for is for essentially a continuation of Hamas, and who are the funders of Hamas, the Islamic regime. So they're two very opposing ideas. And I think that even some Iranians have had a hard time grasping that and realizing that they're really just not our friends, they're not our allies, and they're not on our side. And we can't look to people that have that very performative activism for any sort of support. And honestly, I don't really want them to support us, because their cause is not what I feel is a just cause. And the Iranian people deserve better advocates than what we see from those groups.
Well, the only silver lining here is that I think the relationship between the Iranian community and the Jewish community has definitely increased here. We had a rally here in Israel, and it was just beautiful to see the Persian Israelis come out and people from all walks of life come out. And so the same way that the Iranian community really came out to support us after October 7th, I hope your community knows that you have allies here. You have allies all over the Jewish community. And Sarah, I want to close off by just saying that I hope, in the coming months, we'll be able to speak to each other face to face, but in Tehran.
Yes, absolutely. And I want to thank the people of Israel tremendously for all of their support. And I really do believe that our historic friendship will continue, and it'll only just grow over time. And I'm very, very thankful for both the Israeli people and the Jewish community here in the United States for really standing up for the people of Iran in their darkest hour and showing us that kindness and that friendship, because it really is important during these dark times. So thank you so much.
I want to thank all of you for tuning in today on Off the Record, where our goal is to fight through the noise and get to the stories beyond the headlines. We'll continue to monitor what's happening in Iran, Israel, and the entire Middle East to keep you informed as things develop, and we are praying for better days ahead. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
Israel has begun demolishing the UNRWA headquarters in East Jerusalem, a move the United Nations is condemning, but Israel defends as lawful and long overdue. ILTV's Mayan Hoffman reports.
Israel on Tuesday began demolishing the East Jerusalem headquarters of UNRWA, sending bulldozers into the compound in the early morning hours and tearing down several buildings that once housed dozens of agency staff. The move follows years of escalating Israeli action against the organization, which Israel accuses of deep ties to Hamas, and of perpetuating the conflict by maintaining refugee status across generations. In late October 2024, the Knesset passed legislation banning UNRWA from operating on Israeli territory, citing security concerns and evidence linking agency employees to terror activity. Despite those laws, some UNRWA operations in East Jerusalem had continued in a limited capacity. Israeli officials say the headquarters itself had already been vacated and no longer qualified as a protected UN site. The United Nations sharply condemned the demolition, with Secretary General Antonio Guterres calling on Israel to halt the operation and restore the compound. Speaking to reporters, a UN spokesperson framed the move as an attack on the organization itself.
UNRWA facilities are United Nations facilities. An attack on UNRWA is an attack on the United Nations.
Israel's foreign ministry rejected that claim, stating that UNRWA had already ceased operations at the site and that the compound did not enjoy immunity. The ministry said the seizure and demolition were carried out in accordance with Israeli and international law. National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir arrived at the scene as demolition began, calling it an important day for sovereignty in Jerusalem, and vowing similar action against what he described as terror supporters. Israel has intensified scrutiny of UNRWA since the October 7th, 2023 Hamas massacre, after evidence emerged that agency employees participated in the attack. Israeli officials say more than 10% of UNRWA staff in Gaza have documented ties to terror groups, and that agency schools routinely incite hatred and glorify violence. The IDF has also revealed a Hamas data center beneath UNRWA's Gaza headquarters, and says it has repeatedly targeted Hamas operatives using UNRWA facilities as cover. Freed hostages have testified that they were held in UNRWA schools and buildings during captivity. UNRWA supporters argue the agency provides essential humanitarian services and warn that dismantling it could worsen instability. Israel counters that no humanitarian role justifies cooperation with terror, and that aid must be delivered through alternative, accountable frameworks.
When we realized that we're getting married and that we're starting this beautiful journey together, then I said to him, I want this to be part of our journey. And immediately when we started, we realized that this is our journey. This is our gift to the world, to be traveling, to be not in the system, to be outside of the matrix, to be living an alternative life.
Welcome to The Nosh! Today I have an amazing guest. Mayan Klein, part of the Jewish Nomads. Well, one half of the Jewish Nomads, and if we count the kids, there's a little more. We're going to talk about the Jewish Nomads in a little bit. The Nosh. People have been asking me, Kosher Guru, the Nosh, because I love to nosh, and a nosh is a little taste of here and there. So a little taste of Jewish lifestyle, Israel lifestyle, from culture to fashion to politics to food to travel to music and so much more. So today we're here with ILTV, noshing away with Mayan. Thank you so much for joining me here in studio. It's a pleasure, Mayan.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So talk to me, the Jewish Nomads. What is a Jewish nomad?
Okay, first of all, thank you for having me. It's a big pleasure. I don't know what a Jewish nomad is, but I can tell you what I'm the Jewish nomad is. So basically, I'm Mayan. Nice to meet you all. And we've been the Jewish nomads already for 8 years. We travel already the world for 8 years since we got married.
Whoa. Who's we? Explain to me who we are or is.
First of all, today's my anniversary.
Oh, happy anniversary.
Yes.
Happy anniversary, Mayan.
Thank you. So really today, it's been 8 years. I'm married to beautiful Ashriel, and I call him Ash. You're welcome to call him Ash as well. And I have two beautiful daughters. Their name is Odeh, who's 4, and Naya, who's 1.5 years.
Very nice.
And all of us are the Jewish nomads.
And what makes you a nomad? And I'm assuming you're Jewish, so what makes you a Jewish nomad?
So Jewish, Baruch Hashem, I was born that way. So that's... And a nomad is that we do not have one house, we do not have one place that we stay. We are constantly moving all the time, and we've been doing this for many years now.
So where are you and your husband from originally then?
So I'm originally from Israel, but when I was 8, we moved to South Africa. My father's South African and my mother's American. And when I was 13, we moved back. So that's where I'm from. And then Ash is from Netivot in the south next to Be'er Sheva, and we met in Jerusalem 9 years ago.
Wow. Okay, fine. So let's talk a little bit about your nomadic travel. I know you online as the Jewish Nomads. I've had tastings of your foods, seen your recipes, a lot of your content. So when you are traveling, because you're nomadic, what countries, where are you going to? Where is your nomadic travels taking you to?
So I'll tell you what we did this year. Because we've been...
Whoa. 1 second. It changes every year?
It changes every month.
Oh, wow.
Basically, we've been nomads, like we said, for 8 years. So we've been to many countries. And it used to just be that we used to travel to different places and to all the time, just randomly where our heart takes us. Now, we are 6 months a year in India. And we'll probably talk about that soon. We have a Jewish community center there called Bet Halev. And then 4 months a year we travel, and then 2 months a year we're in Israel. So now we've been in India, then we traveled in India, and then we went to Uganda, we went to Kenya, we went to South Africa, we went to Bulgaria, North Macedonia, Kosovo, and Israel.
Oh, wow. So this past year, a little bit of Africa and a little bit of Europe.
Yes.
In years past, where have you gone to? Can you tell me some cool places?
You
some
want
cool
all the
experiences?
names?
Not all the names, but a few. Let's go back to last year also. We'll focus on these 2 years.
Okay, so last year was Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador, the U.S. What else? I don't remember everywhere right now. Oh, we were in Germany, Spain, England, just, lots and lots and lots of places. I have a daughter who's a year and a half who's been in 14 countries. So as you can imagine, it's a lot of places.
So we won't go back 8 years because your kids are young, but I'm just curious, with having young kids, how does it affect, the family life or them seeing, their extended family, whether their grandparents or aunts and uncles or other family members, cousins? How does it affect them and their relationship with their family? And how does it affect you and your husband with your relationship with the family?
Wow, it's a great question. So basically, because we've been for so long, and we started our family like this, can you imagine, we got married and then a month later we left. So it's been like our whole family life as a couple. This is what we've been doing. So it's like everybody's gotten used to it, first of all. And also we basically made a system how to make it work. So in India, we have lots of people come to visit us. And that's really, really special now that we have that base. And we do lots of FaceTime, obviously.
Obviously, of course.
And our girls, I think it's really, really special because we are such a close-knit family, like our unit of the four of us. And then they just have that is very, very important for them. And they're always so excited to see all the rest of the family. So it's very special.
But I need to understand, I'm not fully comprehending what made you and your husband pick up and just travel one day and say, this is what we want to do for X amount of months of the year?
Right, I was waiting for that question. So basically, I was just out of the army. I think we've spoken about this. I was a combat soldier in the army. I went to travel after the army. I came back and I worked in Jerusalem in this really cute, tiny vegetarian restaurant in the Shuk called Dagas Echad. And that's where I met Ash. And then when I met him, I was like, oh no, I'm not going to get into a relationship right now. I'm on my way to go travel. I had this vision to go travel for 5 years. And then when I met him and we slowly, very quickly, realized that
One second, is it slowly or very quickly? Because you can't have it both ways.
Very quickly. We got engaged after 6 months. It was very quick. It was it. On the first date, he said to me, if I ask you now to get married, will you get married? And I said yes. We knew.
Oh, wow. That is very quick, not
very
slow.
Quick. No, yeah. It took us 4 months till we started dating. But the minute that we started dating, it was Baruch Hashem, shakalaka boom. How you
boom
say.
shakalaka. Yes. There you go.
So Baruch Hashem. So when we realized that we're getting married and that we're starting this beautiful journey together, then I said to him, I want this to be part of our journey. And immediately when we started, we realized that this is our journey. This is our gift to the world, to be traveling, to be not in the system, to be outside of the metrics, to be living an alternative life. And I really, really think it's a startup because for a couple that just got married, to just be together 24/7, you get to know each other really, really well. Obviously it's not always so easy, but it's we had 4.5 years before we had our first daughter, just of really, really intense in a good way to get to know each other. And that is what made us continue this. We just realized that we really enjoy this lifestyle. It's very different. It's very not, we don't work 24/7. We're not enslaved to any job. We see each other all the time. We get to raise our kids, to homeschool them. So we're pretty much addicted.
I have to ask, just because
Yes.
you did mention, which I don't recall if I ever did know that, you were a combat soldier?
Yes, I was.
So if you don't mind me asking, you grew up in a religious household?
Yes.
And a female combat soldier. How did your parents feel about that? Or how did you feel about that? Or what made you take that direction with your army service?
Okay, so basically, yes, you're right. I grew up in a modern Orthodox home, and I did go to an ulpana, which ulpana is a school only for girls. And I was the first in my ulpana to actually go to the army. It was very not think about this. It's 15 years ago. This wasn't something that was happening so much.
So a lot of the girls in your ulpana did, let's say, national service, they had Sherut Lumi instead of going to the army. Everybody.
All of them. In the end.
But you broke the mold. You changed it all.
Yes, it wasn't on purpose. But I just, because we lived in South Africa and my father was a shaliach aliyah, which basically means that he helped people from South Africa make aliyah to Israel. I grew up in a very, very Zionist home. And my vision was that obviously I'm going to the army, always. And I've always been very fit. I was always very sporty. And I was like, come on, like I can be an amazing combat soldier. And then when I heard about that there's a dog unit, Okets, that's where I was like, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be with dogs. I'm going to be a combat soldier. And yeah, that's what. It was hard in the beginning because like the school literally brought a rabbi to the school to talk about why women shouldn't be in the army. And now it's different, but at the time it was not very acceptable why religious women should be in the army. So there was a rabbi who came to talk and explain why it's not good. I went anyways.
And you didn't listen.
No. But I will say that I wasn't religious the whole time. Like after I went into the army, I was religious, but it did raise many, many questions. And it did take me on a religious journey. Today, Baruch Hashem, I'm back, and not even back, I'm more. Then
you're stronger.
Yeah, because I chose this connection. But I think everybody needs to go through that process.
Were your parents supportive of you when you went into the army for your service?
The most supportive. So proud. Till today, I don't even talk about it so much, and they all the time mention it. They're so proud that I did it. And fun fact, I still have my dog, who's almost 16 years old.
Oh wow!
Yes.
Does your dog travel with you, or you leave it here?
He used to. Now he's really, really old. But he lived with us in a van for a year and a half in the U.S.
Oh, wow.
He came with us to Mexico when we were doing hitchhikes, and he was all over the world with us.
That's beautiful. That's a very nice story. But let's go back to the nomadic lifestyle. When you met Ash, because you wanted to do the traveling, was he like game on from the beginning, or you had to talk him into it a little bit? What was his feelings on doing it, and when you're raising a family, continuing the nomadic lifestyle?
Right. So, Gabe, you have good questions.
That's why I'm in this seat.
Right. Exactly. So he basically grew up in a very traditional Tunisian home. I don't know if you guys know what that means, but it's like nobody in his family ever flew, ever.
I can't say I know what a traditional Tunisian family means, but I've actually been to Tunisia. I've been to Djerba.
Wow, so he's from Djerba.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So I've been to Djerba, actually. I spent a few years ago for Sukkot. I spent on a program in Hammamet Beach, which is like 45 minutes from Tunis in Tunisia. And then we flew for Chol HaMoed during the holiday to spend 2 days, 1 night in Djerba. And that'll be a whole nother podcast, a whole nother story. But I've spent in Djerba, and that was an experience of itself. Wow.
Amazing. So all the jewelry that I'm wearing is actually Tunisian jewelry.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because my father-in-law used to be a goldsmith, doing all the kisui Torah, how do you say, the covers of the Tunisian traditional covers of the Sefer Torah.
Oh, very nice.
And then he also has Tunisian jewelry. Yeah.
Okay, so your husband never flew from a Tunisian family, whatever that means, and then he met you.
Very old school, traditional, you get married, you study, you get married, you work, And then he met me. He did travel a little bit, but also just after the army, what everybody does. And then he met me, and it was pretty much clash. We're so different. Really, Shamayim Va'aretz. Shamayim Va'aretz in English.
Shamayim Va'aretz, sky and land, heavens and earth.
Yes. And and I basically said to him, if you want to be together, you're going to come with me. And he said yes. He didn't know what he was getting into.
I'm sure.
But today, we realized that Hashem did this beautiful shidduch because it's our journey, both of us. Especially what we do in India.
And how are your kids, your two little girls, acclimating to all the travel and the different cultures and languages and just different parts of the world? I know one is still young. Your younger daughter's still young.
Yeah.
But your other one, how is she acclimating to everything?
So I have a 4-year-old and a year and a half, and they were born into it. You can imagine, I was pregnant while we were traveling, and then I went to give birth in the U.S., and then we continued to travel when they were 3 months. So they were literally born into this lifestyle, and they love it. Both of them. They are so friendly. You can't even imagine. And they really enjoy just being around people. They are really good travelers. We go on buses for 15 hours.
Oh, wow.
We did a train for 48 hours in India.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you mentioned India, and you mentioned in the beginning, got a few things I want to talk about. But let's hit up India right now, because I actually love India. I spend a lot of time,
I know.
1 or 2 times a year in India. I just, during the summer, I was in this past summer, all in Israel, but I did go to India for a week. For a friend's wedding. So let's talk about India. What's your involvement, connection to India? What is this bait, whatever it's called in India, you got going on?
Okay, so basically we traveled for 2 years in the beginning in Asia, Ash and I, when we were just newly married and we went to travel. And then part of our travel was India. He was also in India before that, a few years before. And when we got to India, we're like, wow, this is our favorite place in Asia. It's a very spiritual place. It's very much connected with our spiritual journey. And we really, really felt like it was like kind of home for us. And we knew that we had this vision of one day opening a Jewish center, a Jewish community center. We knew that one day it was going to be in India. But we had to go through like this whole process of like growth and like more like refining what we want to do, who we are, our Jewish connection, etc. And then many, many, many years later, we really came back to India after we did so many different like volunteering in different Jewish communities all over the world, like in El Salvador, in Mexico, in the US. All the time, we just found ourselves traveling, and then suddenly we found ourselves in Jewish communities. And it was so like, wow, this is our purpose. This is what we need to do. So we got to India and we to Kerala, which you love
Yes.
Kerala. And in Kerala, as you know, there used to be lots of Jewish history,
In
especially in
Cochin.
Kochi. Right.
So I spent a Shabbat there last year. My good friend lives in Kozhikode, which is in Calicut. Not Calcutta, Calicut in South India,
In South-
Kozhikode. But I actually took a train last year and spent Shabbat in that old synagogue in
Right.
Cochin, which was an amazing experience in of itself.
It's amazing. There's a Jew town and everything.
Yes, in Jewtown.
Yeah, in the Paradesi show.
Yes.
Yes. So we are only 4 hours away from there. We basically landed in Kerala. We had our firstborn, Ode, with us, and we landed there. And our purpose was to open Bet Halev, which Bet Halev translates to House of Heart. And it's a non-profit. It's not like nobody sent us. We made up this whole thing.
And you're not Chabad, so this isn't like a Chabad house or a Beit
No.
Chabad or anything like that.
In India, there's lots of Chabad and Breslev. Beit Yehudi is Breslev.
Oh, I didn't even
and
know that. Okay.
Yeah, it's lots. And then Chabad. We're not either. We're everything. If you need to put us in something, we call ourselves Hasidic hippie Hasidic. That's our...
Are you Hasid or hipster? So there you go. You're a bit of both over there.
It's cool. So we basically decided to open Bet Halev, and we got to Kerala, and our purpose was to find something. We had 10 days till Hanukkah, and that was like our goal. On Hanukkah, we're opening Bet Halev. So we went all over, and we landed in Kochi. Then from Kochi, we went to Munnar. You've probably been. The tea
I'm not
plantations.
sure.
No, you would know. So you
No, that I haven't been then.
No. So we went to Munnar, and then from Munnar, we got to Varkala in Kerala, which is a beach town, and that's where we opened Bet Halev.
On the beach.
It's a 10-minute walk, but on the beach.
Okay, on the beach.
Yes.
So, first of all, if you're not there all year round, is the place open all year round or just when you're there?
No, so as you know, India is very seasonal. So there's something called Shvil HaChummus, which is what all the Israelis travel, which is Hummus Trail. All the Israelis go on the same trail. They go to the same places, only when it's season. So we can only open our Jewish center in the season, which is from October till March. So we open every year in Sukkot. This is going to be our 4th year. Very, very exciting. It's going to be from Sukkot till after Purim. That's when we open our Jewish center. And then people come, and then when we finish, we close it and we continue our nomadic life and then come back every year for Sukkot.
So, while you're open, first of all, let's tell everybody if they're traveling to India and Israeli or not Israeli and want to
Jews,
visit it during that time, how can they find Beit Halev on the internet or on social media? How can they find you guys?
So first of all, if you're not following yet, you must follow the Jewish Nomads.
Yes, you must follow the Jewish Nomads.
It's a really, really cool page, and we show our Jewish nomadic life while we're traveling very authentically. So it's really beautiful. And on that page, we also update about Bet Halev. Bet Halev also has a Facebook page in Hebrew, and it also has an English site. Just Google Bet Halev. B-E-T Halev, H-A-L-E-V. So we update everything there. And as well, when you're in India, it's just hard to miss. You'll hear about us. If you're in Kerala, you'll hear about us. It's just from word
So
to
what
mouth.
are you offering there? When it's open, and let's say I'm going to Beit Halev,
You
what do you
must
offer?
come.
I will come, I must come, I will, and we'll have another episode after I come to explain what I experienced at Beit Halev in India. But right
Thank
now,
you.
what are you offering there?
Okay, so what I think that is very, very special about it, that when you're traveling, because we know what it's like, because we were in that place, and we know what it's like to be on a spiritual journey, and we know what it's like to be a backpacker, we know that place. So when you're traveling, you really want just a home. You want to get at the end of the day to a place where you could just eat something that doesn't taste Indian, even though Indian food is amazing.
Yes, it is.
But, after traveling for so long, you just want to have your, Israeli food sometimes as well, and just to, feel, I don't know, your kube that you like to have on Shabbat, like that. So we basically are a home that's open 24/7. We have 2 communal meals a day. So it's really, really special. Just the community makes together the meals and we sit and we eat together. We have workshops. I do a class 4 times a week. My husband does a class 4 times a week. We have yoga every day in the rooftop. And it's a home that I wake up in the morning and there's already people in the lounge. You can make your own food. The kitchen is open all the time. And it's just basically a home. And I think that's the main difference of other community centers, because it's just, you come in and immediately you feel like you can just go and cook yourself something, and that you could just lie down on the couch and be in your pajamas all day.
Little fun Indian food fact, though. I just want to throw out there that kosher guru, my favorite dish is palak paneer. Love palak paneer. I don't know what it is. It just speaks to me every time I'm in a kosher Indian restaurant near me in New York. I'm always ordering palak paneer.
Wow.
Make it at home sometimes. Just a fact. Getting back to Beit Halev.
Wait, can I say my favorite dish?
Go for it.
My favorite dish is malai kofta. I love malai kofta and all different kinds, and I also really like chana masala.
Chana masala, as guess, going to give you that one as well.
Yes.
Now, once again, going back to Beit Halev, I want to ask you, because you do cook a lot.
Yes.
You showcase a lot of your food online. Your husband, who does the cooking in your household? Your husband, you, both of you. Talk to me about the food and all those beautiful recipes and delicacies you're sharing all over social media.
Okay, so first of all, me and my husband met while working at a restaurant, so we're both very good at cooking. He's amazing at baking. He makes jachlon every Shabbat.
Ooh.
He makes 20 kilos chalot. He makes all the pitot. He makes rogalach. He's insane baker. And I'm more of the cook. I don't like baking because it means that you need to be exact, and I'm not exact. So I'm vegan and gluten-free, so I make a lot of vegan, gluten-free food. I love, 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 love making Indian food. And I also just make, for Shabbat, we have a rule at Beit Halev, 18 salads. So I make 18 different salads, and I have actually an e-cookbook on my page on the Jewish Nomads of just all the Shabbat that we make. It's like a Shabbat e-cookbook that you can get it for
Very cool.
$15, and you get all the recipes that we make for Shabbat.
It's a bargain, only $15. What a bargain, on sale now. Or I should say for sale.
Yes. And I love food. I love it. And it's my biggest passion. I love making healthy food. And I also feel that when I make food, it makes people even more feel at home and feel more welcomed. Yes.
So at Beit Halev, have you or do you meet people that you feel you change their lives? Do you feel you're putting them on a derech, on a path? It's got to be very, very emotional at times as well.
Right. As you can imagine, after the war, it's crazy what we go through in our house, because everybody, used to be 50,000 people, Israelis, used to travel to India, which is insane, a year. And now since the war, it's 100,000, because people just need to go and just travel and, feel that they can breathe again. So we get to experience so many different kind of people, especially because our home, we don't categorize it as a religious home. It's just a Jewish home. So a lot of people that don't usually like going to different Jewish centers, that they feel like it's too religious for them, they come. So we get to experience all type of people. And I would like to believe that we change people's life, but more than that, we really become a community. Last Shabbat, we had a Shabbat of the people from the community in Israel. This Shabbat, we're having a huge Shabbat of renting a place, and we're doing a huge Shabbat for all the people. So we're all the time in touch. And I have so many stories of beautiful things that we were able to help people, and they were also, of course, if you give, you get back.
Share one story. Pick one story that you want to share, a little tidbit. You don't have to mention anyone's name, just one little story. Maybe it changed your life, your children it affected. Give me a little snippet.
Okay, so first of all, in the first season, we had someone British, and we don't really get so many non-Israelis. That he knew that he was Jewish, but never actually ever connected to his Jewish roots. And then he met an Israeli just in Varkala, just going around, and she told him, "What? You haven't been to Beit Halev? You have to come." And he came, and he told us that he never did a bar mitzvah before. So that Sunday, we did a bar mitzvah in Varkala.
Oh, wow.
And that was really, 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 really powerful and very, very special. And another story was that unfortunately sometimes a lot of the Israelis use drugs when they're not in Varkala, in India. And we were able to help someone who went into a bad situation and send her to a rehab in Israel on the plane with someone, taking her all the way, and we were able to basically catch it before it got worse. And today she's all fine. She's all better. Wow, I have so many
Changing
stories.
people's lives.
Yeah,
changing
and we
people's
get
lives.
to experience. We got people who were in the Nova, many, and people who were from Be'eri and from Alumim, and from different places in the Gaza Strip, and they come and they share their stories. And I would share just another story that in Simchat Torah, we obviously had to mention Simchat Torah and what happened on October 7th, which was Simchat Torah. And so we did like a ma'agal, like we basically just all sat together. And before we started the hakafot, which is like the dancing with the Torah, we said we would love that everybody would just share whoever wants. So, like, where does this day find you? Like, how are you feeling right now? And then the first person he started talking, he said, so just so you know, on Simchat Torah, I was at my friend's and I heard that like my mother contacted me and say that they can't find my brother right now. And I was so nervous. I couldn't do anything. I was just at my friend. I couldn't breathe. I was just waiting to hear from my brother already. And I was texting him and like nothing. And then underneath my friend in Tel Aviv, in the same building, there was a synagogue. And I hear the prayers in the synagogue and everybody praying. And I was just like cursing them. That's what he said. I was just cursing them. How can you pray? How can you be happy when they can't even find my brother? Like, what is this? And he was really, really upset at the synagogue. And then a few hours later, they found out that his brother got murdered on October 7th. And he was very, very upset for a long, long time at any religious person, actually, because he just connected the two, that like, how can you be happy when my brother got murdered? And he went through a whole journey. And on last Simchat Torah, his mission was to find a place to do Simchat Torah and to say sorry and to dance and to celebrate with Am Yisrael, with the nation, and to be happy on this a very, very difficult day for him. And he came all the way from northern India to us because he heard that Beit Halev is somewhere special, and he came and he shared this story with us.
Oh, wow.
And
Really turning something really around and making it very, very positive.
And he danced till like 2 a.m. with us. It was crazy.
Sorry that he lost his brother. It's a very sad thing, but to understand and to come back and
To, like, switch it.
and to say thank you. And it's different, and it's very difficult to even talk about it.
Right.
Another difficult thing to talk about, I see a lot what you post on social media. You travel, as you mentioned, all over Africa and certain things, but sometimes I see, especially in the comments, I don't know if you experience it in real life when you have feet on the ground, a lot of the anti-Semitism, the comments are just disgusting that I see sometimes. Have you ever experienced it in real life in your travels? Like, talk to me. What's going on with that while you're on the ground?
So you're right. On social media, it's like horrific. I'm sure also on your page, it's like horrific. It's not like also, death threats every day almost in my DMs. It's like just bizarre. But thank God, while traveling, we've almost not experienced. Like we have had a little bit. In Kosovo, we had someone shout at us, "Free Palestine," which also was just stupid, to be honest, because like he saw Jewish people, so he's going free Palestine, but there was like no discussion or whatsoever. And and we have had a few like looks and stuff like that, but we haven't had anything dramatic, thank God. And we walk and present ourselves very proudly. My husband always has his yarmulke and his tzitzit.
But when you say no discussion, when that person screamed it at you, what would you say to them? What would the discussion, or how would the discussion go?
I mean, if you see, I actually posted about this in social media. If I would see a Muslim person in the street, I wouldn't shout, "Free the hostages," because he's a Muslim person. What is he connected to the hostages? That's not him. Is he a Hamas? Is he in Gaza right now? Is he part of why the hostages aren't home? No. So the same for me. If you see me as a Jewish woman walking, am I the reason why your Palestine isn't freed? Like, there's no discussion. He just shouted at us, "Free Palestine," because he sees that we're Jewish. That's just being hateful for,
I hear what you're saying. I'm not going to get into whether I believe that Narnia place, that fake fairy tale place, ever existed or does exist or not.
No, I'm not saying it does or
doesn't. The political thing of it. But I hear what you're saying, and it's actually a very mature response and outlook on the entire situation. Another beautiful video that you still keep getting so much love on. I'd love to, focus a bit on the love and positivity of your page, because it actually is a great positive page that you are putting out so much Jewish pride, Israel pride out there. Was a Havdalah service, a Motzei Shabbat Saturday night Havdalah service. I believe it was in Uganda, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And you keep getting a lot of beautiful comments. What was that experience like?
So I'm so happy you brought up that video because it's one of my favorite videos. Basically, we get, like you said, much more love than the people that actually follow us and are part of our community. We get much more love than hate because that's why they follow us, because they love us and we love them. And we also get to meet them in real life because they always stop and say hi, and it's the biggest gift. And in Uganda, we went to 2 Jewish Orthodox communities in Uganda. We did one Leila Seder and the other one we did the other days. And we were so lucky just to experience that with them. And we did this beautiful Havdalah that they do anyways every Motzei Shabbat, and we just took a video of it, and it became so viral, and it keeps getting, every single day I get comments on that, and it's mostly love. And I think it's because we try to share, like you said, Jewish pride, Jewish love, happiness, and positivity on our page, then we do get lots of love and positivity.
It's beautiful.
back.
I even love it. I'm watching it all the time because I didn't even realize that there was such a thriving Jewish community in Uganda today, which was just beautiful in and of itself.
Right.
Watching the community, sing the Havdalah service and, after
Yeah.
Shabbat, the tefillot, it was just beautiful. How you captured that moment was truly amazing as well. Very, very
Thank
cool.
you. Yeah, it's part of our passion to show different for ourselves and then also to the world, to show different Jewish communities that people don't know about. Like, we go back already 4 years, we've been back to the El Salvador Jewish community, and people don't even know that they exist. And it's one of our biggest passions to just discover these beautiful Jewish communities all over the world.
It is, and I'd love to showcase them and talk more about them. But Mayan, we're coming to the close of our time here on this segment of The Nosh. And it was such a pleasure having you here in studio. You truly are amazing. You are so remarkable. You are really bringing up so many amazing stories and really inspiring and touching so many people. You and your husband, your family, what you're doing is legit amazing. So thank you so much, Mayan. Keep doing it, you and Ash and your entire family. And it really, really is very cool. And thank you so much for being here today with me, Mayan. I really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. And I want to tell everyone, thank you so much for tuning into The Nosh here on ILTV. Keep tuning in. We're going to keep bringing you amazing stories from around the world. Everyone, have a great day, and thank you.
Hello and welcome to ILTV Insider. I'm Mayan Hoffman, Executive Editor of ILTV, and tonight we are stepping back to look at the full picture. Gaza is not demilitarized. One hostage is still held. Hezbollah is being struck despite a ceasefire. Iran is watching and recalculating, and global powers are moving in ways that could reshape the region for years. I'm joined by Ruth Wasserman-Lande, one of Israel's sharpest voices on regional politics, to break down what is really happening, who is calling the shots, and what Israel's next moves may be. So let's get started. Ruth, I want to start with Gaza and what feels like an absolute growing contradiction. Netanyahu says Turkey and Qatar are going to have no role in post-war Gaza, and yet U.S. President Donald Trump has invited both countries to take part in the executive board. Who is going to ultimately decide what is going to happen over here?
So I cannot decisively say what will happen, but I can say this. Fidan Hakan, the foreign minister of Turkey, is certainly no friend of Israel. I would dare say not of the United States either, but that's completely overlooked by the current administration, or any administration for that matter. Sitting on the Council of Peace, I think they call it, it sounds almost like the UN at this moment in time, with really partners that are anything but humanitarian, sitting at the head of the humanitarian committee. Very, very problematic for Israel, with the presence of Turkey in Syria from the north of the country, and a presence, and I call it a presence, if they do sit in that council, in the south. That's a kind of a overlapping, I would say, from both sides, takeover, or the preparation of a takeover for the Turkish leadership. And I know it sounds very dramatic, but I stand behind my words. I think that there is a huge threat from Turkey. By the way, not only do they have the capability militarily, but they stated every day that they will free Jerusalem. Freeing Jerusalem means overtaking the state of Israel with its capital and freeing it of the Israelis or the Jews inside. Very, very dangerous, both capability and declaration of will. That's, you know, in theory is casus belli, a declaration of war, and is very, very problematic. Now, I know that Trump is not naive. I have no hesitation about the fact that he understands, he gets it. The question is, what's the end game? And, you know, there's a limited degree to which I can truly enter his head, or whether he and Netanyahu have a plan that is not out there, is not transparent either to Israelis and to Americans. What I can say decisively is that Turkey, Qatar are problematic, particularly now that they're forging a very, very dangerous coalition. Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Turkey, and Qatar, I think vis-a-vis what they perceive to be potential access of Israel, a new leadership in Iran once the regime falls, India, and the United States of America.
Wow, and it's really, it's striking because if we would have a presence, as you described, like Turkey, which is supportive of the Muslim Brotherhood and has not been secretive about its intentions for Israel, as you said, on the southern border, we'd essentially be back where we started on October 7th.
We'd be even worse because Turkey is a very huge factor. In fact, Turkey would be competing to lead the extremist Sunni axis, which will become very, very powerful now that we have weakened the Iranian Shiite axis, and we shall weaken it even further because there will be a war, there will be a strike in 2026, and I do believe that we will see this year a change of regime. It's a very good thing on the one hand, a freedom for the Iranian people from this captivity.
Assuming a better regime comes into play?
I would like to think that if a regime change would be in place, and I do believe that it will be, that is being planned by the powers that are expected to perform this regime change or aid the Iranian people in creating this regime change, which they so want. It would be unthinkable to leave it for luck. However, good as it may be, the Sunni axis, on the other hand, will gain a lot of power given the kind of a free corridor that it will be receiving. And this is very problematic because Pakistan has nuclear power, Saudi Arabia has a lot of money, and so does Qatar, and Turkey has huge military might and is a NATO member. So that's all three things that are needed to become the true leader of a worldwide caliphate based on Sharia.
So let's go back to Gaza then for a minute, because we are moving forward, it appears, with phase 2 of this plan, despite all the challenges that you just described.
And the fact that the 20-point plan of President Trump has not been, as you had mentioned in the opening, has not been fulfilled.
And so this is really the question, right? We were said that Hamas needed to be demilitarized before phase 2 could happen. Now there seems to be this American idea that they can happen simultaneously, that we'll demilitarize a little bit, rebuild a little bit, demilitarize, rebuild. Why is Israel going along with such a plan? We know what's at risk.
It's not going along. And although we don't have the information whether there is a clandestine agreement between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump, at least declaratively and from the looks of it, Israel is not going along with this plan. It is truly a security threat to the country and to the citizens, and I'm very, very adamant about it. I think this is a very significant strategic security threat.
So if we've left also the one hostage, I mean, there are those who say, you know, of course, and it is correct that every person is a world, and obviously we need to bring back this one hostage and give closure to the
Without
family.
a question.
This is without a question, but it's not just about the family, it's also about giving Hamas that hostage. What does it mean if we end up moving forward and Hamas still has one of our Israelis?
1 millimeter cannot be moved forward. This is not a hard line concept. This is not a right-wing or a left-wing concept. This is plain negotiation strategy. And who is the better master of negotiation than President Donald Trump? I believe in him. I believe he has the ability to secure the continuity of the state of Israel. He will not allow this to happen, both because this allows for a negotiation chip remaining in the hands of a designated, proscribed terrorist organization. Second of all, of course, they're not going to disarm. I mean, there's no question about it. Nobody believes in it, neither them nor the Americans, nor Israel. No one. It's an absolute joke. But this is not the point. Even if they are demilitarized, even if they are killed to the last Hamas operative, the de-radicalization is the issue. The issue of the financing of potential terrorism is the issue. And both issues are not addressed. The shekel is the currency inside the Gaza Strip. Nothing is being done about it. The Central Bank of Israel is the holder of that currency. Something must be done to stop that because the Hamas is getting richer by the day. That's number one. And the de-radicalization of an entire extremely radicalized population is also very, very important as a basis for rebuilding. No rebuilding can be done unless those things happen, including, of course, the issue of disarming, although it's not enough, and the return of Ran Gevili.
But the de-radicalization could take decades, so how do you start rebuilding only after de-radicalization?
De-radicalization needs a plan, and it needs an oversight committee. De-radicalization cannot be done immediately, I agree with you, but it must be done, let's say, in a manner where the council that oversees it makes sure that it is happening. For example, like in the UAE, a transformative process had taken place vis-a-vis the education. All teachers that did not cooperate were simply ousted, and a new syllabus and new messaging was put in place. This will not be done by Fidan Haqqan and or Qatar and or Tony Blair that has zero leverage over anybody in the Gaza Strip.
Over anybody in the Palestinian world.
Or anybody at all, for that matter.
Yeah.
And over and above that, the Palestinian Authority and de-radicalization is an oxymoron, because in the school books and the curriculum inside the West Bank, Judea and Samaria, it is a little bit different than the Gaza Strip, but the incitement and the indoctrination are absolutely awful. So obviously they will not be the ones who make this happen. Plus the Hamas will not let them operate for 1 minute.
100%. And we keep talking about this international stabilization force that's going to come in. Now it looks like maybe that's not even going to happen. There's a commander, but no soldiers to work under the commander of the ISF. I mean, I think the biggest problem with it, right, that we talk about is that this ISF wants to come in and help administer humanitarian aid or, quote unquote, keep the peace. But they also are unwilling. No soldier so far has been willing, no country has been willing to talk about demilitarizing Hamas. So I ask you, Ruth, and then we'll move to some other areas of the country and the other borders around us. But if the ISF is not willing to demilitarize Hamas, if we have a board of peace, but sitting on the executive committee of this board are Turkey and Qatar, ultimately, is Israel not going to have to be the ones to go in and to finally demilitarize Hamas? And if that is the case, aren't we still at war?
Without a question.
And how long is this going to last?
Without a question. There's no question about it. Israel cannot allow Hamas and Turkey a foothold in the Gaza Strip. It is key to Israel's security, national security. And Israeli government, no matter what it is, right wing, left wing, it doesn't matter, has a responsibility to its civilians to protect them. It cannot protect them with Hamas inside the Gaza Strip, with an extremely radicalized population, plus with figures like Turkey's foreign minister and Qatar sitting on any board connected to anything to do with us. It's just not doable.
But are we going to go and fight Hamas again?
Well, if this council is a declarative issue moved forward by people close to President Trump, if it's only declarative, there are things that can be done by the Israeli army in order to create a different scenario.
Okay.
Together with some, I would say, role players in the region. Mm-hmm. Without the cooperation of the United States, it will be impossible. Witkoff and Jared Kushner are not transparent. It's not an easy sentence to say, but what you are asking basically is explain this inexplicable query, question, scenario. It's inexplicable because there are missing issues that we cannot ask the Israeli public, and at least give us hope for the children that we are raising and their security here as people who care about the Jewish peoplehood. They should be transparent about where this is going and how do they provide that security with those figures in the council and with Hamas not being disarmed and still in place.
So now I want to take us to shift to the north, because as we've seen in the last few days, the IDF is continuing to strike Hezbollah. In fact, there were 3 strikes just yesterday alone. So why is this still happening when since November 27th, I believe it was, we supposedly signed a ceasefire? We know Hezbollah is not disarmed, despite the words of the Lebanese government. But why are we seeing so much action now? What's going on in the north?
So the Hezbollah is a proxy of, obviously, the Islamic Republic of Iran. And the Islamic Republic of Iran at this moment is with its back towards the wall, against the wall. A wounded animal is a very, very dangerous one, and it has very little to lose. Situation in Iran is terrible, with tens of thousands of people, unarmed civilians, massacred, burnt, raped, killed. It is absolutely horrendous. And I believe the Hezbollah, although not declaratively, is seeking to help in some manner the Islamic Republic of Iran. Furthermore, of course they will not disarm. There is no question about it. No terrorist organization in the history of terrorism has ever voluntarily disarmed. And the idea that Tom Barak had put forward that the Lebanese army would disarm the Hezbollah is, again, inexplicable and oxymoronic, because inside the Lebanese military, inherently, there are Hezbollah forces, because it is made up of the different fragments of the Lebanese population. Again, a very senior representative of a very positive, operative friend of Israel, in my humble opinion, is not transparent enough to the people of the region as per how the inexplicability may be explained. And this is an issue to address with courage.
Now, you sounded very confident. Attack, I believe, you said another war with Iran in 2026. Tell me what gives you that confidence. What are we looking at for a strike? And is this the U.S. and Israel together?
So what I feel is happening in Iran is that the uprising cannot be moved back. It cannot be stopped. It cannot be calmed. It cannot be quietened. The hearts of the people, the emotions of the people, the minds of the people cannot go back after what had happened. Not only is the economic situation disastrous, they have no water, they have no food, they have no employment, they have no pride, but they know that their regime is sending millions and millions of dollars to the Hezbollah, to Hamas in Syria, and to Hamas and Islamic Jihad in the West Bank, Judea and Samaria, and Gaza Strip. And they've had it. Now, after the current massacre, there's no going back. People will not go back.
Okay.
They will not go back. There is no, let's say, enveloping this anger any longer. And therefore, this regime cannot go on. Yes, they are not going into the streets anymore because they are being literally massacred. But they're going on top of the roofs. They are not for 1 minute going to be under this regime calmly.
So when
do
we attack?
There will be an attack. I have no idea when. There is a preparation for an attack. President Trump has said help is on the way. He cannot possibly be an Obama and not stand behind those words. I don't believe he would do such a thing. I don't believe he wants to do such a thing. And I don't believe he wanted not to attack, but that the attack, when it will be in order to make sure that there is a regime change.
And now maybe it was too early to ensure that that happened?
Perhaps.
Do you think the rumors that Netanyahu was asking him to delay?
I don't know if it's Netanyahu. I don't know if it's the Turks. I don't know if it's the Qataris. I don't know who it was. But there is no question in my mind that he is determined to be real and true to his word. Help is on the way. Now, Iran is not homogenous. There is Baluchi population. There is Azeri population. There are Arab Sunnis in the southern part of Iran, in Arabistan or Khuzestan. There are Iranians, liberal Iranians, billion-person republic. So homogeneous it is not. Also, there's a question mark, a legitimate one, whether Reza Pahlavi will be able to unite everybody in a transitional period in order to make Iran better again. I personally think that he has strength and infrastructure within Iran and that he is able to, having formulated a plan with many, many partners throughout the last years, to do such a thing. Will it succeed or not? The good Lord knows it. Also, I'm not a prophet. But I believe in that strength. I believe in that possibility. And if and when that happens, the natural alliance between the new Iran and Israel is, on the one hand, an unbelievably formidable coalition of good, innovation, prosperity, strength, together with the United States of America, together with India, and so on. And at the same time, there are a huge threat to the likes of Turkey and Saudi Arabia, which is why we are seeing on the other side a kind of a coalition of, let's be honest, like-minded partners.
Like-minded evil versus like-minded good. Now, unfortunately, we are running out of time, so we do have to wrap it up. It goes by so quickly when there is just so much to cover. So,
absolutely.
Ruth, thank you so much for being here tonight and joining us on Insider. If you found this discussion valuable, please check out the ILTV podcast for a series of more in-depth interviews on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Mayan Hoffman. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
And we've got some exciting news. You can now get Israeli updates on your WhatsApp channel. Breaking stories, live updates, and verified reports, all delivered fast and accurate. Just scan the QR code on your screen now to join. As the unrest in Iran continues and speculation grows that the regime could be dragging Israel into another war, the Jewish state is preparing for a ballistic missile attack, one similar to the previous attacks by the regime. United Hatzalah, a crucial component in Israel's home front, is also preparing, conducting a missile drill just this past Tuesday to prepare for any scenario. ILTV's Devo Klein has more.
On Tuesday night, United Hatzalah volunteers gathered. War with the Islamic regime in Iran continues to grow. In addition, United Hatzalah announced earlier its readiness to respond to any situation that might arise from an Iranian attack.
Based on the request of the Ministry of Health of Israel, United Hatzalah are also fully prepared to deal with the situation in Iran.
This simulation aims to gear volunteers with necessary tools to face a missile attack from the Islamic Republic. An attack of this proportion had already claimed the lives of 31 Israelis during Operation Rising Lion in June 2025, prompting the Angels in Orange to collaborate with the IDF, Israel Police, and Israel Fire and Rescue Services on a coordinated response simulation drill. Drones and other tactical equipment were utilized, but also a crucial role in Tuesday's drill was the United Hatzalah Psychotrauma Unit, who last deployed to Sydney following the Hanukkah massacre in Bondi Beach and was on hand to respond to the mentally and emotionally distressed, helping to prevent long-term emotional damage and even trauma. The drill also involved a scenario of a coordinated terrorist infiltration, making sure that all bases were covered. By the conclusion of the drill, the simulated casualties had been treated and evacuated, the infiltration scenarios have been resolved, and command centers had helped detailed operational debriefings. The community quickly returned to routine, but the lessons drawn from the exercise remain immediate and sobering. In Israel, where the civilian front is inseparable from the battlefield, preparation is not theoretical, it's the difference between chaos and control when the unthinkable happens.
United Hatzalah are fully prepared. Our command center, our 1221 dispatch center, and all our volunteers all across Israel are ready to deal with this situation.
And now moving on to some positive news after that difficult story, let's have a look at a unique winery, a bustling vineyard located in the middle of the desert. Yatir Winery serves as a regional symbol of perseverance and Israeli out-of-the-box thinking.
Located at the southern end of the Judean hills, the Yatir region has a rich history of wine production. The impressive ancient wine press here stands as a testament to the developed wine industry that dates back to the reign of the kings of Judah. From the destruction of the Second Temple to the onset of the Islamic period, Jewish community thrived in this area, growing and processing grapes and olives. The region was renowned for its fine vines, with wines exported to Egypt, Rome, and across Israel. David Ben-Gurion, Israel's first prime minister, envisioned the Negev blooming. Against expert advice deeming the region too dry for planting trees, he persisted. Replace the experts, he declared. Today, the Yatir forest, spanning 40,000 dunams, is one of Israel's largest forests. Named after the ancient Levite city of Yatir, the forest is a green oasis, a hiking site, and a model for combating desertification. Nestled within this forest are the Yatir Winery vineyards. The Yatir Winery, founded in 2000 at the foot of the Israelite Tel Arad Fort, is a collaboration between local vine growers and the Carmel Winery. This exclusive winery produces 150,000 bottles annually and has become a symbol of the region. Yatir wines are celebrated both locally and internationally, consistently receiving high scores and medals.
המלחמה תפסה אותנו מיד לאחר חג סוכות, שאנחנו עוד היינו באמצע העברת היין לחביות. חלק מהצוות יצא למילואים, אבל אני חושב שהצלחנו לעמוד בכל היעדים שרצינו.
The Yatir vineyards are planted at altitudes up to 900 meters above sea level. Each plot has unique soil compositions, slopes, and angles, creating ideal conditions for quality red grape varieties. Cool mornings, sunny days, and cold nights contribute to the distinctive land.
חשוב לנו שהיין הישראלי ימשיך לשגרר את ישראל באופן הטוב ביותר ולהביא את המיוחדות שלנו. אנחנו ממשיכים לייצר פה יין על גבול המדבר, ואנחנו כאן.
With over 70 different plots, each vineyard in the Atir forest has its own identity. This careful attention to detail, combined with innovative technology, ensures the highest quality wines. From the meticulous cultivation of grape varieties to the harvesting, fermentation, aging, and bottling processes, Atir Winery is committed to excellence.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Hi, I'm Rory of Full and Free. I'm a health coach, recipe developer, and busy mom. Let's go, Rory's on fire. I want to show you that healthy food can be delicious.
When it comes to marathon cooking, efficiency is key. I'm going to show you how to make one marinade and knock 4 main dishes off of your menu. For an added bonus, you can use this marinade as a salad dressing on your favorite salads. Call it a marinade, call it a dressing. Either way, endless possibilities.
Hi, I'm Rory of Full and Free. I'm a health coach, recipe developer, and busy mom. Let's go, Rory's on fire. I want to show you that healthy food can be delicious, quick and easy, and fit into your lifestyle without missing a beat. When most people think of a healthy shalach manos, they think salads or cut up veggies with dips. This year, let's do something unique. Chia pudding. It's super easy to make if you have the right technique. Make these for mishloach manos or prep them ahead for a Purim morning breakfast on the go. Enjoy! Ready? Minor detail. Okay, manos. Did you hear that? Do I have to do it again? The healthy. We have noise. Can you hear me good? Use them. 1 second. I do hear something.
Kedem grape juice. It's all about the grapes.
Hi, I'm Rory of Full and Free. I'm a health coach, recipe developer, and busy mom. Let's go, Rory's on fire. I want to show you that healthy food can be delicious, quick and easy, and fit into your lifestyle without missing a beat.
You're gonna fall in love with this autumn salad, perfect for Sukkot. Enjoy this salad in the sukkah and all year round.
We live by our values, adhering to the highest standards for purity and kashrut. Out here on the farm, we stand firm in our beliefs, so you can rest easy. Belief, freshly frozen produce, under the strict hashgacha of the Badatz Yerushalayim.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Hi, I'm Rory of Full and Free. I want to show you that healthy food can be delicious, quick and easy, and fit into your lifestyle without missing a beat.
So tonight's healthy home stretch, you can actually have your kids make. Check out this easy, healthy homemade pizza. Good job. How easy was that?
Really easy.
Really easy and really easy to personalize. If you have a kid who doesn't like any veggies, skip them or use whatever veggies you like and what you have on hand. So if you're in the home stretch, there's always frozen broccoli. Most people usually have onions in their house. Whatever else you have left, throw it on top or skip it, or just take all these veggies and make a salad instead to have on the side. Our oven has preheated to 400 degrees and now we're gonna bake them. And the best part, eating them.
I'm not just saying this for the camera. I'd much rather this than going to the store. It's so good.
And action. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. And action. So many of you have been asking for an egg-free vegan cookie for Pesach that's also grain-free and refined sugar-free. Guess what? Today we're delivering.
Hi, I'm Rory of Full and Free. I'm a health stories and fire. I want to show you that healthy food can be delicious, quick and easy, and fit into your lifestyle without missing a beat.
That's how you make my vegan, grain, and refined sugar-free chocolate chip cookies for Pesach and beyond. Ready? Oh, yeah, I'm on. Okay, I want to say, okay, it's Pesach. Nechama, help me. Shh. One more time, sugar-free cookies. That did not make sense. Okay, we are, no, Nechama, help me, I'm losing it. It's 5 o'clock. It's like I turn into a pumpkin at 10 o'clock when I have to go to sleep. That's it, I cannot work past 5. Find, okay, shh. Okay, let me just gather myself for a minute. Stick with me till the end. I want to show you a great tip on how I keep my almond butter super creamy. With Yontif season behind us, it's back to routine. And for many of us, that means leaving the house with a cup of coffee. But that is not a full breakfast or a macro meal. And today I want to show you how you can upgrade your cold brew and turn it into a full balanced meal with a coffee date. Hi, I'm Rory of Full and Free. I'm a health coach, recipe developer, and busy mom. Let's go, Rory's on fire. I want to show you that healthy food can be delicious, quick and easy, and fit into your lifestyle without missing a beat. This cold, creamy coffee has it all. That first sip feeling and the full and free feeling. Enjoy. Okay, what do you think? Collagen queen herself. I actually don't drink coffee. Put collagen in like smoothies or smoothie bowls. What do you think?
It's so good.
Good combo, right? See, I couldn't make this up because I don't even drink coffee, my girl. So you can reduce the dates. Isn't that good? And you like the crunch?
It's good. I love it.
Okay. How do you collagen? I want to show you something about almond butter because we're going to be using almond butter in this recipe, but this applies to all nut butters or seed butters that don't have any additives. So if you're buying any kind of nut butter that just has one ingredient or nut and salt, you're going to notice that it's going to separate, and that is normal. So what I do when I have a new jar of nut butter, and you don't have to, you can definitely mix it by, with a spoon, but this definitely makes it come out super smooth. And I find when I blend this, it actually stays blended for about 2 to 3 months. So it's like you do it once, and then every time you want to enjoy your nut butter, it's well blended, as opposed to mixing it by spoon, and then I find that it actually continues to separate. So this is just my little tip that I wanted to add and show you. The bottom of the jar, the nut butter will typically be a little bit thicker, but once you blend it, it's all going to be uniform and it won't separate. Okay, and then you just zip it up. So for 30 seconds worth of work, every time you use your nut butter now, it is super creamy, no separating, no thicker chunks on the bottom, just nice, smooth, drippy almond butter. Check that out. It's even so smooth, you can just use it on a drizzle, on pancakes or on oatmeal bowls. And then I just put it right back into the jar and I enjoy it until it's done. 1 second, what am I saying? It's back. Do I have to do the whole thing over? Okay, quiet on set. Good. Good, let's go. One more time. I'm Rory of Full and Free. I'm a health coach, recipe developer, and busy mom. Let's go, Rory's on fire. I want to show you that healthy food can be delicious, quick and easy, and fit into your lifestyle without missing a beat. Who wouldn't love a shalach manos that's both healthy and delicious? I am so excited to share this recipe with you guys. It's one of my favorites, a grain and sugar-free carrot muffin. And by the way, they're gluten-free, which means these are also great for Pesach. You're gonna love them. So you're just gonna take your egg whites, it's 4 egg whites, and you're gonna beat them until they get stiff. So you really want to be patient and wait till these get really stiff, or you're not going to get the same airy texture. So now you're going to add apple butter. We're also going to add 2 jars of baby carrots, and you're going to add in your 4 egg yolks at this point.
Now we're going to add 2 cups or 18 ounces of almond butter or cashew butter. People ask me all the time if you can use peanut butter. You can, but it's going to have a very strong peanut butter taste. Now we're adding vanilla. If you have a full and free palate, this will be sweet enough. If not, feel free to add honey to have a sweeter outcome. Half a teaspoon of pumpkin spice and a half a teaspoon of cinnamon, 1.5 teaspoons of baking soda, not baking powder. And we're gonna mix this again. Now you'll see it's going to fall, but because we fluffed it up first, it's gonna really help the overall outcome. Okay, now we've got our beautiful batter. Everything's nice and incorporated. Just gonna add in our shredded carrots and mix that up. Now you can either make anywhere between 18 to 24 small to medium-sized muffins, or you can make 12 jumbo muffins. So for Purim, I'm gonna do jumbo because what's more fun than getting a jumbo muffin? We're gonna bake these on 350 degrees in a preheated oven for 22 to 23 minutes so that they're moist and delicious. So because themes are so popular on Purim, of course, we're doing a carrot theme. So we've got my carrot muffin in this adorable little container, and I'm pairing it with rainbow baby carrots and this new awesome ginger carrot juice. Perfect, healthy, and fun Mishloach Manos. Have a happy Purim.
Ready? Oven is on? Okay, ready? Let's do this. Rory's on fire. Let's go. Did you know that electrolyte drinks are just a Band-Aid? The best way to make sure you're getting electrolytes is to eat them. Today's recipe is the perfect way to get electrolytes in before and after your fast.
Hi, I'm Rory of Full and Free. I'm a health coach, recipe developer, and busy mom. Let's go, Rory's on fire. I want to show you that healthy food can be delicious, quick and easy, and fit into your lifestyle without missing a beat.
What are electrolytes? Electrolytes are actually minerals that are found in foods that help your body absorb the fluid that you're drinking on a cellular level. When we don't have enough electrolytes in our body, we actually can't absorb our hydration, and that's why people can feel dehydrated even if they're drinking a lot of water. There are 4 main electrolytes that your body needs for hydration: sodium, chloride, potassium, and magnesium. Sodium helps your body retain and hold on to water. Chloride helps with fluid balance. Potassium helps with muscle cramps and fatigue, and magnesium helps with energy and reduces stress. Eating foods rich in these minerals will help you stay hydrated on a regular basis. What I love about this combination is that sweet potatoes, beans, and spinach are both super high in magnesium and potassium. Aside from loading up with electrolytes, this is also a macro meal. The beans are a fantastic source of protein, and this whole dish is loaded with fiber. Avocados are an additional source of magnesium and potassium and a fantastic source of healthy fats. Tomatoes are a great source of chloride, plus sea salt has both chloride and sodium.
I'm Rory of Full and Food. I'm a health coach, recipe developer, and busy mom. Let's go, Rory's on fire. I want to show you that healthy food can be delicious, quick and easy, and fit into your lifestyle without missing a beat.
The holidays are over. Let's get back to balance, which means macro meals. Try this delicious Power Bowl, perfect for lunch or dinner. This meal has all the macronutrients you need: carbs, proteins, healthy fats, and fiber to keep you feeling full, free, and fabulous. Enjoy!
Shavuos is coming, and we're always looking for a unique appetizer that's a crowd pleaser, and these baked sushi cups are your solution. Let's throw them together. They come together so fast, you're not even gonna believe it.
Hi, I'm Rory of Full and Food. I'm a health coach, recipe developer, and busy mom. Let's go and fit into your lifestyle without missing a beat.
Love these so much, they're gonna become a regular on your dinner rotation. Enjoy. No, I'm losing it today. I'm losing it. Okay, problems, no. Like looking at myself also now with the camera. Okay, no, it's like easy, it's easy, come on. Okay, let's go, wake up, okay. Rory's on fire. Rory's on fire, let's go.
Hey everyone, I'm Bosch, I'm the butcher.
I'm Yost, I'm the chef. We're here at the Marble and Grain Show.
And today we're talking about chuck eye.
So I have a question. Chuck eye roast, chuck eye steaks, is it all the same thing? Where's it coming from?
Okay, so like we saw on our breakdown at the beginning of the series, this is the extension of the ribeye into the beginning of the steer. The chuck goes from the neck to rib number 5, then rib number 6 to rib number 12 is the rib section.
So this is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1?
So this is actually a chuck eye is really 5, 4, maybe 3. After that, it gets a little too tough because as it moves towards the neck, the muscle does more work and therefore gets tougher.
Yeah, it's got to move that.
Exactly.
There we go.
So a chuck eye roast is how it starts out. Remember, this was underblade roast. Then you had the ribs sitting underneath it. So this is going to be a nice tender piece. It's going to have much of the same flavor, if not even a little more, because it does a little bit more work than the ribeye, with a little bit more chew, because once again it did a little more work, at a little less of a price because it's not as tender. So we can take this chuck eye roast and turn it into chuck eye steaks as well. If you want to serve it as a roast, great.
We could also cook it pot roast style,
You
right?
can cook it pot roast style, you can cook it dry roast, you can barbecue it, you can smoke it. Really works for all those. Or if you want, ours comes all netted, so it comes a uniform size. So we can just go in between the twine, cut the steaks how we like it. So if you watched on the first Marble and Grain episode that was released on kosher.com, we broke these down in the USDA processing plants.
That's right.
And then we
grilled them up on in the beautiful the farm grill.
Yep.
This is where it begins, with farm-raised cattle on the rolling fields of American grasslands. Top quality is not just something we say around here. It's what we believe in. That's why we go above and beyond to exceed your culinary expectations by delivering top-tier, restaurant-grade Black Angus beef. Crafted, cut, and packaged under strict supervision. Only the finest cuts make it onto your plate. Explore our carefully curated selection from the comfort of home. Indulge in the art of flavor. Savor each bite, knowing that you've chosen the very best. Marble and Grain.
Here we have it cut about an inch thick. This makes a gorgeous.
Right, and they're good. I don't like them more than 2 inches is too tough for
too
this.
big for that. So we cut them into those steaks, and now we can just salt, pepper, and cook, and we're ready to go.
Barbecue, sear, right? Like
gorgeous steak, reasonable price. I mean, look at the marbling on that. You have the vein of fat running between the two parts of the two different muscles in the chuck eye. You have, as with all of our marble and grain meat, the marbling inside it, which adds a lot of flavor and tenderness to the meat. You can't go wrong.
It's great quality. Just look at that. Wow.
It's a poor man's
beautiful
ribeye.
It's a economy saving man's ribeye. Thrifty ribeye.
It's a family-friendly ribeye.
There we go. That's right.
So for all of you looking for a steak to grill for the family, especially with the ganze mishpucha, this is where you're going.
There you go. Wow, you said your second Yiddish word. Wow, look at you.
2 Yiddish phrases. All right, so join us next time. We're going to be doing another gorgeous cut of meat, which I haven't decided yet, but we're here on the Marble and Grain Show.
I think we're heading towards the mock tender.
I think we have one cooking sous vide.
We have, so it's been trickling in the back of my ear for a while. So
join us for the next episode and come see how we cook that. Hey everyone, I'm Yos, I'm the chef.
I'm Bosch, I'm the butcher.
And this is Marvel and Green.
Should we do it again? Okay, go.
Hey everyone, I'm Bosch, I'm the butcher.
I'm Yos, I'm the chef.
And today on Marble and Green, we have Top of the Rib. Top of the Rib, as you remember back to our first episode, is the piece of meat that covers the rib eye cap on top of the ribs that's then taken off, and here at Marble and Green, we roll ours. Usually it's a triangular shaped piece of meat with low intramuscular fat, so it's very lean and it's very tough.
So we roll and truss it really nicely to give it even cooking.
Yep, because otherwise it's a big old triangle.
And this way you can braise it really nicely, and you can also brown it and get a lot of color on that fat cap, and it won't hurt the meat.
Onions, potatoes, parsnip.
Yeah, some aromatic, some herbs.
A lot of garlic.
I was going to say a lot of garlic. And slower and lower, as they say.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough meat, very little intramuscular fat, so you're going to need to introduce flavor into it from other things.
And you really want to just cook it all the way.
All the way.
All the way. Normally we don't say that, but
your
all the
sauce is really going to add most of the flavor to this. This is going to flavor your sauce. I mean, you do still have a good beefy flavor, but you're not going to get that punch like you do with a rib steak, with a chuck eye steak. It's more of a subtle roast flavor.
It's a great winter, set it and forget it, throw it in the morning really slow and low and let it go.
Great for Shabbat afternoon lunch.
Yes.
Put it in right before Shabbat.
Shabbos, yep.
Sear it, toss all your veggies, toss some stock in there.
Even broil it if you want to just do a one pan dish without having to sear it.
Toss it into the oven and let it go till Shabbat lunch, pull it out. Either pull it, and that's it. It makes a good pulled beef.
So tacos. Taco Tuesday.
Taco Shabbos.
This is where it begins, with farm-raised cattle on the rolling fields of American grasslands. Top quality is not just something we say around here. It's what we believe in. That's why we go above and beyond to exceed your culinary expectations by delivering top-tier, restaurant-grade Black Angus beef. Crafted, cut, and packaged under strict supervision. Only the finest cuts make it onto your plate. Explore our carefully curated selection from the comfort of home. Indulge in the art of flavor. Savor each bite, knowing that you've chosen the very best. Marble and Grain.
It's a beautiful piece of meat. You can also, if you want to get crazy, I have gotten crazy. I'm known to open it up, roll it out, fill it with, mushroom duxelle and a lot of garlic, roll it back up, sear it, throw it in the sous vide, and do that till Shabbos day. That's one of the tricks I use for that. I find the sous vide really, really helps with this.
I've done these in sous vide 131 for 3 days. At that point, it cuts like butter, and then you use either the sauce that comes out and make a pan sauce out of that, or a mushroom.
So it's great for a 3-day yontif.
Great for the last day.
Yeah.
You can do a horseradish mayo on it.
Yeah.
That'll also work with it. I mean, look at this. We're coming up with new reasons.
Anyways, it's a beautiful cut of meat.
Come try it at marbleandgreen.com. Hello everyone, I'm Bosch, I'm the butcher.
I'm Yos, I'm the chef, and we are back at the Marble and Grain Show.
Hey, today we got a great episode for you. We're talking about Teres Major, the Jewish oyster steak. I love this cut. It's one of the most underrated cuts. People don't even know what it is half the time. Yos, how would you cook it?
Oh, simple, seared. Seared, quick. This is also a great piece to start teaching people about temperature and thermometers and like why this is so important. When people ask me how long do I say till it's done or till it reads, you know, how you like it on a thermometer, whether you like it rare, medium rare, well done.
1000%. It's a lean cut. It's not very well marbled, but since the muscle itself sits on the shoulder blade, does very little work, it's very tender. Cooks very quickly because of how small it is. The largest one of these you'll find is about a pound. That's on a full market weight, 1,800 pound steer. These come at most a pound.
Let me ask you a question. So not every butcher, not every kosher store sells these, right? We do here at Marble and Grain, and we ship it directly to you from our farm. But where does this sit when it's not, when they're not taking it out of, when they're not taking it out apart? What roast is it in? What cutter is it going in?
It's not part of a roast. Sometimes what they'll do is when they make a London broil, which is not a cut, it's a cooking method, which is direct heat, then you cut it on a bias after it hits medium rare. Medium rare, once again, 125 to 135. 125 is more rare. 135 is gonna be your perfect medium rare. Once the meat hits that point, you slice it thin on a bias, and that's a London broil. You'll find this attached to our flat irons that we discussed beforehand because they both sit on top of that shoulder blade with that hump in the middle. So they'll take the terrace major off and they'll take part of the flat iron off with it. Or sometimes the butchers will just keep this for themselves.
Got it.
Because it's just such a great cut.
And totally underrated.
And they're so small and there's only 2 per steer that it's hard to market because, oh, you want it? Great, we're out of it.
This is where it begins, with farm-raised cattle on the rolling fields of American grasslands. Top quality is not just something we say around here. It's what we believe in. That's why we go above and beyond to exceed your culinary expectations by delivering top-tier, restaurant-grade Black Angus beef. Crafted, cut, and packaged under strict supervision. Only the finest cuts make it onto your plate. Explore our carefully curated selection from the comfort of home. Indulge in the art of flavor. Savor each bite, knowing that you've chosen the very best. Marble and Grain.
So, talking about cooking and temperature, right?
Yeah, tell me about your mad butchery wires you have going on here.
Right here I brought you 2 different types of thermometers. We have in your hand, this is an instant read thermometer.
This is what I'm familiar with.
Yes. So that is, you pull the meat out of the oven or the meat's on the grill, you stick it in, this is what the meat is at right now. What this is this is a meat probe. This one actually holds up to 6 different probes, and you have different size probes for different pieces of meat. Everything's done by the tip. Same thing with here. Doesn't matter the stem, everything's at the tip. This we would put into the meat, into the center, and then let's say we're cooking reverse sear. So this is going into the oven at 225 until we hit 10 degrees under what we want to finish it at. Put it in when this hits 10 degrees under, so we want, say, medium. Let's say we want to go 130, a nice medium rare. Pull it out of the oven at 120, let it rest. We're going to sear it in a hot pan, which is going to be a coming episode where we're going to do a nice sear on a rib steak. Stay tuned. But you want to give it a little temperature so it's going to continue cooking because of the higher temperature of the oven.
Now this is also really good for like a smoker, like a brisket. Just
Correct.
throw it in and then you don't have to worry about it. Like, you know.
This specific model will read to my phone, so I can go.
That was my next question. How smart is it?
Very.
Excellent.
I can even look back and see graphs of how my smoker went.
Up to 6 different pieces.
Exactly.
Ooh.
And the smoker temperature. So I can put this in, leave it, walk away. This is for instant reading. That's all there is. I mean, it's really simple, but without this, it's hard to make that perfect steak.
That's great. Thank you very much for laying this on me. Apparently I gotta get smarter thermometers.
You need all the toys.
I know, but.
So come catch us next episode for Marble and Grain, where you get the best cuts available.
Welcome to the Marble and Grain Show. I'm Chef Yos.
I'm Bosch the Butcher.
And today we are doing the art of braising. What did you bring for us from Marble and Grain today, Bosch?
So I brought gorgeous, gorgeous shanks. We have two types of shanks today. We have lamb shanks, which are full shank. The bone is whole. You still have all the marrow going through the bone, and you have these gorgeous lamb shanks. With lamb, when you smell them, you should smell a little bit of fresh grass, but it shouldn't stink. There shouldn't be any real odor. That's how you know it's a fresh piece of lamb. And look at the color, nice dark red. Since we're braising, we don't want to take off the silver skin, because that silver skin is going to cook down in our braise. So here, Yos, we'll get started.
All right, we have a little bit of salt and pepper right here. I'm just gonna.
So Yos, what is it you're doing now?
So now I'm seasoning it. We're building levels of flavor. I'm seasoning the lamb shank with salt and pepper and some mixture of herbs.
Herbs de Provence?
Herbs de Provence, which is, if I remember correctly, thyme, rosemary, sage, and something else.
Well, that's good enough for me.
What we want to do is we really want to get a good sear on this. We're going to put it down. You hear that sizzle? That means that it's working to start building a Maillard reaction.
So I'm going to give you two more to go. We're not going to want to crowd the pan. Yos, so how is this different than a cholent? I mean, with the cholent, we're going to be throwing things in. We don't brown meat with the cholent.
So cholent is not really a braise. Cholent is a stew that is, everything gets thrown in it. It's kind of a set it and forget it. Here we are actually building flavors in the braise, and we are definitely not making the final liquid is going to be more of a sauce-like consistency than an actual stew-like consistency.
So we're going to be cooking this at a lower temperature so that your muscle fibers don't contract as much and more of the juices stay within the meat.
Yeah, and we really wanted to also break down all that hard fibers and collagen.
Do we have room in the pan for one more?
For a mini one.
We don't want to crowd the pan, so we have room for the meat to cook, and we're not just building up steam in there, which is not going to allow for the browning effect. So, Yos,
do not cover the pan.
I want to talk a little about two types of shins and shanks. So here we have the lamb. This was cut for the whole lamb leg. So you see, you have this long bone right here, and around it you have the shin meat. Here, these are beef ossobuco, where we cut across the bone. So you see that both of them have the same bone and the same meat inside them. One market weight steer are 10 times the weight of a lamb. I mean, this lamb probably weighed 125 pounds, and this steer probably weighed 1,800. But you get these gorgeous circles. This allows the collagen to come out easier into the stew, thickening the liquid, or into the liquid in the braise, thickening that liquid and giving it this gorgeous, creamy, velvety texture.
So I happen to love beef ossobuco because of the, circle of love right there, that all that bone marrow butter is literally seeping into the beef as it's cooking slowly. It just really just melts it, and it's such a good flavor. A lot of people only kind of think of ossobuco when it comes to veal, but it's a cheaper cut. It's a very flavorful cut. It's very beefy. I love it.
I use the beef ossobuco usually for Yemenite soup because you get the gorgeous deep flavor in the soup, or like beef and barley soup, because it thickens up that soup very nicely, and the meat holds together because it's such a tough meat.
Right.
It can sit with a stew or a braise.
All right, next step, we developed a really nice, on one side so far.
Let's see.
A really nice crust. You can see that. And we're just developing it on the other side. And soon we're gonna deglaze with some Baron Herzog Cabernet.
So explain deglazing to us.
Deglazing is when after you seared anything, there's bits of fond or fun, I like to call them.
The little brown
The
bits
little
of
brown
flavor.
bits on the flavor. There's so much impactful flavor in there. It's caramelized, it's rich. You can flavor your braise any way you want. Garlic, aromatics.
Say I don't have red wine. Can I use water?
I like to say I prefer to use everything but water, but you could use water, but any liquid that has flavor in it. Coca-Cola is fun to braise with.
I
You can
never
use
thought of
Coke.
that.
Yeah. Juices, obviously stocks, soups and stuff like that. Not thickened soups. But
Don't juices have too much sugar in them? Won't they burn?
not when it's in a braise.
Okay.
It'll evaporate out. It'll be fine. The alcohol also evaporates out for those that are worried about having that alcoholic flavor when they're cooking. Okay, so now I'm going to take these off for a minute.
You'll rest them here.
That smell. That smell is so good.
It's that
lammy
roast,
smell.
It's that roast smell that you get when you brown meat. It's delicious.
All right.
Here's some Baron Herzog.
All right, so I like to deglaze. You're gonna see that? Ooh, there we go. Lower that, please.
Now, are we going to reduce the wine at all? Are we going to cook it down, or are we leaving it just as it is?
Well, no, I'm gonna leave it as it is because I'm gonna just get those bits off, and I'm gonna put that back in. I would add any, extra vegetables at that time as well.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna put it in a oven at 275 to 300, depending on your oven, and I'm gonna cover it and
But
let
we're
it go.
not pouring wine over to cover the entire meat. We're just putting a...
No, it's not a soup, it's a braise. So really, from 1/3 to half max of liquid covering on it. And then you can also flip your meat in the middle of the braise. The braise is a long time. You want it to
So that'll allow
2-3
the
hours.
meat sticking out of the liquid to develop more color and continue developing the Maillard effect. So therefore we get more of that roasty flavor on the meat.
Yep.
All right.
All right, so I deglaze now with this. I prefer to deglaze with a wooden spatula, but
I don't think we have one
right now. So deglaze,
Let me get you the cover.
more aromatics, like my fresh herbs here, some more salt and pepper. I gotta flavor it. I'm gonna put this back in. You can add in, again, here's when you add in any vegetables. Ooh, nice.
Looks delicious. Especially
I
that brown
cannot wait.
bits right there.
Yes, the brown bits are what's the most fun. Okay, so now we're just covering it, and we're gonna put it in a 275 to 300 degree oven right here.
Let me get that for
Bosch, please open sesame.
So we also want to make sure that it's not on the top rack and not on the bottom rack. We want it right in the middle, which should be your most even heat in the oven. All right.
And
we've already preheated the oven, so we're all ready to go.
And I'm gonna, if I would set a timer, I'm gonna set a timer to check it in about an hour and a half. Bosch, I'm gonna go, I think it's ready. It's been 3 hours, 275.
Let's pull it.
Let's see what's going on. Oh, that smell.
I can
Nothing
smell
like
it from here.
Oh, beautiful.
Put it down.
Oh my God.
You get the herbs, you get the wine.
It's just aromatic, hits you with the wine. Oh, it's beautiful. There you go.
Let's check the meat. Ah, Yost, look at
Is
that.
it fork tender? Because that's what I'm like, oh my goodness. Do you guys see that? Oh, that's probably plastic fork tender, but we don't have a plastic fork.
Look at the color. You've already absorbed so much of the wine.
It's like a different type of red. It's a rich red.
And the sauce itself, you're cooking down. You're a lot thicker than we started. Over a little rice, I think this would be amazing.
I was about to say, plate it in a bowl over rice, couscous, Moroccan style, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Or any grain, farro. This really is good with grain, or a mashed potato. Love it with a mashed potato. And then that, and then the best part is, whatever you're putting it on, the grain, this is your flavor. The sauce is your flavor. You can make that grain plain.
It looks beautiful.
Wow, and look at it, just pulling off the bone, clear, beautiful.
That's a work of art.
Oh my God. Nothing like that in a cold, rainy winter day like it is today. You can't see outside the studio, but it is raining.
Everyone look for the lamb shanks on Coach.com exclusively from Marble and Green.
Also, the beef ossobuco that we were talking about before, we didn't finish it because space, but
exact same process,
and fantastic and very economical.
We'll see you soon on Marble and Green.
Thanks for joining us.
Hey everyone, I'm Bosch, I'm the butcher.
I'm Yost, I'm the chef.
And today on Marble and Green, we have Top of the Rib. Top of the Rib, as you remember back to our first episode, is the piece of meat that covers the rib eye cap on top of the ribs that's then taken off, and here at Marble and Green, we roll ours. Usually it's a triangular shaped piece of meat with low intramuscular fat, so it's very lean and it's very tough.
So we roll and truss it really nicely to give it even cooking.
Yep, because otherwise it's a big old triangle.
And this way you can braise it really nicely, and you can also brown it and get a lot of color on that fat cap, and it won't hurt the meat.
Onions, potatoes, parsnip.
Yeah, some aromatic, some herbs.
A lot of garlic.
I was going to say a lot of garlic. And slower and lower, as they say.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough meat, very little intramuscular fat, so you're going to need to introduce flavor into it from other things.
And you really want to just cook it all the way.
All the way.
All the way. Normally we don't say that, but
your
all the way.
sauce is really going to add most of the flavor to this. This is going to flavor your sauce. I mean, you do still have a good beefy flavor, but you're not going to get that punch like you do with a rib steak, with a chuck eye steak. It's more of a subtle roast flavor.
It's a great winter, set it and forget it, throw it in the morning really slow and low and let it go.
Great for Shabbat afternoon lunch.
Yes.
Put it in right before Shabbat.
Shabbos, yep.
Sear it, toss all your veggies, toss some stock in there.
You can even broil it if you want to just do a one-pan dish without having to sear it.
And then toss it into the oven and let it go till Shabbat lunch. Pull it out. Either pull it, it makes it, and that's it. It makes a good pulled beef.
So tacos. Taco Tuesday.
Taco Shabbos.
This is where it begins, with farm-raised cattle on the rolling fields of American grasslands. Top quality is not just something we say around here. It's what we believe in. That's why we go above and beyond to exceed your culinary expectations by delivering top-tier, restaurant-grade Black Angus beef. Crafted, cut, and packaged under strict supervision. Only the finest cuts make it onto your plate. Explore our carefully curated selection from the comfort of home. Indulge in the art of flavor. Savor each bite, knowing that you've chosen the very best. Marble and Grain.
It's a beautiful piece of meat. You can also, if you want to get crazy, I have gotten crazy. I'm known to open it up, roll it out, fill it with, mushroom duxelle and a lot of garlic, roll it back up, sear it, throw it in the sous vide, and do that till Shabbos day. That's one of the tricks I use for that. I find the sous vide really, really helps with this.
I've done these in sous vide 131 for 3 days. At that point, it cuts like butter, and then you use either the sauce that comes out and make a pan sauce out of that, or a mushroom.
So it's great for a 3-day yontif.
Great for the last day.
Yeah.
You can do a horseradish mayo on it.
Yeah.
That'll also work with it. I mean, look at this. We're coming up with new reasons.
Anyways, this is a beautiful cut of meat.
Come try it at marbleandgreen.com.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Sivan Raviv, and coming up in today's newscast. President Trump warns Iran of total destruction if it moves against him or the U.S. leadership. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu joins Trump's new Board of Peace as pressure builds to move Gaza to Phase 2. And Israel begins the demolition of the UNRWA headquarters in East Jerusalem. Growing tensions between the United States and Iran are on full display at the moment, just days from when a U.S. aircraft carrier group arrives at a striking distance of Iran. President Donald Trump has issued his toughest warning yet, while Tehran responds with its own sharp threats. ILTV's Steve Leibowitz has the latest.
U.S. President Donald Trump has escalated his rhetoric against Iran, saying that if the Islamic Republic ever attempts to assassinate him, the United States would respond with such force that Iran would be wiped off the face of the earth. Trump made these comments in a News Nation interview marking the anniversary of his return to the White House, saying he has given very firm instructions to respond overwhelmingly to such a threat.
Well, they shouldn't be doing it, but I've left notification. Anything ever happens, we're going to blow the whole country is going to get blown up. So we've, originally Biden should have said something. When they made a statement, we always said, why isn't Biden saying anything? Because he didn't. But a president has to defend a president. Like if I were here and they were making that threat to somebody, not even a president, but somebody like they did with me, I would absolutely hit them so hard. But I have very firm instructions. Anything happens, they're going to wipe them off the face of this earth.
Trump's threat comes after Iran's parliament and military warned against any attack on Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, saying an assault on him would trigger a declaration of jihad and set fire to the world. At the same time, Iran's foreign minister published an op-ed stating that Iran would fire back with everything they have if struck. He described an all-out confrontation, long and ferocious, with widespread impact. The tensions are backed by a major U.S. military move. The aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln and its strike force are heading west from the South China Sea toward the Middle East. Tracking data is now turned off after the strike group passed the Straits of Malacca, on course to potentially operate in the Arabian Sea and Gulf region. Based on current speeds, it could be within striking distance of Iran by this weekend, giving Washington options far beyond diplomacy. The carrier, along with its destroyers and aircraft, provide the U.S. with capabilities from precision airstrikes and long-range missiles to surveillance and a powerful deterrent presence. Additionally, U.S. Air Force assets have been redeployed from Gulf states to Jordan, positioning it as CENTCOM's primary forward base against Iran. There is no confirmed strike order, but U.S. officials say all options remain on the table as Washington, Jerusalem, and regional allies monitor the situation closely. As the standoff develops, both sides continue to signal readiness for escalation, and the next few days could be critical.
And Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has accepted President Donald Trump's invitation to join the new Board of Peace, an international initiative that would begin with Gaza and could potentially expand to other global conflicts. The move comes as the U.S. prepares for a signing in Davos, Switzerland. ILTV's India Naftali has the details. India?
Thank you, Sivan. Netanyahu is joining a small but growing group of world leaders who have agreed to take part in this U.S.-led initiative. But behind the scenes, there's still uncertainty about who will ultimately participate, how much authority the board will actually have, and whether it could complement existing international institutions like the UN or compete with them. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has formally accepted U.S. President Donald Trump's invitation to join the newly created Board of Peace, according to a statement from his office. The board is a U.S.-led initiative designed to handle international conflict resolution, beginning with the Gaza Strip, and is set to be chaired by President Trump for life. Countries that have accepted the invitation include Argentina, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Hungary, Kazakhstan, Morocco, the United Arab Emirates, and Vietnam. The move comes as the White House prepares for a formal signing ceremony to launch the board, scheduled for Thursday in Davos, Switzerland, during the World Economic Forum. According to an invitation confirmed by U.S. officials, world leaders have been asked to attend and sign the board's charter, as Washington seeks to accelerate the second phase of its Gaza ceasefire plan. However, only a handful of countries have confirmed that their heads of state will participate, amid a growing unease over what some diplomats describe as an attempt to create an alternative to the United Nations. That concern was addressed by President Trump himself when asked whether his board could replace the UN.
Do you want your Board of Peace to replace the UN?
Well, it might. I mean, the UN just hasn't been very helpful. I'm a big fan of the UN potential, but it has never lived up to its potential. The UN should have settled every one of the wars that I settled. I never went to them. I never even thought to go to them. They should be able to settle those wars. They don't. I believe you got to let the UN continue because the potential is so great.
Diplomats in Europe and the United Nations have warned that the new board could weaken existing international mechanisms and create competing authority over global conflict management. With the signing ceremony happening tomorrow, the Board of Peace is moving from an idea into a real-world diplomatic body. Whether it ends up working with existing institutions like the United Nations or operating as a separate framework for Gaza's next phase remains unclear, and it's certainly raising questions about how the two would coexist. Sivan?
Thank you, India. At a moment of rising tension between Washington and Iran and unprecedented rhetoric exchanged between the two, we're now joined by Professor Chuck Freilich, former Deputy National Security Advisor in Israel and professor at Tel Aviv and Columbia Universities, to help us understand what comes next. Thank you for joining.
My pleasure.
So Iran warned that any move against Supreme Leader Khamenei would trigger an all-out religious jihadi war. How serious should Israel and the U.S. take that threat, do you think?
Well, I would take it quite seriously. I would take the potential Iranian responses to whatever action the U.S. may take quite seriously. Even if the U.S. launches a truly massive attack, and it's not yet clear that that will be the case, the president seems to be talking about a decisive blow. But regardless of what the U.S. really does in the end, Iran still has considerable capabilities for retaliation, whether it's against American forces in the Gulf, and they're right next to Iran, or certainly against Israel. And as a matter of fact, Iran has various capabilities, sleeping cells, Hezbollah cells around the world. So, yeah, they have the capability to respond not insignificantly. And at the same time, by the way, let's not allow ourselves to be overly deterred by what they say, because in the end, the difference in overall capability here, especially if the U.S. is involved, is overwhelming.
So Trump, too, used very strong rhetoric. He said that Iran would be wiped off the face of the earth if they target him or any of the leaders. Do you think that following these exchanges between the two countries and leaders, do you believe a U.S. strike is still on the table, or is this primarily psychological warfare?
Well, I think we can probably agree that President Trump is occasionally given to the bit of hyperbole. And there isn't always a direct link between what he says and what he does, but there is sometimes. And he may have backed himself into a position, I don't want to even say a corner, but placed himself in a position where at this point he has to do something significant, first of all, because he promised it, and it would be a major disappointment, even a disgrace for him not to back up his commitment to the Iranian people, but also because there will soon be 2 American aircraft carriers, in addition to all sorts of other capabilities in the region. So you have to ask yourself, what would the U.S. be concentrating such a massive capability for if it did not intend to do something? I think the real question here is the nature of the response, rather than whether there will be some response. And speaking now from the Israeli perspective, if the response is just some sort of limited one, which does not, let's say, at a bare minimum, significantly downgrade Iran's capabilities further, hitting the nuclear program some more, hitting their ballistic missile program, hopefully a lot more, then it's not clear that this whole thing is worth doing. And I don't know that anyone has an idea how you use air power to bring down a deeply entrenched regime like the Iranian.
Now, from Israel's perspective, is this a moment of opportunity? Is Israel hoping the U.S. would in fact strike? What would be the better outcome for Israel?
Well, I think it would be something like the days of the Mashiach, Yemot HaMashiach, if the Iranian regime could be toppled. Now, that's something that Israel and much of the world, but certainly above and all, Israel has been dreaming of ever since the Islamic Republic was established, for the regime to crumble and to have a new Iranian regime, which hopefully we could go back to being on very good terms with, like we were with the Shah. So the hope is there. But again, the question is, there's a fundamental question that the U.S. has to ask itself and Israel has to ask itself. What are we trying to achieve here? Is the objective really to topple the regime? And again, I don't know how you do that just through air power. If the U.S. was even contemplating a major ground invasion, that would be one thing, but it isn't. So then what is the objective? Just to punish them? Okay, been done in the past, we can do it again, but there will be a price to pay for it, a significant price. So is it worth it? Yes, if it's a major operation. No, if it's a limited one. Is the real objective actually to downgrade the missile and nuclear program? What do we want? Regime change or just to hit their military capability?
Mm-hmm. What do we want is the question. Chuck Freilich, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we've got some exciting news. You can now get Israel updates on our WhatsApp channel. Breaking stories, live updates, and verified reports, all delivered fast and accurate. Just scan the QR code on your screen to join.
Imagine earning your master's degree on top of Mount Carmel, where forest meets sea and where every day brings a new cultural, academic, and personal adventure. This is the multi-experience at U Haifa International. Here, students from around the world live and learn together in Israel's most culturally diverse city, meeting new people, discovering new perspectives, and shaping their own Israel experience.
There's people from different countries, from different religions and different languages. Somehow we are all very similar.
At U Haifa, academics meet real life. You don't just study, you experience Israel up close, explore Haifa's mountain ocean city life, and build global friendships that last a lifetime.
It's not just a degree, it's an experience. It opens your mind, your network, and your world.
U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
Israel has begun demolishing the UNRWA headquarters in East Jerusalem, a move the United Nations is condemning, but Israel defends as lawful and long overdue. ILTV's Mayan Hoffman reports.
Israel on Tuesday began demolishing the East Jerusalem headquarters of UNRWA, sending bulldozers into the compound in the early morning hours and tearing down several buildings that once housed dozens of agency staff. The move follows years of escalating Israeli action against the organization, which Israel accuses of deep ties to Hamas and of perpetuating the conflict by maintaining refugee status across generations. In late October 2024, the Knesset passed legislation banning UNRWA from operating on Israeli territory, citing security concerns and evidence linking agency employees to terror activity. Despite those laws, some UNRWA operations in East Jerusalem had continued in a limited capacity. Israeli officials say the headquarters itself had already been vacated and no longer qualified as a protected UN site. The United Nations sharply condemned the demolition, with Secretary General Antonio Guterres calling on Israel to halt the operation and restore the compound. Speaking to reporters, a UN spokesperson framed the move as an attack on the organization itself.
UNRWA facilities are United Nations facilities. An attack on UNRWA is an attack on the United Nations.
Israel's foreign ministry rejected that claim, stating that UNRWA had already ceased operations at the site and that the compound did not enjoy immunity. The ministry said the seizure and demolition were carried out in accordance with Israeli and international law. National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir arrived at the scene as demolition began, calling it an important day for sovereignty in Jerusalem, and vowing similar action against what he described as terror supporters. Israel has intensified scrutiny of UNRWA since the October 7, 2023 Hamas massacre, after evidence emerged that agency employees participated in the attack. Israeli officials say more than 10% of UNRWA staff in Gaza have documented ties to terror groups, and that agency schools routinely incite hatred and glorify violence. The IDF has also revealed a Hamas data center beneath UNRWA's Gaza headquarters, and says it has repeatedly targeted Hamas operatives using UNRWA facilities as cover. Freed hostages have testified that they were held in UNRWA schools and buildings during captivity. UNRWA supporters argue the agency provides essential humanitarian services and warn that dismantling it could worsen instability. Israel counters that no humanitarian role justifies cooperation with terror, and that aid must be delivered through alternative, accountable frameworks.
The story of the Jewish people has never been about standing still. It's a story of moving forward, of taking responsibility, of protecting what matters, no matter the challenge. That story is still being written today, not with swords, but with stewardship of the land, with the rule of law, and with the determination to secure Israel's future. And on the front lines of that mission stands Regavim. Regavim is a public movement dedicated to defending Israel's national lands and natural resources in the field, in the courts, and in the public square. Through research, on-the-ground action, and legal advocacy, Regavim works to uphold the rule of law and to ensure that Israel can grow, thrive, and remain rooted in its homeland.
Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz praised the strong and growing security alliance between Israel and Greece. Speaking Tuesday at a joint press conference with Greek Defense Minister Nikos Dendias in Athens, Katz said operational cooperation between the two countries is expanding and described joint military exercises as a force multiplier that strengthens the security systems of both Israel and Greece. Dendias confirmed the two sides will cooperate on anti-drone technology and cybersecurity, including sharing know-how to counter drone swarms and unmanned undersea vehicles. Last year, Greece approved the purchase of 36 Israeli-made pulse rockets artillery systems worth about 650 million euros, and is also in talks with Israel on a multi-layer air, missile, and drone defense system estimated at 3 billion euros. While no threats were named, both countries view Turkey as a key regional security challenge.
Μελετήσαμε το Ισραηλινό μοντέλο και επί τη βάση αυτού δημιουργήσαμε το Ελληνικό Κέντρο Αμυντικής Καινοτομίας. Στόχος μας είναι η Ελλάδα από μια χώρα πελάτης και αγοραστής μόνο αμυντικών συστημάτων να γίνει μια χώρα συμπαραγωγός, παραγωγός καινοτόμων προϊόντων, χαμηλού σχετικά κόστους και διπλής χρήσης.
כחלק בלתי נפרד מהשותפות הזאת, אנו חולקים מידע רלוונטי
מקדמים שיתוף פעולה ביטחוני, טכנולוגי, מקיימים תרגילים ואימונים משותפים ומחזקים את שיתוף הפעולה המבצעי, וכל אלה מהווים מכפיל כוח משמעותי למערכות הביטחון הן בישראל והן ביוון. בד בבד אנחנו נחושים גם בסוגיה קריטית נוספת, לא לאפשר לגורמים המבקשים לערער את היציבות האזורית לבסס דריסת רגל באמצעות טרור, תוקפנות או שלוחות צבאיות בסוריה, בעזה, בים האגאי או בכל זירה אחרת לממש את שאיפותיהם המסוכנות.
The High Court of Justice has ruled an autopsy would not be performed on the two infants who died this week at an unlicensed, overcrowded daycare in Jerusalem. The court overturned a lower court decision that had approved postmortems, ruling that invasive autopsies are unnecessary if other medical tests can confirm the cause of death. The decision allowed 4-month-old Leah Goloventic and 6-month-old Aaron Katz to be buried without further delay. The families, who are ultra-Orthodox, opposed autopsies on religious grounds. Strict interpretation of Jewish law generally prohibits autopsies, viewing the human body as sacred and calling for quick burial, unless the procedure can clearly save another life. Police believe the babies died from heat exhaustion and dehydration, possibly due to a malfunctioning heating system in a sealed room. Meanwhile, 2 caregivers from the daycare remain in custody, with police investigating possible reckless homicide and criminal negligence in one of Jerusalem's most shocking childcare tragedies in years. U.S. President Donald Trump said his administration may have reached a deal with Harvard University. Trump cites anti-Semitism at the prestigious Ivy League school. The administration has threatened to withhold federal funding from universities over campus anti-Israel protests and policies related to diversity, climate initiatives, and transgender issues, drawing concern from civil rights groups.
Secured unprecedented settlements with Brown University, Columbia University, and many other colleges, including the University of Pennsylvania, where I went, the great old Wharton School of Finance. To restore fairness and merit, we're working with Harvard right now. They've been very anti-Semitic. Terrible what they've done. And we'll see what happens. I hear we have a deal, but who the hell knows with them? They have a lawyer that wants to show how hot he is.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu congratulated U.S. President Donald Trump on marking 1 year since returning to office for his second term. In a post on the official Prime Minister's X account, Netanyahu called it an incredible first year of a second term, offering congratulations to both President Trump and the United States. The two leaders have maintained close ties, meeting face-to-face 6 times since Trump began his second term, most recently just weeks ago in Florida.
From the Golan Heights to Gaza, you've proven time and again what I've said many times.
We've never had a friend, even close, a friend, as President Trump in the White House. So I think we have a partnership, if I can quote you, second to none. I think it's allowed us to do enormous things.
While you focus at home on making America great again, your leadership abroad is changing the world for the better, ending wars and advancing peace.
I think what President Trump has done in a very short time is bring America back to the front seat, to the driver's seat in world affairs, and that's very, very important.
I think he's been extraordinary in his friendship and his support for Israel, his principled positions, his willingness to just cut through and get to the essence of things.
Israel with other people might not exist right now, if you want to know the truth.
The coordination between an American president and an Israeli prime minister has been unmatched. It offers great promise for Israel, for America, for our region, and for the world.
We're with you, and we'll continue to be with you, and a lot of good things are happening.
Thank you for your friendship.
Thank you very much, baby.
And thank you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 6 degrees Celsius or 44 degrees Fahrenheit. So then tomorrow we'll see cloudy skies alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 16 degrees Celsius or 60 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and keep up with us on social media. That's at ILTV_Israel on all platforms. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Sivan Raviv. Be well, and thank you so much for watching.
Did President Trump just abandon the Iranian people? The US was ready to strike Iran, then suddenly stood down. President Trump says execution stopped, but leaked footage and the Islamic regime say otherwise. So what is really going on? We're uncovering it all, only on JNS, only on the Quad. Welcome back, everybody, to the Quad, and here in our JNS Jerusalem studios with my wonderful co-hosts, Emily Schrader, human rights activist and journalist, Shoshana Keats-Jaskell, founder of Chokhmat Nashim, elevating Orthodox women's voices, and Bellamy Bellucci, activist, dancer, artist, and much more. Welcome, everyone. What is happening right now? We're all ready. We're here in Jerusalem. We're all getting ready. My husband bought all the water. We fixed our shelter.
I bought the whiskey.
We bought the whiskey. And we were hunkering down. And I want to say a few things. First of all, I want to say this. The Israeli people last week were ready to take the hit so that the Iranian people could be free. I want people to understand this. We were ready to take the sacrifice for that to happen because we knew that if the US would have attacked Iran, then Israel was going to get attacked. And most people here were okay with it for the sake of a free Iran. And just as it's coming to a crescendo, Wednesday night, Thursday, rainy, windy, we're waiting in our homes, and nothing happens. So the question that we want to unpack is, what happened? Why did nothing happen? Is this on purpose? Is this a ruse? Is this waiting for reinforcements from around the world? Was Israel not prepared? And we have some people who had some opinions about that, like Steve Witkoff. Watch this.
President Trump warned the Iranians, and at his direction, we communicated with the Iranians yesterday. And one of the things we were concerned about were the killings that were rumored to be on the way. Hangings, mass hangings, and that's been shut down. Well, I hope there's a diplomatic resolution. I really do. There are four issues: nuclear enrichment, missiles. They have to cut back on their inventory. The actual material that they have, which is roughly 2,000 kilograms, which is enriched anywhere between 3.67% and 60%, and the proxies, of course. I think if they want to come back to the League of Nations, if we can solve those four problems diplomatically, then that would be a great resolution. And I think the alternative is a bad one.
Sorry, I'm very confused. So the only problem with the regime is their essence, their evil, the way they've mistreated and killed their own people, the fact that they're exporting terrorism. If we solve those four problems, then we have a way to deal with Iran. Emily, I'm holding you back here. Emily.
No, I just, first and foremost, the thing that stands out to me most is the fact that he named four major problems, and they are problems with the Islamic Republic, but he did this within 24, 48 hours of at least now 16,000 Iranians being massacred in the streets. Are the people, the citizens of this country, not a factor in any way whatsoever in this equation? I mean, the inhumanity to sit on a stage and say something like that. Oh, if this regime, which is completely illegitimate, wants to come back to the League of Nations, then we can make that happen. Why? Why on earth would you make that happen? Why would you support the Islamic Republic, which is an illegitimate government, being recognized and accepted and tolerated in the League of Nations? The whole problem is that the League of Nations accepted the Islamic Republic in 1979. And you should be expelling ambassadors, you should be revoking recognition, you should be implementing sanctions, and yes, you should be carrying out strikes because the Iranian people are begging in the streets for military intervention. So Steve Witkoff, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. You shouldn't be negotiating, and taking Aragchi's word that executions have stopped is complete bull.
And also,
was that you were holding me back?
Yeah,
Sorry.
But what's curious is that this was said after Khamenei said this.
ما رئیس جمهور آمریکا رو مجرم می‌دانیم، هم به خاطر تلفات، هم به خاطر خسارات، هم به خاطر تهمتی که به ملت ایران زد.
Heil Hitler.
pretty much.
Oh, they're the ladies. Who did to England? They added England. Oh, there we are. Yeah, we would feel left out.
ما بنا نداریم کشور رو به طرف جنگ ببریم، اما مجرمان داخلی رو همراه نمی‌کنیم.
رئیس جمهور آمریکا ترامپ توییت زده بود و تشکر کرده بود که برخورد نشده با 800 نفر از کسایی که توی این اغتشاشات بودن.
خب ترامپ همیشه حرف مفت و بی جهت خیلی میزنه، غلط هم میکنه. ما برخوردمون برخورد قاطع، بازدارنده و سریع هست و الان تعداد زیادی از پرونده هامون منتهی به صدور کیفرخواست شده، به دادگاه ارسال شده.
So, did he not see this? Shoshana, what the Iranian leadership now is doing is taunting Trump. Like, I wouldn't taunt Trump because Trump does what he says and he says what he means.
I hope they do taunt him, and I hope he does say what he, gets pissed and does what he's supposed to do, because I do agree. I think the Iranian people are waiting for Trump to come through. I know Trump doesn't want to be Obama. He doesn't want to be that guy who says, if you gas your people, I'm going to come in, that's my red line, and then does nothing. I know Trump doesn't want to do that. So what he's waiting for, I hope, like I always hope, that there's information we don't have that they have that's going to make whatever strikes do come far more effective and decisive, right? Like we don't want what happened the last time, which is 12 days of war, and then in the end of the day, they're still in power. We need them gone. And these people otherwise will have sacrificed their lives, men, women, children, in the streets, would have sacrificed their lives for nothing.
It's just, to me, it's just ridiculous. It's like saying, oh, let's ask Hitler to shut down Auschwitz, but he can stay in power. That's how absurd.
I agree. That's what it sounded like.
This whole thing is. But the question is, was it a little, message from somebody to say, oh, they've stopped the executions? Or do you think there was something deeper going on? Or maybe even, Israel, we're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't. If they attack, it's Israel's fault. If they don't attack, we were the ones who stopped them. Do you think that we weren't ready, perhaps, and we needed a bit more time?
I genuinely think that the Israeli people have been prepared, and they're the ones that are standing with the Iranian people saying, you know what, we'll take the brunt of this. We were waiting. We know that we're going to be attacked.
Yeah.
So at some point, I definitely understand and agree with what you're saying when it comes to Trump. Okay. I always imagine him as a kid in a sandbox. And at some point, you're going to keep poking the bear, and that little kid is going to stand up and beat the living crap out of you. And then you're going to go and cry and say, but this happened to your parents. And when your parents say something, you're going to lie about it. So back to exactly who these people are. They're liars. Yep. So what if they say, oh, the executions of stuff? Yeah. Oh, how nice for you. Like in terms of diplomacy, that you can then go, well, in terms of diplomacy, if we really want to do this in terms of leadership, shut up. Do what you need to do. This is still the Middle East at the end of the day. And ultimately, they're looking to the West. They're crying out to the West because they actually know the Western powers that are there. Israel can't be the one that's attacking. We're the ones that will be attacked. We're the ones that will carry the brunt of it because that's a message that's going to America. But at the same time, get on with it.
We were the ones who've done the heavy lifting here in terms of destroying their mid-management, let's put it that way, or all of their scientists, a lot of the IRGC in the 12-day war in July. We've really set the scene for this, but we can't be the ones who take this all on our own because we need that American firepower. But I actually do believe that they were going to attack that night. I know that because my kids are in the army. Things were shut down. There was no communication for 24 hours. They really thought that night, the way the country behaved is that we thought we were going to be in the middle of this, and then it didn't happen. So I don't know, because you can never tell with Trump. We also kind of misguided the situation before the 12-day war, if you remember. Do you remember Bibi was going to marry his son, and it looked like there was a little public spat between Bibi and Trump, and then the whole thing was a ruse. So you never know. These are very clever, strategic people there. But it just seems to me that in the face of the documented evidence, they've got Starlink. It is very weak. It is very bad. Whoever can does it. And then you see the atrocities going on, like what we see here. The body bags on the street, the people being shot in hospitals, the young people that you see with blood, dead, with their eyes open, lying on the street. How much more? 20,000 people is estimated it could be. I mean, we have no idea. It could be more. 20,000 people. 2 years of war that we had here against Hamas. And even according to Hamas numbers, and we all know they're lying bastards, 70,000 dead. We know it was 1.1 in terms of the ratio, 1.15, 1.12. We know that we're talking about potentially 30, 35,000 innocent people that died as a result of a war that we didn't start. And yet, in 4 days, there's 20,000 people. And the world is still thinking about this.
It's even more appalling when you think about the fact that, like, when it comes to Israel or Gaza, this is a legally justified and legally declared war in response to it's a defensive war in response to an attack on October 7th. It shouldn't even be compared in this, civilian casualties, which of course are tragic, but that's what happens in war. I mean, that's why we didn't start a war. This is a completely different scenario. I mean, these are crimes against humanity being committed by a government that's supposed to represent the people that they're executing and butchering on the street.
Exactly.
And I do think in regards to the attack, I understand the strategic diversion, perhaps. It is possible. It remains to be seen what happens if Trump will still attack. My biggest problem with this is that at the same time when we saw the worst nights of this massacre, when we saw well over, at least from what we know now, well over 10,000 people were killed on those 2 nights, when the first few nights that the internet was cut off in Iran, was the same time that President Trump said, continue protesting, take over institutions, go into the streets, help is on its way. Help is on its way?
Yeah.
It's been almost a week. Iranians still have no internet. Like, you can't, when you're the president, you can't say those things. You can't just talk and not understand that there are consequences. And there's a protester that I actually posted about whose last words to his family were, President Trump is with us, I'm going to the streets to protest. And he died. And it's very, very upsetting. We know revolutions, it's going to be paid in blood. We know that. We knew that before. It's going to be really difficult. But it can be less difficult if President Trump does what he needs to do.
That's why I actually do think he's going to do. I mean, I hope. I'm praying. Shoshana.
I think what people don't realize, and I don't know what the average human being on planet Earth sees and listens to. I know that we are obviously consuming all the time content from Iran, even though the internet is shut down. And even, I find myself just looking at the screen and crying at people having to open hundreds of body bags to find their loved one, or to have to pay thousands of dollars in bribes to have the body released and to sign confessions and to record apologies. And it's so much work. Sounds crazy to say this. It's so much worse than just having your family members killed.
Yes.
You are also being forced to pretend that they were traitors and dissidents and that they've done things wrong. Or the story of the father who went to the pharmacy to get medicine for his 3-year-old and she's shot in his arms. This is so much worse than I think what people even understand.
Yeah.
And watching that man, the supreme leader, talk, it's almost like it's very hard to digest that people are really like this and that there's anyone in the world that defends them.
Because I think that we've been brought up in a society where we don't actually know how to recognize real evil. And everything is moral relativism. Oh, but the imperialist West caused the situation. And people have lost the sense of good and bad. And I don't think we have, because we've seen evil. We've seen evil in the face. Hamas is evil. What it does to their own kids and what they did to our kids, okay? We know evil. But the world has, you hear these morons defending the Roger Waters, that idiot, and the Corbyns. Nobody's saying anything whilst people are being murdered. It just shows that people, to me, this is very clear how the Holocaust happened. I can see it in front of us. When people think of the Holocaust, they think it's like another another like, I don't know, another universe. But no,
Like,
this
right,
is
it should never
human
happen here.
nature.
Exactly.
Brainwash, indoctrination, not being able to see evil when it's looking you in the face.
And then to say to somebody, like to people, especially in the U.S., when they say, "Oh no, but the killings stopped because President Trump said it did," you don't actually understand what that even means. So besides the fact that there's no internet, yes, we are able to see videos that are coming out of there. We're able to see pictures. We're able to hear people's, testimonies and pleading for this. That doesn't mean that they didn't go ahead while the lights are out and we're not doing it in public. We're just going to go into hospitals and start going bullet in the head, just like that. And then you have people like that are like praising the supreme leader. And at the same time, that is such a deep level of brainwashing that happens at such a young age. So when we try to explain to other people that this is also the way that Hamas pulls children in. This is how martyrs are raised. They don't understand it and they choose not to see it. When you try to tell them in a place like these are Iranians. Take Israel out of the equation. Take Hamas out of the equation. Look at Iranians that are actually begging for this. People have had to flee, that left and started from nothing in America, raising their children. People have lost their parents, saying, one day I wish that I could take my family back home to what used to be the Paris of the Middle East. It is disgusting that all that you can see and hear from people right now, young or old, are going, no, but it's Israel's fault. And at some point, whatever is going on the ground is because the U.S. interfered, the U.S. created it, and Israel was a part of it. It's not a Mossad operation.
Yes, the whole thing is it's patronizing, it's cruelty. They've also been brainwashed. The woke, West has been brainwashed against Jews, against Western values that are good values compared to this. They have been brainwashed themselves. We're dealing with a world which is completely brainwashed, and they can't even see evil when it's right in front of them. Okay, but let's move on from one evil to another evil. Hamas, the one that is right on our border.
Really,
and
same.
Yes, they're the same. And let's just remind everybody that the Islamic Republic of Iran have been funding Hamas. They were the sponsors of October 7th, amongst other people like Qatar. And they are the biggest sponsors of Hezbollah. And when their people were starving and didn't have water in the taps, they still managed to send $1 billion to Hezbollah since Nasrallah, may he rot in hell, was assassinated by us. So that's just reminding everybody that the Iranian Islamic regime sacrifices its own people to ensure that they export enough terrorism to cause a lot of chaos and kill as many Jews and Americans as possible. Okay, Board of Peace. Board of Peace. We don't even know whether this is the right name for it. If peace
clearly
is
not
something you couldn't even talk about. But the Board of Peace was announced this week, and I'm a bit confused because there's a few boards of peace. There's the executive one, there's the ceremonial one, there's the advisory one. There's about 2 or 3 of them, no women anywhere. Oh, surprise, surprise. But there's been quite a lot of controversy because Turkey and Qatar have been nominated to be part of this Board of Peace. In other words, they've put the foxes in charge of the chickens, or they've really put the people who are funding Hamas in charge of dealing with Hamas. So what do we think about that? And is this going to be a real problem between Israel and U.S. relations?
Wait, you're saying that having Qatar and Turkey share a border with us might be a problem? I don't understand. What can go wrong? What do you mean? Of course it's ridiculous. All they're going to do is do nicer tunnels. They're just going to be more
air-conditioned,
more
They'll be like luxury with Wi-Fi.
Luxury tunnels. That's what I'm looking for.
Jacuzzi.
Yes, welcome to the harem.
Oh my God. Yes.
I mean, it's so scary to think about how on such a global stage, when things should be changing, moving forward, there should be a different direction in which the Middle East is taking. As long as there's money on the table, you can go in either way and say, for diplomatic reasons, this is much better. I can accept a plane for so-and-so money because it's for diplomatic reason. I can get in bed with the enemy because it's for diplomatic purposes. Yeah. At some point, where do we draw the line and say no? And if it's going to be somebody that you're going to bring the evil in, invite it into your home, break bread with it at your table, please pull the trigger at some point or don't invite it in.
They brought in Qatar and Turkey, the two Muslim Brotherhood strongholds in the world now, to disarm.
Who, by the way, the U.S. administration did ban the Muslim Brotherhood, but only certain chapters. And the chapters they conveniently did not name were Turkey and Qatar. Funny how that works. Let's not forget that the Turkish foreign minister himself is someone who publicly eulogized and praised Ismail Haniyeh after we assassinated him. So the person who praised Ismail Haniyeh is also the person who is at least in part responsible for disarming Hamas in Gaza.
Yeah, it's really crazy. And going back to your point, Bellamy, about money and connecting this to Iran, the most disturbing report or opinion is that Saudi and the UAE stopped America from attacking for oil reasons, because the last thing they want is a free Iran with trade ties. They are so rich in crude oil, and that will mean that the price of oil goes down, and that would affect these countries. I almost can't believe that 90 million people are being held hostage for the sake of the price of oil. Could it be true? Have we lost it?
For sure it's true. And the irony is, the Jews are the ones with the money who control the banks.
Yeah.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, we're like small potatoes. I mean, it's so small potatoes.
Have you seen a map?
And another thing that I remember hearing from Venezuelans when what happened with Maduro was when Americans said, it's for oil, it's for oil, they said, we don't care.
Yeah.
Just let them in, take the oil.
What do we care what they're...
What Iranians are saying the same thing, like take the oil. Just deal with this, like, deal with the evil that's literally been massacring us this whole time. If that's what it takes, take it. Take it.
Honestly, I feel like we're living in bizarro world, in like an upside down world where right is wrong and wrong is right, and people are blind and they can't see what's right in front of them. And I will reiterate this to the people of Iran who are listening, if you can listen, and certainly the Iranian diaspora, that Israel is with you and we are ready to face the consequences of liberating you, because the consequences will be felt here. And I think that there's not one Israeli who's not ready for this.
I think that the U.S. response also with the Gaza border peace and also with Iran, there's a fight internally going on. Even within the administration, you can see it. And of course, that's to be expected because the Islamic Republic alone, not even getting into Qatar, but the Islamic Republic alone has spent billions on lobbying, soft lobbying also in Washington. They're pushing out for certain things. They're trying to spread a lot of, one of their primary claims right now is that there is no opposition leader, which is of course false. We see people across 31 provinces, all provinces of Iran, chanting for Reza Pahlavi. Does everyone love him? No. Is he the most popular, most known, most respected opposition leader? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Not only that, he's pro-Western and pro-democracy. Yeah. I don't know why the West is hesitating other than the fact that you have such a disinformation campaign lobbying against it. And we see the same thing with Qatar. That is why, at least part of the reason why they lobbied against a strike on the United States. And it's this misguided ideology that we saw from Steve Witkoff, that you can negotiate or somehow compromise with people who have this Islamist ideology, and you can't.
With the devil.
You can't change them.
With the devil. You can negotiate with the devil. That's basically what Witkoff wants.
We went from going, you can't negotiate with terrorists, to saying, no, well, if they do this, we'll just get their cousin and a brother to kind of deal with them while we look over here.
They care. Even Witkoff, he assumes that the leadership cares about what's best for their country.
Exactly.
And they don't. Hamas doesn't, Hezbollah doesn't, the Houthis don't, and certainly the Islamic Republic of Iran doesn't. So any negotiation that starts from there is going to be wrong.
Exactly, because what they don't understand, because they can't see things through the lens of the Islamist, jihadi extremist, is that their ideology comes before people and comes before lives. It's the opposite of us. We put lives first, and they put lives last because their ideology, their very toxic ideology, they live for death. It's a death cult. And somebody like Witkoff can't understand that.
Yep.
He can't understand it, and therefore he shouldn't be making these decisions.
But another red light, which I think didn't get enough of an echo of a voice, is why is Iran having military drills in South Africa? Just off the coast.
You always bring us the South African angle.
Because they're Baptist, the Islamic Republic.
I'm looking. I'm like, why is nobody talking? As though it's just normal.
Yeah.
As though it's just normal. It's like, okay, You're where we keep, it's like a storage unit. Nobody knows the address, nobody knows what's going on, but boom, all of a sudden your whole house will be furnished. From where?
This is like the rehearsal.
The rehearsal.
The rehearsal place. Anyway, we pray, as we always do, that things get better. And look, you never know. By the time next week comes along, we could be looking at a free Iran, and we could all be doing the quad in Tehran. Bezrat Hashem, inshallah, please God. Okay, moving on, because there's so many scumbags to deal with, as in every week. And I know that it's a very favorite part of the show for many of you. Scumbag of the week. Bellamy, let's start with you. Who's your scumbag this week?
Cenk Uygur, or whatever your name is, Cenk. I'm so sick of this man to a point where I don't understand how he's always foaming at the mouth. But for once, he didn't really do so much. But what he had to say was more disgusting than anything else. Take a look.
It's obviously on behalf of Israel. Who are we kidding? Look at the Israelis frothing at the mouth. We've seen them for 20 years go, you have to invade Iran on our behalf. You have to invade Iran on our behalf. Okay, well, why doesn't Israel do it? And by the way, look at all this about how, the Iranians are, the regime is bad guys. Of course they are, but so was Saddam. That didn't mean we should go into Iraq. So Kim Jong-un's a terrible leader, abuses his people so badly in North Korea. How come there's no propaganda against him? Because Israel, it doesn't have North Korea within Greater Israel. So since it's not related to Israel, there's no talk of the terrible leader of North Korea. How about you guys are worried about state-sponsored terrorism? Israel is a terrorist state. So they killed 2,000 in Iran, these protesters, and I hate that the regime did that. Israel killed 70,000 Palestinians. They occupy 5.5 million of them, and they say they're never going to free them. So why are we helping a terrorist state start another disastrous war in Iraq that we're going to have, in Iran in this case, that we're going to have to pay for? Okay. And if people don't know this, Iran is 4 times the size of Iraq. They're walking you into another disaster, and I guarantee it, and it'll be for Israel again, and then they'll pretend that it wasn't, and they'll call everyone an anti-Semite.
I just feel that one day this guy's going to have a heart attack.
On screen.
On screen. He's going to explode, he sweats profusely, and one day he's going to go...
But what really bugged me, there was one question. She handled herself so well. What bugged me was when he said, who elected you to speak on behalf of the Iranian people? Who elected you to speak on behalf of Palestinians?
Exactly.
Who are you?
Oh,
this man has been, and it gets worse and worse and worse as time goes by. Between him and Anna, just having a little circle jerk all the time about how much they hate Israel, they will never actually come from a place speaking for people on the ground, people that are actually struggling. It always has to be led right back to Israel, right back to Palestine, right back to God. Can't you just for 2 seconds speak on the matter on the table? I know that, you know, that's your paycheck from Iran and Qatar is kind of going to go a little bit down. It might dip, but trust me, nothing's going to happen to you, buddy. No.
You know, that's the thing about anti-Semitism, that it's anti-Semites, they're all consumed by Jewish hatred.
That's the lens. They see everything, the whole world.
See, it really is like Charlie Kirk used to say, a brain rot. Everything they see through that lens, so much so that Anna Kasparian is like fighting over the numbers. No, it's 500 people killed, not 2,000 people. Oh, she didn't really care about the Gaza numbers. She would just spout 500,000, 300,000, it doesn't matter. It really is the brain rot that is anti-Semitism. And in the end, it will destroy them because we've seen it again and again. Wonderful, wonderful. They've been scumbags many times before, of course.
Yes.
But it's a particularly honorable mention this week. Thank you very much. Emily, who's your scumbag?
So my scumbag was also someone that was on Piers Morgan this past week. Also on Amanpour, of course. Because who would Christiane Amanpour be if she wasn't highlighting and giving a platform to terrorists?
Yes.
But Mohammed Marandi, who is an unofficial spokesman of the Islamic Republic, he's a professor at the University of Tehran, and he's a known propagandist who is often parroted around in Western media, shilling for the Islamic Republic, spreading absolute lies, just flat out lies, which we saw this week again on Piers Morgan. The same line of criticism that, you know, oh, it's actually Israel behind it, and oh, there's not that many casualties, and if there are, then it's actually not us, it's actually Israel, on and on and on. But the reason in particular that he's my scumbag this week is because this is happening, all these interviews have been happening at a time when the internet and phone connectivity has been completely 100% cut off for the people of Iran. So you tell me, audience, how is Marandi doing interviews via Zoom or whatever platform they're using on the internet when the internet is completely shut off? While also claiming, by the way, that he doesn't actually work for the regime and he's not a part of it, and on and on and on. So there's a thing in Iran called the white SIM cards, and the white SIM cards refer to people who are affiliated with or are the Islamic Republic. They're the only ones who have certain access to internet. It's actually what they're talking about promoting in the future. They've said that they're going to keep the internet off until at least March. Hopefully that changes and Elon Musk can do something about the situation with Starlink. But this is one of the ways that they control the narrative in the West. And Marandi is one of the chief propagandists of this method, of this tactic that the Islamic Republic uses. So he's my scumbag this week and many other weeks as well, but in particular, an absolute scumbag this week for defending the Islamic regime while the people are being murdered in the streets with no access to internet, simply so that he could parrot this disgusting, perverse narrative that's blaming the victims, the hostages, the 90 million hostages, the people of Iran under the Islamic Republic.
Amen. He is really disgusting, and I mean, and his little smirk always. Like people are dying and he's smiling. And what I love about his appearance on Piers is that they brought in Goldie to debate him. This is a new thing for Piers Morgan. They don't tell people that they're going to bring somebody else on. You think you're doing a one-on-one, and they bring somebody else. So they brought her, and he was like, I never agreed to debate. Of course, he has not a leg to stand on. He is really a piece of work. So yeah, a very, very good comeback. And I mean, you talk about internet. The Khamenei is still tweeting, and so are all his cronies. So there you go. Only certain people get internet. Shoshana, who's your scumbag? Or should I say scumbags this week?
I have a car full of scumbags.
A bus full. A bus full, a limo full of scumbags.
I don't even know most of these guys. Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, Sneeko, Tristan Tate, Clavicular, and Amrao Fudel, who is also apparently Myron Days. Who are all in the car. You'll see it in a minute, but they're all in a car. Heil Hitlering to Yee's song. But the best thing for me is that Yee's chorus, it's N-word, Heil Hitler. N-word, Heil Hitler. But the white boys in the car are afraid to say the N-word because of the black guys in the car, so they can't even be full scumbags because they're scared. And I'm like, could you have, like, it was a Saturday Night Live skit. It couldn't be better. The white guy would be like, Heil Hitler, Heil Hitler, because they were afraid. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? Stand by your convictions. Let's see what goes on in that car afterwards. And then at the party, oh my God, Bellamy, I have to thank you for this because I saw it this morning after I chose my car of scumbags. They're at a party and these women, guys, girls, why are you there? Unless they're paying you a ton of money and you use that to like support, I don't even know what women know is. Like, do not be in your disguise. And these guys are sitting there like, say you hate women, say you hate women. Say you hate women.
Aren't half of them
gay? The women, oh, they're for sure gay. Of course they're gay. I mean, gays are great, but guys who are gay but don't admit to being gay, they're not so great. Anyway, you have to watch these clips. You guys have to watch these clips. Start with the car.
Yeah, bitch, I'm the villain.
Juice man! Juice man!
They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Nigga, how Hitler? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler? She wanna fuck with the pen, I put the crumb on the bench. Hey, nigga, how Hitler? She reaching down to my pants, she got the roll in her hands.
Do you think this is where the MAGA movement will now self-correct? Like, how could anybody stand with this? Oh, is Megyn Kelly going to say, oh, hang on, Clavicular's a young father? No.
Probably her next guest.
But maybe it's Israel.
The strangest thing was that the same guy that's in the pink suit right there is Tristan. That is Tristan Tate.
Oh, the
and
brother.
Tristan Tate, before that at the pre-party, holding a lovely white claw, because that's what real men do, goes ahead and says to Nick Fuentes, this is the real N-word with a hard R. This is the real nigger. And he goes, this is the, and you can hear in the background Andrew Tate saying this is the last real nigger that's left. Sits down and then apologizes to Nick Fuentes for how he saw him. And then later on in the stream, when they've come back from the club, because now, you know, Nick Fuentes has said no to dating any woman or to taking any woman's number who's, you know, barely covered at any point, because we know why they're there. You're not really going to be beating these trafficking rumors, brothers. Goes ahead and says, one of the guys, Speed or whatever, goes, somebody says, you know, assalamu alaikum, whatever, and then he goes off and responds to it. And then you see Fuentes in the back going like this, I don't even understand what you were saying, bro. And then later on says, do you believe that the leader do you think that Christianity was started by a Jew, or do you believe that the leader of the Christians is a Jew? And Fuentes looks up and says, yes, Jesus Christ. And there's so many clips that you said.
Are you saying that these people made Nick Fuentes look moderate?
Yes. Yes. I'm not kidding you. They actually made, I watched so many clips. It wasn't your thing.
Even Nick Fuentes is going, it's a little bit too much for you. Oh my God. Oh, how ridiculous can it get?
The best part also is if you look at Bellaby's clips on her Instagram, there's guys like bragging about how he will never I won't take a woman out to dinner. I won't sit across from her for 3 hours. 3 hours? Like, because you're a monkey. What are you going to say to a woman for 3 hours?
With a cigar.
You have no conversations tonight.
People can't get laid anyway. I have women.
That's the problem. They're all a bunch of losers living on their mother's
That was very cathartic.
They're all living in their mother's basements and are losers, and they got a little bit of fame right now. But I'm hoping that this type of thing actually makes the MAGA movement wake up and go, Ben Shapiro was right. Ben Shapiro had a point. Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, that was
bus full of scumbags. All right, so my scumbag of the week, I'm taking a real turn here. And compared to these people, maybe he's less of a scumbag, but really, he's a pretty bad scumbag. He is the chief constable of the West Midland Police in the UK, called Craig Guildford. Now, I want to take you back a few months when the West Midland Police, which is the area of the UK where Aston Villa, Birmingham is, and the city was holding a football match, soccer for the Americans, between Aston Villa, which is a very popular football team, and Maccabi Tel Aviv. And the allegations now that have been proven correct is that Birmingham is a very, very Islamist town. They've got MPs, members of parliament, that basically represent Gaza rather than the Brummies, the Birmingham people. And essentially what the West Midland Police did is they invented a whole excuse that Maccabi Tel Aviv fans were violent, were dangerous, and it was a danger to public order. And that's why they ban all Maccabi Tel Aviv fans from coming to the game, which is almost unprecedented. It's happened a few times before with other teams, but we're talking about particularly violent teams. That's not what Maccabi Tel Aviv is. Maccabi Tel Aviv, yes, is raucous fans, but they certainly don't have a violence problem beyond the regular football fan. And now it has been, and at the time they came out on TV and I said from the beginning, this is BS. This is BS. And guess what? It was BS, because it was uncovered recently that essentially what happened was that the Islamists in Birmingham were threatening violence, and the police, as weak, feckless police that they are, instead of dealing with the Islamists, they decided to blame the Jews and ban the Jews because they didn't want to deal with the Islamists because they're scared of them. But why is this guy, Craig Guildford, my scumbag this week? Because he was actually in a committee, in a public inquiry, and he said something which are so ridiculous. They asked him, why didn't you reveal that it was the Islamists that were threatening violence? He said, well, nobody ever asked me. So basically, he tells half a story. He blames the Israeli fans, and he doesn't uncover that it was actually because they were scared of the Islamist violence. And then he has the gall, the chutzpah, to say in a public inquiry, well, you never asked that particular question, so I never gave you the full information. doctored files about Maccabi Tel Aviv fans that even the Dutch police said, no, this was not us. And you've completely fabricated evidence about the violence when there was, in fact, a pogrom in Holland against those same fans. But what I'm really upset about is that this week he retired. He retired with a full pension. He retired with everything that a regular chief of police retires. He did not face the consequences for lying under oath, for doctoring up charges against a foreign football team and for blaming the Jews for what in fact was Islamist violence. And so, Craig Guilford, you are a coward. You basically didn't do the first thing you have to do as the chief of police, and that is protect the people in your town and protect the people visiting your town. And instead you just bend over to be completely taken over, run over, and manipulated by the Islamists in your town that you were too much of a coward to deal with. And so I'm glad you're gone, but you should have gone in disgrace, facing the consequences of your lies, your dishonesty, and basically of being the weak leader that you were. So good riddance to you, Craig Guilford. And that is my scumbag of the week. All right. We need some heroes. Really, and when you see his face, you saw the inquiry?
I saw it.
I mean, you were there at the football match.
Yeah.
You were pulled aside, weren't you?
Yeah.
Because you're known, Emily.
Because I had a shirt that said Zionist.
Yes, and you're known to be a violent football fan, aren't you?
That's me. A violent football fan.
This is what they're worried about. Okay, now, let's cleanse our souls with some heroes. Bellamy.
Mine is Meraj Tehrani, who is a singer, and he had just basically come back, and I think he was on his way to Turkey, and he had just landed, and you can hear in his voice, it's just so disheartening. Please take a look.
آقا من الان رسیدم ترکیه. همه رو دارم میکشن. همه رو دارم میکشن. بچه‌ها رو همه رو دارم میکشن. فقط کمک خارجی. فقط کمک خارجی احتیاج داریم. میشه ما کمک بگیریم نمیدونم. نمیدونم چطوری میتونیم وقتی کمک بگیریم. کوه دارن غرقم میکنن تو سر سینه. شلیک مستقیم بیرحمانه دارن میکشن همه رو.
I think it's so important to have, even for me, like to call him a hero, as emotional as that is, because it brought so much light to what's going on. And it was very quick that video was literally went viral.
He left.
He had just fled.
Fled Iran, like now.
Yeah, he had just fled, and it brought so much attention, I think, in such a short space of time. I was watching the video and I couldn't stop watching it over and over again because I thought, this is what the world needs to see. This is what the world needs to hear.
Yeah.
So he didn't say, oh, there are a few. He said they're murdering everyone.
Yeah.
There's no understanding of what the Iranian people are going to. The fact that you
Except us.
Yeah, except us.
The footage that I've received is honestly indistinguishable from October 7th.
Yep.
It's horrifying.
Yep.
And the people that I've spoken to, like people I personally have spoken to, have witnessed 100, 200 people shot right in front of them.
Yeah.
It's the level of barbarity and cruelty is only matched by what we saw on October 7th.
This is 7th century barbarism.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
And my hat goes off to him, not just for bringing attention, but he put his life on the line.
Yep.
He really did put his life, his family's life, he put it on the line in a moment to say, I need to bring attention. I need to call attention with the utmost urgency right now because the world needs to know what's happening. The clock is ticking.
Yeah. Well, thank God that we have heroes like that, and thank you for bringing him to us, Bellamy. It's heartbreaking, but we need more of them, so that people wake up, or if the zombies are going to wake up, I don't know. Emily.
So my hero this week is a similar topic, although not an Iranian this week. I know, it's a shocker. Lindsey Graham. Senator Lindsey Graham has been an absolute voice of moral clarity and courage from day one when it comes to the issue of Iran, but in particular since the protests, since the uprising started in Iran, he has been very forward in calling for U.S. assistance. He has echoed the voices of the Iranian people. He has continued to pressure while also working with the Trump administration. He visited Israel just a few days ago to show solidarity with Israel as it potentially faces something with the Islamic Republic of Iran. And I just have to say that voices like his, there's not enough of them. And to do so at a time like this, when I know that he's getting a lot of backlash from, you know, the more extremist elements, both in the lobbying circles, but also on social media and in the media. And despite that, he's remained completely morally clear, has not wavered even for a second in what needs to happen when it comes to the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is a regime change, a complete deconstruction of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and ultimately rebuilding a free Iran. He also met with the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi this week, which was a tremendous sign of solidarity and support for the Iranian people, and a sign that gives people hope for the future, that this isn't Iraq. Iran isn't an Arab country. It doesn't have the same history. The future of a free Iran will be very, very different. And that's something that Lindsey Graham has done a great job advocating for. So Lindsey Graham, you are my hero of the week.
Yeah, he deserves it. He's always on the right side. Yeah, he's a good guy. He really is a good guy. Great hero, Emily. Shoshana.
So you actually just reminded me of something. It's really, really hard to hear. Even though I don't understand a word of Persian, you don't need to understand a word of Persian, just like when you see that video, to understand and to hear in this 6.5-minute phone call. There's a woman, she describes herself as the daughter of a senior commander inside Iran. Yeah. And she calls the Persian Manato news program. Yeah. The emotion with which she describes what she herself has seen and endured, even as a daughter of a commander. She says that she would go out and protest, and she was arrested with her friends. Her friends are raped in the jail. She is not, once she says her name, and the guilt that she feels for escaping the fate of her fellow countrymen and women because she has protexia, as we say in this country, which is Connections, thank you. And she's then taken out of the danger, but her friends are raped or killed. And 6.5 minutes, this woman is, you could hear, she's pouring out every inch of her soul into how she feels so bad. And she's about to say her name, and they're like, stop, don't say who you are, like, protect yourself. And she feels so guilty. And the bravery it needs, I feel like, you know, we say this a lot, but I feel like it needs to be repeated and repeated and repeated. The Iranian people are incredible human beings and incredible, like, they nationally feel together as a people. They feel for their history. They have a connection with their land. They don't want to give it up. They're fighting for their nation. And I think that's maybe why Jews feel so connected with the Persians. You know, like, we get that. We get your connection with your history. You want to succeed. You want your children to have that love of nation and countryhood. And this phone call, I suggest you listen to it, because it is, like you said, you know, you can listen to all these people foaming at the mouths, and you can listen to all these idiots who are being paid to be shills. But you cannot deny that. That's not acting, that's not being paid, that is pain that is coming across so clearly that you really just cannot deny it.
I heard it and I cried. It is one of the most disturbing things I've ever heard. Up there with, like, phone calls in October 7th. I wasn't understanding. She called a foreign Iranian radio? Because it wasn't internally.
Manato is the leading opposition media, and they broadcast through satellite.
Through satellite.
So there are ways around, you know, to
so I don't understand how she managed to get through.
It's the most she has a white SIM card, presumably.
Ah. It was the most harrowing thing I've ever heard. And she, at this point, had just lost it. And she just couldn't anymore.
She said she tried to commit suicide twice.
Yes, she said she tried to commit, and she spoke about the fact that the IRGC raped their own daughters. She said that. These are really disgusting, barbaric people that need to go. This is the leaders. They don't care about their own people. They brutalize their own people, including their own daughters. Well, she's definitely a hero, and I'm glad they stopped her from saying her name, because she'd be dead if she had. Thank you, Shoshana. So I'm bringing another person speaking out for the Iranian people in a loud voice right now, and that's Mark Levine. And, a couple of nights ago, he was on Sean Hannity, and he was so clear and, again, frustrated and angry and saying, listen, there are young people who are being killed on the streets of Tehran and every other city in Iran, and they're dying with their eyes open. And their families are looking for them, and they're there with their eyes open. Wake up, we have to do something. This is a moral obligation. He says there are certain things, he says, that we can't do anything about. The Uyghurs in China, you're not going to get into a world war with China. But this is something that this is something America should get involved in. And I just, there have been very few voices speaking up for the Iranian people in the United States. In terms of Hollywood, you've got Pink, who said something, and she's been brave, and all the other Hollywood idiots. It took them a week and a half for Mark Ruffalo and Cynthia Nixon to have a joint letter condemning, but let's not condemn too much because the Jews may benefit from this, and put all that rubbish aside. But you've had Pink, who's actually come out from the beginning, but Mark Levine, to me in the last few days, has been the clearest voice in America speaking on behalf of the Iranian people. And how do I know this? Because I saw a tweet this morning from an Iranian guy saying, when we are liberated, we will not forget our friends. And Mark Levine, you're one of them. And so Mark Levine, who I've met a few times, he's a wonderful man. He's always on the right side of history. You are my hero this week. And again, wonderful audience, we pray, as we do every week, first of all, that Ran Gvili comes home to a dignified funeral, that his family can bury him. That was part of the deal. We shouldn't be going on to phase 2 until Ran Gvili comes home. We pray for the innocent people of Iran to be liberated quickly. We pray for the leaders to have moral clarity and do the right thing. And hopefully, all this happens by next week. So thank you for watching.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect, thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
And now, let's have a look at Raziel Winery, located in the rolling hills just west of Jerusalem. Their unique method allows for the production of exquisite, one-of-a-kind Israeli wine. Let's take a look.
In '88, I planted this vineyard behind me. In '92, I made the first wine as a hobby. 2 barrels, 600 bottles, bottled in '95 with great success. From that success, we decided to become professional winemakers, and we set up Castel. Since 2015, this winery has become Raziel. The particularity of our winemaking is the use of very large barrels. These barrels are used also to ferment the Chardonnay and the Pinot for the sparkling wine, and also we ferment the Rosé. We like to use large barrels because the wood is thicker and less evaporation, less topping, and less wooden taste into the wine. We make 3,000 bottles of each type, a white, a rosé, both non-vintage and a vintage. We're stacking the bottles here. These bottles, vintage 21, will come into the market about 2027. When I first planted this vineyard in '88, I didn't think I was a pioneer. In fact, this vineyard represents the first vineyard in modern times in the Judean Hills. And it was really a big luck that I was living here, that this could really produce very, very good wines. Our wine is in French zéro dosage, or brut nature, a natural taste of the wine without any additives.
Hi, I'm Naomi Nachman, and this is Sunny Side Up. Hi, I'm Naomi Nachman, and this is Sunny Side Up. Sawadika! How are you?
Good, Berkshire. How are you, Naomi?
It's so great to have my very good
So
friend,
good to be here.
Shandy Platzker, right here on the show. And what are we going to make today?
We're gonna make something today that's very different. It's very different, and it's inspired by something that Naomi and I both love. So let's list some of the things that we love, Naomi.
Dancing.
Dancing, like really, really. We both love to sing.
Well, she has a way better voice than me.
We both love to eat.
Definitely love eating.
For sure. And then there's one thing that we both love to do that I don't know if they know about. We both love to
travel.
We both love to travel. Naomi, I want to know, where was your favorite place that you've been to?
Okay, so I have been so many places, but I loved Thailand.
Me too.
We both spoke about that.
We've spoken about our love for Thailand, and I actually told Naomi, you know, when I was in Thailand and I was there for a couple of weeks, they had the most fantastic food. I've been back in America for 3 years since. I've never tasted good Thai food since then. And Naomi's like, hello, that's my thing.
That's my thing. So today, Shandy, I'm going to teach you how to make pad Thai.
I'm so excited.
The recipe's actually in perfect flavors because
I
after my
know.
trip to Thailand, I was very inspired by watching them cook on the streets, big pots of delicious fresh pasta.
It's like a lifestyle.
It's a lifestyle, and they cook it up fresh on the street and you eat it like walking around the streets of Thailand and Bangkok, and I'm like, I've got to learn how to make it. So I learned how to make it. I put it in my book, and now Shandy,
You're literally...
you guys and
so
Shandy,
excited.
we're getting together. We're going to make pad Thai.
I'm so excited because honestly, I think really since then, I've been wanting for so long to taste good Thai food. So this is going to be really exciting for me as well. And here's the thing. I don't know how to make pad Thai, so you're going to teach me.
I'm going to teach you.
We'll teach you.
And then maybe off camera, you'll teach me how to sing.
We'll have a little singing lesson.
All right. We look forward to that. Okay. So first, we need to start off by cooking our rice noodles. These are awesome because they're also gluten-free. I call these like nests. You get 4 nests in a package. And what you do is you bring water to the boil first, and then you just drop here. You can drop some.
That's simple enough, I think.
Simple enough. And you don't, you cook it in boiled water. Let it soak in the boiling water. And basically that's it for a little bit. And we're going to let that soften in the water. And then we'll drain it, and we'll come back to that in a little bit.
We'll be
Simple.
back. So simple. Literally just, wow. This is something even I can do.
Okay, so now we're going to make the sauce for the pad Thai. Okay?
Probably is that the most important part?
Yes.
That's what gives it the flavor.
So many flavors. Thai food is like sour and sweet and hot and spicy.
Indescribable.
Right.
Honestly, indescribable goodness.
It tickles your tongue. I'm looking to always break people's traditional flavor profiles, and this is a really great recipe.
That's great.
We put in some sweet chili paste. We're going to put in some fresh lime juice. They use a lot of limes there. I'm going to...
Right, that's true. A lot of lime.
So that was some toasted sesame oil. They use a lot of brown sugar.
Yum.
So there's some brown sugar, or you could use coconut sugar. Now for the tamarind.
What is that?
Tamarind is a pod. And what they do is they make a concentrate out of it. They use it also in a lot of Indian cooking and Syrian cooking. Yeah, it's really...
Guys, this is not your typical gefilte
not
fish
your
today.
typical. Okay. Just bring that to a boil, and we're going to add in some Soy
sauce. Look at that. I know my ingredients by the look.
Okay. Good job. You're doing
Yeah,
great.
thank you. Thank you.
Do you want to put in a little bit of red pepper flakes?
I would be honored.
Do you like very spicy?
Yeah. We put in all of it?
A little bit. Let's go in slowly.
So
you can always
I do
add
like
spice
do
after.
you know that thing?
Yeah,
the
do
salt
it.
thing? Okay.
Go. Oh, you're
I'm literally this is
professional.
my new profession, guys. I'm just gonna drop is that too much?
No, that's enough. No,
okay. When she's not looking, I'll add more.
Okay, then we're gonna mix just till it comes to the boiling point, till that sugar is melted in, and then we're gonna shut it off. We're gonna let this set on the side, and now we're gonna make the next part of the dish.
Amazing.
Okay, we're ready. Next step. All right, Shandy, I'm
giving you a beat.
She's giving me a beat because Shandy, when you cook, you sing.
And I dance actually.
Whoa, a little sizzle there. I like it.
Fountain going on.
Okay. The pan was singing to us.
Literally.
And you, Shandy Platzka, was in the kosher.com kitchen throwing the onions.
Ooh, okay. I was like, this is also an art, by the way. I feel like put in onions in a very fancy way so that you don't get splashed in the face.
That's right. Yeah. You can stir a little.
Thanks.
Okay, let's lower that. We want them to get like translucent. So, did you enjoy your trip to Thailand?
Like that's what type of question is that, Naomi? Probably one of my favorite trips because I also went all around Asia.
Right.
And funny story.
Yeah, I love hearing people's
funny
travel
story?
stories. Yeah.
These things only happen to me. I'm just gonna say that much. I got really, really sick when I was in Thailand. It sounds so funny, but it's funny because it's just like, what? And I ended up in the hospital.
Shady.
But let me tell you the funny part. We walked in expecting like a very grungy. The hospitals in Thailand are beautiful.
You should never need one.
Never need one, but it was it was just such a. Everyone's like, of course, you're in Thailand, then you end up in the hospital. Baruch Hashem, I'm fine. But it was the scariest, crazy.
Well, you stay safe, and when you travel,
I want to know what you enjoyed most about Thailand.
the people, such a peaceful people, and the Chabad house was amazing.
Chabad is amazing.
Chabad.
Did you go to the elephant sanctuary?
I went in Chiang Mai.
Chiang Mai, okay.
Yeah.
Well, they.
So see how they're getting translucent?
Yeah.
It's time to add in the garlic.
I was trying to figure out what that was. Okay, it's garlic. It's garlic,
already
everyone.
minced. It's already minced. You know, my grandmother always used to say everything starts off with a gepregelt zwiebeln in Yiddish, a fried onion. So everything is good.
I wish I spoke Yiddish.
That's not Thai. That's Yiddish.
That's definitely not Thai.
Okay, do you want to scrape that garlic out?
I'm gonna scrape it out. There we go. It's okay.
Get that last little bit. Give
Yeah,
it a
garlic is such a good like. What's the word? It's like such a good pop.
Yes,
So
pop
many
of flavor.
recipes.
I love it. You can add as much or as little as you want. Of course, then you need salt because you always want to season
Always.
layers.
Always.
Like a good amount of salt. Okay.
Smells very good, by the way. I'm just saying. It
And you'll
smells
see how
very good.
easy this recipe is to make.
So simple,
right? And
simple.
delicious.
Do it yourself.
And I've actually served this Shabbat day to my family.
Naomi, stop. Just smell for 1 second. Smell how good it smells.
Delicious.
It smells so good.
It smells so good. Okay, what we're going to do now is we're going to add in the authentic Napa cabbage. But if you want, you can use the shredded bag cabbage because who wants to check all those leaves, buy those shredded cabbage, even the one with the carrots in, that's also fine too. Let's get all that.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to lower that flame. You want to make sure your garlic doesn't burn. That's really important.
That's what I was starting to think. That's why I'm like a little bit scraping the.
Yeah, scrape the bottoms. They're little flavor bombs. You just want to kind of break that back down into the food. If it gets brown, but not burnt, you just want to keep going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I doing a
Looking
good
good.
job?
And remember,
Am I doing a
we've drained our noodles off on the side.
Right.
So we're going to incorporate that all back in.
Right.
Okay, what we're going to do now is we're going to push all the cabbage and the onions to the side. Shandy, why don't you grab those 4 eggs?
Can I beat them first?
Scramble them, yeah. Beat them, scramble them. Okay.
See, by the way, can I just say something? This is proof that everything in life, if you have a creative brain, is music. Because to me, when I hear this, I hear a beat. Listen. You hear that?
Okay.
There's a beat.
And I'm clicking, and here we go. Now pour it in, and we'll hear a sizzle. That's more sizzle.
Is it supposed to cover half of it? Like
Yeah, you're only pouring it into this section. We're making almost like an omelet.
Are you ready for the sizzle, guys? It's going to be a good sizzle. I feel it.
so satisfying.
Literally a beautiful.
Okay, watch what we're gonna do. I'm making sure the heat is very high. We're gonna build our omelette. Watch. See, I'm scraping it in, and now I get this little bit here.
Okay.
Scraping it in, and then it fills in. And I'm getting this. This is building structure and texture.
Interesting. Interesting. I'm just.
Pad Thai has got eggs.
Right.
It's a vegetarian.
Right.
Now you can, if you want, add cubes of beef or chicken.
Right.
Okay, so
I'm very excited to make this at home.
It's
So excited because it's so simple.
easy. It's like there is a few steps up. You know, you can see that.
but
We're
I'm
not-
saying, but it's like it's nothing too complex.
It's nothing too complex. It's just different flavors coming together.
Exactly. It's perfect flavors.
Thanks, mate. Okay. See, now we've got these. Because if you put in right away your scramble, it's not fluffy. We're looking for fluffy. That's how you should make your omelette also.
Okay. I'm just observing. I'm like in awe right now.
Oh, I'm in awe of you when you sing. I really enjoy your music, and you bring so much comfort and calm to the world with your beautiful voice.
That's always the goal.
And your
you bring-
personality. Yeah. So see, now I'm folding the egg and the cabbage together. Okay, Shandy, you ready?
I am ready as a guest.
We're gonna add in the rice noodles.
Ooh. Okay.
Tip that in.
Tip the whole thing in.
Tip it in.
Guys, ready? Let's give them a countdown. 3, 2, 1. I think you were waiting for something a little more dramatic. I was sorry about that, guys.
So now take the brown sauce, the sauce that we made on the side. This is our pad thai sauce, and we're gonna fold it all in together. Okay?
I should pour it in.
Yeah, pour
but
it
very
in.
slowly. Slowly.
Yeah, pour it in slowly.
Okay. It looks so good.
Right, so we've got this.
Smells
Now it's going to turn it's going to turn brown. We're going to give it some color in a little bit. And now we're just going to toss this together. It takes a minute
I'm
to
just
toss it.
speechless. I'm just watching. I'm just like,
You're going to watch this come together, and it's going to be so good. But can I just tell you, you told me a funny story about what happened to you. It
Yeah.
wasn't really so funny.
it wasn't so funny, by the way. I apologize.
Oh, you went in the hospital.
It was funny when it happened because
I get it.
it
Like,
was just
you
like-
saw
it
the
was like,
sense
what
of
is going
humor,
on?
right? In your situation.
You have to do
which is
that.
a good midder.
Yeah. you
Right?
have to do
Just
that
take
sometimes.
humor in your everyday life, even ending up in a hospital in Thailand. She looked for the good side.
We try. What happened to you?
I once made this dish, and I thought, I love color and all that. So I'm like, I'm going to use purple cabbage. It'll look so beautiful cooked in the pad thai. But made everything look green, the eggs too. So I'm like, whenever I give a class, I ask people, I tell them the story. Don't use purple cabbage when you do this. And now we're going to finish it by adding very authentic some.
I was gonna say this reminds me of Thailand.
Yeah.
Can I
sprouts?
Can I add some
Yeah, you can toss those in. All right, let's dress it up, finish it up, okay? So we're going to take some cilantro, kind of, see the knife never leaves the board. And you cut herbs this way. And then you go like this. You want to go? All right, hold it here.
Okay, hold it here.
Like comfortable. Are you comfortable holding the knife?
No.
But you got a good skill there.
Because I'm literally.
You're learning.
It's called learning, guys. You have to always try. I always tell my students that, you know that? You just have to try. That's all that matters.
Now take some cilantro
Can I
and sprinkle it over the top.
Oh, you're right. It doesn't work. Oh, that's how the knife works.
Yeah.
I'm like trying to go like that and it doesn't.
No, it doesn't go. You rock
And now
chop
we
it.
sprinkle it.
Okay, now sprinkle it all over.
One second. Guys, this is my new talent. It's called salt sprinkling. Oh, wait,
Yeah.
but it looks
Sprinkle
beautiful
around.
like that. It looks beautiful.
All over, all over.
All over.
Right? Because if you've got a big piece, you just break it up. Now we're going to add peanuts. Remember, there's a lot of peanuts in Thailand.
Yes. And that
Okay.
brings a very, very good flavor.
Peanuts. And you squeeze a little bit of fresh lime.
That's amazing.
There's a lot of lime in Thai food.
That is
And then what I do is I just kind of like leave the lime in the
For decorative purposes?
decorative
or for-
purposes and a little
for
bit flavor. There you go. All right, so let's grab a bowl. Let's plate this up and we can tuck into it.
Let's do that.
Let's eat.
Let's eat. Go.
So good. Shady, can you speak?
I'm fainting from how good it. Whoa! Like,
Does it take you back to Thailand?
I'm actually goodbye. I'm in Thailand. Okay, I came back from Thailand. I ran out of pad thai, and I just need to take a whole thing. Goodbye, Naomi. Thanks for having me on the show.
Bye, Shandy. Thanks for coming on the show, Nasiatava. For more recipes like this, go to kosher.com.
Are we using coconut?
No.
We both love to.
Travel! Okay.
The blooper reel. This is gonna be the whole blooper reel. Shandy's smoothing her hair out. Over and over.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know there's actually a...
She got. This is making great bloopers.
Great bloopers. Okay. Between this and the hair, we're good. Okay. But I used it. I got it. I figured out how to use it.
Ready?
Hi, I'm Naomi Nachman, and this is Sunny Side Up. Hi, I'm Naomi Nachman, and this is Sunny Side Up. Hi everyone. Hi Naz.
Hi Naomi.
Welcome to the show. This
Thank you
is
so
Naz.
much.
This is Naz Aziz from I Move with Naz. She's a party motivator. She does bar mitzvahs and parties, entertainment, and she does crazy Persian cooking. We are friends from camp. We are friends from the neighborhoods.
Yep.
And we are going to cook together some delicious.
Say it. Come on, try.
It took me a long time to get it. I'm going to say. Ashrei Yishtaba.
Close, a little bit. Ashrei. No.
Ashrei. Right, Ashleshte.
Actually?
Ashleshte. Did I say it right?
See, I tutor speech also.
There you go. We were both teachers.
Yes.
And now we both love cooking working in camp and having fun, motivating everyone.
Yes.
You dancing, me with food, and we're going to make a great collab here.
A good vibe.
Naz,
Yeah.
what is ashareshte?
Ashareshte is a traditional Persian noodle soup. It can go parv, dairy, meat. You can make it with meatballs. We're gonna do a dairy option today.
Perfect for the summer.
And it's a comfort food also in the winter. It's also used during happy occasions. It's a little bit of a long process, so when you're at a family party, everyone gets a chance to come in and have a part of the recipe. So it's fun to make. Yeah.
I love that.
You're gonna love
Okay.
it.
So what are we doing first?
I'm gonna teach you the steps, and we're gonna start with oil.
Okay.
The pot is hot.
Yeah.
And once the oil's heated, you know
oil.
what? Hit it a little more. Don't
be shy with the
don't be
oil.
shy, don't be shy.
Ooh, I
We're
love
gonna
that.
drop in some onions.
You know,
It's
just
about 1 cup of onions.
I think Persian cooking, Ashkenazi cooking,
Yeah.
no matter what.
It's a base.
The sound of fried onions, nothing.
And then the smell is gonna be so amazing.
I love it.
It looks
fried
good.
onions.
So once we get those onions fried, I like to add a little turmeric, salt, pepper, and a pinch of mint.
Okay, so can I have the wooden spoon?
Yeah, go for it. Here you go, Naomi. There you go.
Everything's a microphone.
So once you got those onions frying, Naomi, we're gonna add a little salt, pepper, and turmeric. And this is a secret to the beginning of Asher
Is this
Eshte.
measured
Go
out?
for it, go for it.
This
dump
whole
it in.
thing?
Dump it, you're good.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Wow.
Turmeric, we're gonna do a little bit of mint.
How much turmeric?
We're gonna do 2 tablespoons of mint.
This whole thing. Okay.
Be happy.
I know. I'm not doubting you. I'm not doubting you.
No, you're gonna be great. So once the mint goes in, it fries with the onions.
Is
and
that
this
dried mint?
This is dried mint. We're just gonna do 2 pinches.
Can I smell it?
Oh, it really comes out once you
Yeah.
put it in, and the aroma is like, they'll be like, what are you making? What are you making? And keep that a secret. Don't tell them.
God, I already
Don't tell
see
them about the mint, okay?
So much color. Okay.
All right, so traditionally, do you mind? Let's do it?
Go.
All right, here we go. And you do 1 pinch.
Oh, 1 pinch?
Yeah.
A big pinch.
Go for it. Okay.
Okay.
Now the garlic will come a little bit later. So now we got your onions and your oil and your mint. This is sauteing. We've already soaked our beans for 2 hours, and we're gonna do a 1/4 cup garbanzo. We're gonna do red kidney. So once we've got our onions fried and we put our...
You got this.
I
Try
got this. again. Fondi. Fondi?
Fondi di carciofi.
Fondi di carciofi.
That's pretty
I
good.
did it. Hi, I'm Naomi Nachman, and this is Sunny Side Up.
Benvenuti.
To Sunny Side Up, and that means welcome to Sunny Side Up.
Welcome to Sunny Side Up with
Naomi Nachman and
Shachar Banin. I'm
so happy to have you on the set. This is Rebbitzin Shachar Banin. She's actually the Rebbitzin of Venice Chabad, and she is joined us. She came special to us today to film a great episode. You are almost one of the iconic Rebbitzins of this day and age. You've hosted thousands of people that have come through Venice for a holiday, and you've hosted them in your restaurant Gum Gum, and the rabbi has taken care of them in the shul. You have really brought so much light to Venice, and we're really thrilled to have you on the show
Very
today.
kind of you to say, and I'm so happy to be here.
Oh my goodness. So I love Italian food, and we're going to make something today with two of my favorite ingredients, tomatoes and carciofi. Did I say it right?
Absolutely.
Which is also
Artichokes.
known as artichokes, one of the famous vegetables that come from Italy. So should we get
absolutely.
cooking?
Absolutely, let's do it. One of the things I love the most about artichokes is that it is a very versatile dish. It's really high in nutritional value. It's packed with vitamins, packed with minerals and nutrients. It's high in fiber, and it's one of those vegetables that you can make simply or really dress it up.
So we're actually just going to use the artichoke stems. What are they called? Stems?
These are the
bottoms?
bases, the bottoms or the bases.
Okay. It's much easier because it's very hard to peel and turn, and it's called turning an artichoke, and it's much easier to buy it frozen. It's much, no bugs to check, just go straight into using the bottoms. So that's what we're going to do today.
It is an easy way to do it, and when all of your guests do come and your viewers do come to Venice, you can see as you walk down the Venetian streets, because you can only walk, there are no cars in Venice. When you go down the street, you can see the fruttivendoli, the people who are selling the vegetables. They can cut artichokes really quickly. They can cut a whole artichoke in under 10 seconds. Most of us, it takes a little bit longer to do, but as Naomi said, if you use the bases, it makes it very easy, and let's go.
We're going to cook.
The first thing you want to do is boil the artichoke bases, so you can put them in some water to boil. And what I like to do is to add a little bit of lemon juice.
They all go in?
You can do all of them. Yeah.
Okay. Because I love artichokes. We're just going to eat them on set afterwards.
I love it. I love it. I add a little bit of lemon juice. This is very important when you're using, yes, when you use a fresh artichoke, it's very important, but I always add it anyway. It helps the artichoke retain its color.
Right, because they do go brown like an apple, so you always want to work very quickly with artichokes.
Exactly.
Okay.
So while these are boiling, it takes about 10 to 15 minutes.
It's on high.
And you want to boil them until they're fork tender. So we have a little bit of time. And in the meantime, we can make the tomato vinaigrette, the sauce. Tomato.
When it's sunny side up. Yeah.
The tomato.
It's
Let's
tomato
go.
and fondue. I'm learning Italian and you're learning Australian.
Yes, there you go.
Okay.
So we want to use some extra virgin olive oil.
Okay.
With some onion.
So I'm going to start?
Yeah.
Eating
perfect.
How much? A lot? Am I generous?
That's a pretty good amount.
Okay, good.
We're going to kind of eyeball everything.
I could drink this off a spoon.
I know, it's
really
delicious.
Smooth and delicious. I love it.
Very, very nice. So you want to add some onion, probably for the quantity that we're going to use, maybe half of that.
Okay, half of this? Okay, terrific. I'm going to let this get nice and hot. How long has the Chabad Center been open?
We're there about 30 years.
Wow, it's a long time.
Yeah, time. You don't want to caramelize the onion, but you want to cook it until it's translucent.
Like a
and
little sweaty.
You don't want it to stand out so much in the dish. It's obviously there to complement in the way that an onion does, add that delicate sweetness to the dish.
You should know every recipe I say, every good recipe starts with, a lot of my viewers know this.
Yes.
Everything starts off, we say in Yiddish, a geprägelte Zwiebeln, fried onion is the best.
So is this on, what temperature have we got it? We can lower the temperature
I'm going to lower that temp because olive oil does burn fast.
But also we just want it to be translucent, more of a clear golden, not so caramelized. Yes. Because we want the artichoke itself and the tomato and the little fresh parsley that we'll put on top. We want that to really stand out and be the star of the dish. One of the things I love about this the most, it's, as I said before, you can keep it simple or you can dress it up and make it an elegant dish. But one of the things that I usually do is make double batch, because not only is it wonderful as an appetizer or a side dish, but It's really great as a midday snack too.
Ooh.
So when you open the refrigerator and you've made a double batch and you have some extra
just
for the
pop one
next
in.
day, it really reheats very well and
nice to
easily.
know.
And that's a big plus for a lot of people.
You serve this at the restaurant a lot. I know
Yes.
it's I've been lucky enough to come to visit you quite a few times
Yes.
in Venice, and I always order this dish. But when I asked you to prepare a recipe, and you had to turn one of the recipes in to the producers of the show, you like make these in huge batches, right?
Yes.
So we were saying before coming here together, was saying that it's hard to reduce something that makes like for a restaurant, like
Yeah, absolutely.
for 100 servings down to like 8.
Right.
Like for
exactly.
for one recipe.
They said, and what are the quantities? And I said, the quantities? I don't know. I have to think about
A little of
that.
this and a little of that, especially when you make. But with a restaurant, you've got to be exact because you want it to come out every time right.
Right.
But you guys have done that through experience.
Yeah, consistency is very important in the
How
restaurant.
long have you had the restaurant for?
The restaurant is over 20 years by
So
now.
first you started the community, the shul, and then you started the restaurant.
Right.
And tell me a little bit more. You have a Fleischig restaurant, which is Gum Gum, and you also have now a dairy one.
Yeah, for about 14 years or so, we've had just a few doors down from Gum Gum. There's Gum Gum Goodies, which you can come early for breakfast and have cappuccino, real Italian cappuccino. And we have all kinds of cookies and baked goods. And of course, real Italian kosher pizza. Our pizzaiolo, you know what a pizzaiolo
No.
is? Pizzaiolo is the pizza maker. So our pizzaiolo has been making pizza for over 40 years.
So the person who makes the pizza is called a pizzaiolo.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good to know. Everyone write that down and remember that. I like that. Okay.
And so you're going to get a real quality Italian product that also happens to be kosher.
Okay, we have sat, we've taken your pizza, we took it with us, we sat in the ghetto and we just observed
the
away
canal.
what was going on around us, and the ghetto's pronounced ghetto, right? Don't you pronounce ghetto?
It came
ghetto?
from the Italian word gettare, which means to throw. And the background is that the area was where there were iron foundries where they would produce cannons and things of iron. So in English, you say like to cast iron, to throw iron. So in Italian, it's gettare, and the first person is getto. And from the dialect, it became ghetto. And so the word ghetto that the whole world knows actually originated from Italian, from the
Venice.
ghetto in Venice.
So from about the 15th century, right?
Yeah,
So
from the
word-
1500s to the 1800s.
So yeah, today we are doing history and cooking. So
There you go.
The perfect
Love it.
combination. Okay, these are nice and clear now.
Yes,
So-
that's great. So now you can just add in the rest of the ingredients. We have some dry white wine and also some water. So we're going to create a sauce and we'll wait for it to reduce a little bit.
Oh, what's this?
This is some very nice white wine.
Okay, it's a cooking wine. Tuscanini from Piedmont area, very nice. Is Piedmont far from Venice?
Not so far. Venice in general, you know, it's not so huge. Italy in general is not so huge.
Right. From the top to the bottom, right?
Yeah.
I've only done the north. One day I'll get to the south.
We have to make a girls' trip.
We need a girls' trip.
And then now that we've announced it, you know, then
Who's coming with
the men
us?
don't have to worry. Go for it. Go ahead and
So,
add the
all
liquid
this water?
ingredients.
All this water?
Yeah,
1 cup of
you can.
water?
Well, we'll see. Go ahead and let's see. Even a little bit more. Okay, that's good. And maybe the same amount of wine. And you can add in the fresh garlic.
Hold on, wait. So this was not all, I didn't use
I
all
would
the
even
water.
just eyeball it. May I?
Okay, please. Don't worry, the recipe will all be up, all measured.
So nice.
Oh
and
my God,
You
my
can go
mouth is
ahead.
watering.
You can go ahead with the garlic. You can put it all in there. And for the salt, I would put in, I don't know. We'll see. We call it a pizzico of sale, a little bit of salt.
Say it again?
Pizzico.
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 Pizzico, okay. Another word we got to remember.
And we could crank on, let's crank on the gas a little bit more, a little higher so that we
It's
can
on the
get
highest.
this reduced. And we'll add some gorgeous, fresh, chopped
I
parsley.
think there's nothing nicer than using fresh herbs in
I
recipes.
love it.
Either
It really
it's
makes a
cooked
difference.
And then garnish it with a leftover.
Absolutely.
This already looks stunning.
And a lot of people think that you have to check and cut each time that you're going to use, but you can actually cut 2 or 3 days in advance. And if you wrap it properly, fresh herbs, whether in a damp paper towel, and keep it in the refrigerator. And I would even say fresh dill, you can even freeze it. Believe it or not. Out? You know, I've used it. Obviously, it's not as strong as when you buy it originally
fresh,
and you use it fresh, but it does last. And in a place where in Venice I have trouble finding fresh dill, so
really, there's not a lot of fresh dill.
There's not a lot of fresh dill. I guess they're just not making a lot of matzo ball soup around town.
Yeah. So what's the herbs that you find around, or what are the vegetables that you find around when you walk around?
Well, the artichokes are really popular. All kinds of peppers in every shape and size and color of peppers you can find everywhere. And you've probably seen down the streets, they have them, the fruit and vegetable vendors, they have the peppers in like bouquets. They look like bouquets of flowers.
They are gorgeous.
It's unbelievable.
They are gorgeous. I took a lot of photos when I was there last year. But you know what I noticed in Venice? That you're not allowed to touch, and maybe many other places in Italy, you're not allowed to pick up the fruit and bag it yourself.
100%.
So I started touching the vegetables so I could pick some to buy.
No,
and
senora, no, senora.
No. They were screaming at me. You point to what you want, and he touches it and bags it for you, the vegetable keeper.
Yes. And a lot of people think it's because of hygiene, but a lot of it has to do with when you actually touch the fruit and vegetables, eventually, you know, similar to if an apple gets dropped, it gets a bruise. So they want all the fruits and vegetables to stay as beautiful looking as they are delicious. And for that alone, it's worth to come to Italy.
If you have a long weekend, Thursday to even Monday, that's all you need to.
Yeah, and we have the prayer services 3 times a day in the Chabad Shul, so everybody's needs are met, whatever they may be. This is looking really, really great.
And it's
I
really
would go ahead and add a little bit more water if there's anything left. Reduce the, go ahead and reduce the flame. Add in a little bit more, because you want a little bit of liquid.
To be the dressing, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because we don't want it to be too thick. So
I like that you're adding a lot of wine.
And with such a great product, might as well.
Okay, I'm just...
Yep, go for it.
Good, it's also well salted.
And we can also add a little bit of black pepper.
Okay.
Okay.
Salt and pepper, basics.
Yeah. And you can go ahead with the grinder. And we want it as thin as possible.
I use this a lot, and I always try to have it on the smallest one.
Maybe a lot of people don't know that they can actually adjust it.
Yeah, here's the turner. Here, guys. And I think there's nothing nicer than fresh
look how
pepper
gorgeous this is. You've got the golden color of all the liquids coming together. The olive oil really sets the base for that. You've got the gorgeous reds, the greens, and you see how that's the most prominent part. The onion, it just takes a little bit of a back seat. So when your carciofi, when the fondi are ready, you can put those on the plate, and then we'll just pour this on top. It's that simple. And from start to finish, we're talking about 15 minutes if you're not chatting with a wonderful friend.
Right, exactly. We met when I first came to Venice in 2011, and we've stayed in touch for many, many years. And during Corona, we would actually talk on FaceTime, on Instagram Live, and we'd talk and get people involved in hearing what was going on, because Italy was a little quiet from a vacation spot.
Put this off.
So we kept each other entertained as well.
Let's go ahead and take this off the flame.
Put this over here.
Just so we don't want it to reduce too much.
Okay.
And
I'm shutting
let's get a
down.
fork and see if our carciofi are ready.
Okay, let's.
So you want to test one of the bigger ones.
Okay, my fork went to the bottom.
Perfect. Let's go. Okay. Let's plate it up.
I'm going to shut that off. Okay, I'm going to put this over here. Okay, do you want to plate it up?
Sure, with pleasure.
So let's...
Great.
So excited. It's like
let's go ahead and take the bigger ones.
Do you eat this dish hot, cold, or room temperature, or it's good anyway?
That's a really good question. It is good anyway. We serve it warm.
Okay.
But you could definitely serve it, if you're taking it right from pot to table, you could definitely serve it hot. And for those people who are in a hurry and just need a quick, nutritious snack that take it right out of the fridge, you could actually eat it right out of the fridge too.
Okay, great.
But I would recommend a little bit of heating it up if you can.
Okay.
And okay, so let's just go ahead with these.
Okay.
And
sauce.
We have our beautiful tomato vinaigrette.
It smells amazing.
Isn't that beautiful? So you want to fill each of the fondi.
Fondi, am I saying it?
Fondi di carciofi. You want to give each of the artichokes a little bit of this magical goodness, and then with the rest, you can just pour it over and let it go through like this. And, of course, finish it off with some
fresh parsley.
Parsley.
Beautiful. All right. Can we eat now?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Go for it. And we say, before anybody eats, it's a very big thing in Italy to say, buon appetito. So, Naomi, buon appetito.
Okay, Hazama.
It's like a little taste of heaven. It's incredible, huh?
This is amazing.
And so simple.
Oh my gosh, I love it. I just feel like I went back to Italy on an amazing trip to Venice, which we had only a few months ago. I feel like I'm right there now.
Yeah.
My tongue is tickling. It is full of flavor, simple, easy, delicious, fresh.
That's what it's about. Keep it clean, keep it simple. You can go fancy and complex also, but if you use ingredients in their natural state, and as I said before, if you use high quality products to supplement them, this is what happens. You end up with really good tasting food. I didn't grow the artichoke, so I can't take too much credit for
Hashem
that.
does a lot for us, and we should eat it
But
the
if
way
you
he
pull it all
made
together with fine quality ingredients, then it comes out delicious.
Amazing. Thank you so much for coming
My
on the show. How do you
pleasure.
say thank you in Italian?
You say grazie.
Grazie for coming
Important to add the e at the end. A lot of people think it's
Grazie.
grazie, but it's grazie. You said it perfectly.
Grazie for coming today to Sunny Side Up, and for recipes and more like this, go to kosher.com.
Alla prossima. Until the next time.
Wow, look at these ribs. I can't wait to show everyone how to make an amazing recipe for Seder night using these on the stovetop. Perfect for Pesach. Hi, I'm Naomi Nachman, and this is Sunny Side Up. Welcome to another episode for our Pesach series on cooking for Pesach on Sunny Side Up. Today we're going to do something so fantastic. We're going to make these gorgeous, gorgeous ribs. These are gourmet ribs. They are thick and meaty and delicious. And what we're going to do is we're going to cook them on the stovetop. A lot of people have a minhag not to cook meat in the oven, so this is perfect for stovetop. But I will tell you how you can make this in the oven, or you could even make this in a crock pot. So let's get started. Over the past 20 years as a kosher caterer for Pesach, I have watched the kosher Pesach ingredients explode. Not only are there more of them, they're getting better and better. The quality's getting higher and higher each year. And I'm really excited to put some of these great combinations together for you. So we're going to get started by using some seasonings. So whatever flavor you like, you can put in the base of the ribs. I just have here some salt, pepper, paprika, garlic powder, a little bit of brown sugar. Now we're going to get our pan nice and hot. We're going to add a little bit of neutral oil. And we're going to get that not too hot, don't walk away. But I'm also using a very heavy duty pan here. So we do want it to get nice and hot because we're going to sear. Now, look at these ribs, man. These are gorgeous. And you can use this on a brisket, this recipe, or a chuck roast, something that you want to cook low and slow. Now, this has a gorgeous marbling of meat. I speak about this all the time. Marbling of meat means lots of natural flavors. So we want to also get the spices on all the sides. Okay. This is a really big piece with really little tongs. Okay. So we're going to do that. We're just going to coat it. And once that's hot, we're going to start searing. I've decided to put on a glove You can use tongs, you can use a glove, whatever you want. Just make sure you get all the sides. Okay, put it here, pick up the next one. And repeat till they're all coated well. That is getting hot, it's starting to smoke, so these can go straight. Do you hear that sizzle? That is the best sounding cooking. I say that all the time. It always makes me happy. My food is singing to me. It's singing an operetta of the sizzle. And I'm just pressing the spices down also, sealing it into the meat. Okay, let's go take a look at the meat that's searing. Look at this nice colour. That's what I'm looking for. That sear means it's locking in the flavour. We're getting that nice Maillard reaction. And we're going to have extra great flavour. And we're going to do all the sides. So we were talking before about the explosion of fantastic flavours and ingredients that are available for Pesach. So we have coconut aminos, which replaces the soya sauce, which is a fantastic ingredient for Pesach. It's available for Pesach and all year. Then we've got the barbecue sauce, the honey, tomato paste in a tube for Pesach is also, remember, used to have a little can, you have to open and you only need a bit, and then you open the whole can, and what are you going to do? And then you freeze them in ice trays. But it's new for Pesach to have them in a squeeze tube. They're available all year, and now that it's kosher Pesach, it's just so fantastic. I love frozen cubes all year, and it's great. Have you noticed there's also a different colour on the Pesach one, so you don't get confused? Okay, and of course, a great new trick I'm going to teach you with the gluten-free baking spray. So I've taken out all the meat, I've left that on the side in the same pan, because who wants to get anything else dirty? We're just going to build our sauce in the same pan. So we're going to add in our orange juice. Even the orange juice is sizzling. We're going to add in a tablespoon of the tomato paste, about a tablespoon. I'm going to eyeball that. We're going to add in here our barbecue sauce. We're going to add in half a cup of barbecue sauce. All right, we're going to say the aminos now. This takes a sec. Ooh, here we go. I don't like to remove the cap just for one thing, because then sometimes you forget. And then it comes splashing out, so keep that cap on. So that goes in there. Now, a little trick, if you did not know this, if you take baking spray, if you need honey, you spray it into the little measuring cup, and then you take your honey, so in this case it's 1/3 of a cup, and it comes out 1, 2, 3, it goes out fast. The whole thing comes out nice and clean, and then you've got all the amount. You don't have to go in there hard. Just slips out. Going to give this a little mix. We're going to add in our garlic. Add in as much garlic as you like. Happen to like garlic a lot, so we're just going to give it about 4 cubes. Bit of tap there. And of course, nothing is... some kosher salt. I'm going to bring that to the boil and stir it. These flavors smell fantastic. Now this is a really great sauce. You can actually use this sauce for chicken as well. You can cook pargiot the same way as well. We spoke about the different cuts of meat you can use, but you can use the pargiot, which is the boneless chicken bottoms. All right, our sauces come to the boil. Okay, so I'm putting them all back in. I want to make sure there's enough room. And these are quite large pieces that we have. These pieces probably could feed 2 per person. And here we go. All right, we're going to put this on low. We're going to cover it. And we're going to say, see you in 3 hours. Let's make something else, or clean the house, or take a nap. But what I do want to say is these freeze amazing. You can make these 2-3 days in advance, pop them in the freezer, and what I like about this cut of meat when you cook something low and slow, you could put it in the oven on low, and I would say like between 180 and 200 degrees when you sit down for Kiddush, the beginning of the Seder, and then by the time you get to Shulchan Aruch, they're warmed up, they're soft, melt off the bone, they're all cooked, but they just get even more tasty. So, you know, you want to just throw things in the oven that you don't have to be worrying about the whole time through Magid or what's going on with my food, when do I have to heat it, I want to be ready for Shulchan Aruch, like you have all that stress. This you don't have to worry, just put it in the oven on low and it'll be perfect in time for Seder. Okay, let's take a look. It's 3 hours later. They're gorgeous! Look at that, how the meat's pulled back from the bone a little bit. Everyone in the studio is wooing over this smell. Oh my God, my mouth is watering. Look at this, it's gorgeous. Okay, we're gonna take one off for me to eat and try. This is how I plate my things at home when I'm serving. So take a big white dish, because I feel like white makes everything pop. You don't need to add in anything extra on top. I like to get the bone on next to it. A little bit of drama there. Pop that up. You can spoon some sauce on. Look at that beautiful sauce. Make sure when you do freeze it, you get every drop of that sauce into the pan that you freeze it in. And add a little bit of sauce to that. All right, I've grabbed a spoon and I'm just going to, at the bottom, splash some of the sauce. Guys, I cannot tell you how beautiful this looks. And it's shiny and pretty. Don't waste a drop of that sauce either, as the sauce is the garnish, or as the Americans say, garnish. You can all say it like an Aussie. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit for me, splash it on. I gotta try this. Guys, this is so soft. Just This was so good. I'm like so excited about this. I hope you'll all enjoy this recipe as much as we're all about to enjoy it. I want to wish everyone a Chag Kasher, a Pesach Sameach, and you can get recipes like this and more right here on kosher.com.
It's Hanukkah time and we're celebrating all things fried and crispy. These sushi tacos are gonna knock your Hanukkah socks off. Beep, what's that? Ah! Why? Okay. Ready? Are we ready? Great, wow. We're gonna start with making a tempura batter. We want it nice and crispy, so we have a higher cornstarch content than we do flour. But you do need the flour in here just a little bit. So we're gonna add that also. Season it with a little bit of salt and a little paprika for color. This is optional, but I find that they fry up prettier like that. Whisk it together. And then we add cold, bubbly seltzer. It looks like a science experiment. And this is our very simple batter. Now I have my oil preheated here, and the batter that comes together in just a few seconds. And it's as simple as that. Now we've got our seaweed snacks here, and we roll up our sleeves because this gets a little bit messy. We're working very quickly. We're gonna grab one of the seaweed snacks, place it right on top of the batter, Give it kind of like a wipe where there's still batter on the seaweed, but not too much. And immediately put it batter side down in the hot oil. Now while it fries, I want to shape it into a taco shell. And it happens very quickly, so I actually work with one at a time. Fry it up on both sides. And after a few seconds, remove it to a wire rack to cool. And then we repeat. I work with one at a time because it is really hands-on, but they fry up in just a few seconds, so it's something that happens very quickly. And you can fry these in advance. Just keep them in a zip-top bag at room temperature. I wouldn't fry them more than a few hours in advance. So I found the easiest way to get the right shape is to place it in the hot oil and then put a spatula right in the middle and then use tongs to help you shape it into a taco shell. And as it fries, it gets super, super crispy and it stays in that shape. Chances are you don't have a teeny tiny taco holder in your house, so if you want to stand them up, you could just crinkle some parchment paper. And we're gonna stand them up in like the little ridges, and if you're having a party, you can set this out as kind of like a build your own sushi taco, or you can pre-assemble them for your guests. So we're gonna assemble some right now. Grab a taco shell, add a little bit of sushi rice in the bottom, and then fill it with your favorite toppings. So I've got some spicy tuna here, and some cucumber, and repeat with the rest. A little extra effort, but I mean, come on. Totally worth it. Enjoy these at your next Hanukkah party. Yum. This is so good. It's like the perfect bite of sushi. And it's the best of both worlds because I like tempura sushi, but I don't like cooked fish. And I didn't even realize I was solving that problem for myself. Really good. Really good. They're really good. Guys! Tamari like sushi?
Hey guys, today we're gonna make cinnamon buns out of leftover challah dough. So we get 5 challahs instead of 6 out of 1 batch of my dough, and we make cinnamon buns too, because bonus, sprinkle your work surface with flour and roll it into a rectangle. The thinner you roll it out, the more filling you'll have per bite. I just stretch it into a rectangle, and we brush our dough with some almond milk just to moisten it. Have a nice even coating. Next, we prepare our filling. 1.5 cups of confectioner sugar and 1.5 tablespoons of cinnamon, and mix it together. Now don't worry if there are clumps of cinnamon or clumps of confectioner sugar, that's totally fine. It all melts in your mouth the same way afterwards anyway. Sprinkle this mixture over the almond milk. What you want is an even coating of the confectioner sugar mixture, so you might not use all of it. And now we start to roll. Pull it and fold over. And then start from that edge Do that same kind of pulling, folding over motion. Bring it to the end and pinch it closed. It's okay if it's messy, it's all gonna bake together anyway. And now you have your log. We cut this into 12 portions and place it in our baking pan, coated with nonstick cooking spray. I like to cut it in half first, and then in half again, and each one into 3, so that my portions are as even as possible. See that? That's all gonna melt together and become that crunchy, sweet, ooey gooey cinnamon filling. Don't spill it out, you need that. Cradle it as you place it in the pan. Leave some space for them to rise, they will. So don't worry if they're not touching and they're supposed to be, they will touch. Now any of this leftover can really be sprinkled over the top or in the cracks in between, and that leaves the gooey bottom, and that's it, they're ready to bake. We took our cinnamon buns out of the oven and we allowed them to cool, and now they need a glaze because you always need a glaze. So we start with some confectioner's sugar and add a little bit of canola oil, about a tablespoon, and a few tablespoons of boiling hot water. You'll see the sugar start to melt instantly, and just mix it up. It should be pourable, but still thick, kind of like honey. With the back of the spoon, press against the bowl to get rid of all those clumps. And you can totally pour it straight out of the spoon onto the cinnamon buns, but what I like to do is pour it from a zip top bag. So we just open one and place it into a glass just to stand upright so it doesn't spill over. We pour the contents of the bowl into the glass. We seal it up and we snip a corner at the end, and we'll drizzle it over in this really pretty, neat, very even way. Whoops, that one's mine. The more glaze, the better. Just keep going and drizzle up the whole thing. If it's all covered, that's good. That's what people want to see. And here we have these gorgeous cinnamon buns. And I'm gonna take a bite, because they're so ooey gooey and perfect. You see that nice crackling on the bottom of this sugar that melted off? You can find the recipe for cinnamon buns and the challah dough on kosher.com. So good.
Geffen, for those with higher standards.
Hi guys, I'm Esty, and today we're gonna make a caramel crunch icebox cake. This is a really, really easy dessert, and the best part is that you can make it whenever you have some spare time and keep it in the freezer till you're ready to go. When company shows up at your door, you just take out this gorgeous cake and it's ready to roll when you are. What we do is we fill a parchment-lined pan with ice cream sandwiches, and you just get them in there as close together as you can, and this is gonna create your base layer. Now we have a layer of ice cream sandwiches all close together, and we top it with a generous layer of store-bought caramel sauce. Now, if you don't like caramel, you can use hot fudge, you can really use pretty much any of the flavors that you like best, but I like caramel, so that's what I'm gonna do. And you want a generous layer, a nice thick one, because when you slice it, it'll be really pretty and everyone will have that nice amount of caramel. This is just some Viennese crunch that we sprinkle all over the top. You can be as generous as you want to. Go for it. And then we finish it off with some whipped cream. This is just some whipped topping that I beat together with some instant vanilla pudding mix until it was nice and stiff. And you want a really nice thick layer of this on top that we're gonna smooth out and top with more crunch. And that's pretty much it. And this is a really easy one for your kids to help you out with, or if they're old enough, they could even make it on their own. Or if you have little kids running around, this is easy enough for you to do without wasting too much time making a beautiful dessert. Okay, now that the top is all covered with our crunch, you just stick it in the freezer for at least overnight or as long as you need to. This will keep for a really, really long time, and whenever company comes over, you have something ready to go. Now that our ice cream is frozen solid, we just pull it out. If you noticed, we left some overhang of the parchment so that it's easy to remove from the pan without having it stick to the edges. And now you can cut it neatly. But first I'm gonna drizzle it with some chocolate. You don't have to, and you could dust it with confectioner sugar if you want, or you could just leave it the way that it is, but I feel like this makes it look a little bit prettier.
Now we open it up, and you can cut these however you want to. If you have a tall, round cookie cutter, you can just make circles and it looks so fancy. No one will know how easy it was to make. Or you can just cut it into squares or rectangles, whatever you want to do. I think we're gonna cut into triangles. And look at that, you can see the ice cream layer, that caramel layer with the crunch and the cream on top. This looks really good. Oh my gosh, you guys, this looks so good. I don't think I could wait. I'm gonna take a bite of it right now. So good. For more easy recipes, just like this one, go to kosher.com. The best way for you to get your kids to eat vegetables is to hide them. Sorry, I don't make the rules, I just make delicious recipes. Today we're gonna make a hidden veggie meatball soup, and it's a meal in a bowl. We're gonna start with a little bit of oil. It's closed. You wanna open the oil. Is it okay? Like, no. Okay, sorry. Okay, we're gonna start with a little oil in a large pot, and we're gonna start building our flavor. We've got some onion, celery, and garlic. We're gonna blend this up later, so feel free to add whatever you have going bad in your fridge. If you've got some peppers that have seen better days, you can add them in here. Season with salt and pepper. Once it's fragrant, we're gonna add some garlic powder and some Italian seasoning and 2 tablespoons of tomato paste. This smells incredible. Now we're gonna add our Believe's veggies using carrot sticks and the sliced zucchini. Two cans of tomatoes with their juice. And some broth. Give it a nice stir and then bring it to a boil and then lower it to a simmer while we prepare our meatballs. So I've got some meat right here. Season it up with some garlic powder, some Italian seasoning, salt and pepper. Add our breadcrumbs and warm water. And mix it together. Once everything's all mixed together, you want to make mini meatballs. You can make them bigger if you want to, but there's something like really fun about eating mini meatballs in a soup. So I like making them really small. Now I'm just gonna stand here for the next 4 years while the soup simmers.
Cut.
You wanna cut, you could cut. Ready to start? Meatballs are all done and the soup is ready to be blended. Perfect timing. If you don't need to hide the veggies, then by all means, go ahead and throw the meatballs in right now. But if you do need to hide the veggies, then go ahead and blend it. nice and hearty, creamy, but like it has a heft to it. Now we're gonna throw in our meatballs and give it a gentle stir. I feel like you really could stop at this point and just serve it, but we're gonna add some pasta. Add whatever shape you like. I like these fun little corkscrews. We're gonna throw them right in here and they're gonna cook in the soup. Stir them in and let it go for 10 minutes. This smells amazing and our pasta is nice and plump, so we're gonna go ahead and add in some baby spinach. If the green baby spinach is gonna make the people in your family not wanna eat this soup, then by all means skip it. But I love the way that it looks and I love the way that it tastes. So gorgeous. Just wanna stir it until the spinach wilts down. It needs like a minute and then we serve it up. Finally, time to eat. I feel like every step of this recipe, I'm like, you can skip it. You could just really skip this whole recipe if you want to. Do whatever makes you happy. If you like your soup a little runnier, you can add some more broth or water, but I like it nice and thick and hearty. I'm gonna go ahead and serve it up. If you like spicy food like I do, I like to top with a little red pepper flake. Obviously, you don't have to do that. And enjoy. Perfect. It's hearty and satisfying and an entire meal in a bowl. And where are the veggies? I don't know. Bye. Love you all. Have a great day. I'm not saying it's your fault, but it's not your fault. Is this it? What? Should I look at you? Where am I looking? Here? Do you see me there? Yeah? Yeah? Oh, I'm waiting. I'll tell you what my kids would say. It's too tomato wait. Why is there green? Why'd you do that pasta? Yeah. But, oh, and then, yeah. If you're, we're like, what? A what? Okay. What? No, but like, today we're gonna, yeah? I don't know. I don't get it. Yeah? Okay. Hey, quick. I'm gonna die, it's okay. Tell my kids I love them. I'm fine. Wrong pipe. No, it just, I went like, and it like hit the back of my throat and it went in the wrong place. Don't do that, folks.
Everyone has a favorite thing about autumn. Mine is pecan pie.
Mine's really back to school. Go big or go home. I like going home. All right. Autumn. The crisp leaves falling to the ground. Long walks in the park. Just kidding. I just really like pecan pie. And today I'm going to show you my favorite version. This is a pretty straightforward pecan pie. I like to use a lot of nuts because I guess you are what you eat, I don't know. And since this is Easy Does It and my entire life, I'm using a pre-made pie crust. What I really like about this brand though is that two come in a package, but they're both kind of individually wrapped so they stay fresher in the freezer. Most of the time I'm not using two at the same time. So we just peel that right off. We're not going to blind bake it. We're just going to fill and bake. So in our filling right here, we've got some eggs. We've got some sugar. This is white sugar. We've got brown sugar, which just adds like this nice kind of depth to the flavor. Brown sugar is actually sugar and molasses. It's not like brown rice and white rice. It's not a healthier sugar. We have a pinch of salt because everything needs a little salt, especially desserts. We've got a splash of vanilla in here. A little bit of oil, and a generous helping of bourbon. And we need some corn syrup to get that like nice signature gooey pecan pie filling. So we're gonna use 3/4 of a cup of this. And then we're just gonna pour this right into here. And give this a nice little stir. This comes together in like just a few minutes. Oh, it smells so good. The bourbon just hits your nose right away. If you're worried about the alcohol content, you actually don't need to because the alcohol cooks off as it bakes in the oven. But if that still makes you nervous, you can leave it out. Okay, once everything is nice and uniform, and I do still have like a little clump of brown sugar in there, that's fine. We take our frozen pie crust. We've got 2 cups of pecan halves over here. You can chop them. I actually like when they're whole because I like the texture of it. Just kind of flatten it, and then we're gonna top them with this filling. Just right in there. You can actually put this pie in the oven just like this and it will be totally beautiful and absolutely delicious, but I am a little bit crazy and concentric circles make me happy, so I actually take an extra step. I know this is easy does it, but if you have an extra minute, go for it because it just comes out so much more beautiful. Take whole pecan halves and I make a pattern all the way around in perfect circles. This was easier to do yesterday because there were no camera. My oven is preheated at 325 degrees, not 350. You want it a little bit lower because this is going to bake for an hour. Now the only thing is that you have to watch once the edges start to burn a little bit, or if you notice that they're getting too dark, you can tint them gently with some foil just so that they don't burn, but otherwise it's good to go for an entire hour. Once your pie comes out of the oven, you're gonna wanna cool it because if you cut into it right away, it'll just ooze out all over the place and you want all that filling to stay put because that's the good part. Let's cut into this baby. I love that the nuts on top get a chance to toast in the oven, but the nuts inside are kind of like nice and chewy, kind of like caramelly almost. Moment of truth. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, it's nice and messy. Okay, I'm gonna switch to fork, but that's a good thing. Yes! That's signature pecan pie goo. And here's my take on classic pecan pie, perfect for Shabbos, desserts, or random Thursdays in November. It looks so good. Yum. Yeah, I'm totally taking a bite. Oh, it's so messy. Are we done?
Yeah.
Action. What do I look like? Oh, it's nice. No. Yeah? No? No, I can't stop. What's wrong with me? What am I saying? What? How do we end?
The story of the Jewish people has never been about standing still. It's a story of moving forward, of taking responsibility, of protecting what matters, no matter the challenge. That story is still being written today, not with swords, but with stewardship of the land, with the rule of law, and with the determination to secure Israel's future. And on the front lines of that mission stands Regavim. Regavim is a public movement dedicated to defending Israel's national lands and natural resources in the field, in the courts, and in the public square. Through research, on-the-ground action, and legal advocacy, Regavim works to uphold the rule of law and to ensure that Israel can grow, thrive, and remain rooted in its homeland.
Imagine earning your master's degree on top of Mount Carmel, where forest meets sea and where every day brings a new cultural, academic, and personal adventure. This is the multi-experience at U Haifa International. Here, students from around the world live and learn together in Israel's most culturally diverse city, meeting new people, discovering new perspectives, and shaping their own Israel experience.
There's people from different countries, from different religions and different languages. Somehow we are all very similar.
At U Haifa, academics meet real life. You don't just study, you experience Israel up close, explore Haifa's mountain ocean city life, and build global friendships that last a lifetime.
It's not just a degree, it's an experience. It opens your mind, your network, and your world.
U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
Step into the story of Israel's heartland with Blessed by Israel, where every purchase connects you to the land, the people, and the promise. Taste the sweetness of the promised land in their delicious honeys, or wear the story of the land close to your heart with the stunning Special Places of the Land necklace. Behind each product is a family, pioneers living in Judea and Samaria, crafting beauty and goodness from the soil of the Bible. When you buy their creations, you're not only receiving something extraordinary, you're investing in Israel's future, helping small businesses thrive and communities grow strong. Join a movement that celebrates faith, resilience, and hope. Visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL, that's BLESSISRAEL, at checkout for 10% off on your first order. Be part of strengthening Israel, one purchase at a time.
It's late at night and all over my feed, reports of the Iranian airspace shutting start to surface. The Pentagon is ready and pilots are in flight. An imminent US attack on the Islamic regime is about to happen. All over the world, people are holding their breath, and then, in the last minute, Trump cancels it. No attack, no intervention. Iran reopens its airspace, and a press release is given by Trump, who announces that the Islamic regime has stopped all the murders and the executions, and so the intervention is unnecessary. Well, that's the official excuse. But the real story is very different. It's Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE that have asked him to stop the attack. It's not just an ask. They actively deny access to their airspace, and in Qatar's case, forbid them from using their US base on Qatar soil to launch the attack. Why are the nations that have feared Iran for decades now acting as its primary shield against American intervention? In the Middle East, there are always many, many more layers to a story that are often untold, which is exactly what we are going to do today. But we're getting way ahead of ourselves. To truly understand this, we need to start at the beginning. This is the Mira K Show on JNS TV. Let's do it. So we're going to start back in 1971. The US is in trouble. It's losing the Vietnam War and it's broke, really broke. And they are still locked in a Cold War against Russia. To make matters worse, the British Empire has just packed up and left the Gulf of Iran, leaving the world's leading oil supply unmanned. This creates a massive power vacuum that the Americans are terrified the Soviets are gonna fill. Iran's location controls the energy flow to Europe and Asia, as we have previously discussed, and if Russia takes control of that, it's catastrophic for the West. Someone needs to oversee it. But since the US can't afford to deploy 100,000 troops, they come up with a twin pillars strategy. And here's the deal that they struck. It's a division of labor. Pillar number one is with Iran. They're the muscle. Washington is looking at the Shah of Iran and sees a secular, ambitious leader who wants to recreate the Persian Empire. So they sold him their most advanced weaponry, tanks, destroyers, and most famously the F-14, which was the most sophisticated fighter jet on Earth, and the only country allowed to fly them, besides the US, is now Iran. In return, the Shah's job is to patrol the waters, keep the shipping lanes open, and make sure the Soviets don't get any ideas. Pillar number two of this twin pillar strategy is Saudi Arabia. They are the bank. They don't have the population to field a massive army like Iran, but they have something else: spiritual legitimacy, They can fight against communist ideals with their religion, stopping it from spreading across the Arab nations. But more importantly, they have unlimited cash. Their job is to keep the Arab world anti-communist and stabilize the oil markets. In the 1970s, almost every oil country, like Iran, have huge populations to feed. So they're pumping every drop of oil they can just to